001, Karen Reed.
Now sitting in the Norfolk Superior Court within and for the County of Norfolk, draw near, give your attendance, you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth and this good court. Thank you. May you be seated, court now in that session.
Okay, good morning, jurors. Jim, yeah.
I'm sorry, jurors, could you stand one more time and raise your right hands? Do each of you solemnly swear you shall well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to your evidence and according to the law, so help you God?
I have been off all
have a
morning.
seat.
I'm sorry, y'all. I'll be right back.
Jurors, hearken to these indictments. 2282 CR 117001, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk.
Y'all, I am so sorry. My mic wasn't connected. That's what happens when you just connect your equipment over the weekend. Hi, I'm Ada. I'm your alternate juror. Forgive me for having no sound once again. I have added a few things to my system and I'm getting ready to add another camera over there. And I thought the mic was plugged in, but it wasn't. Y'all, I'm learning. It's the way life goes. But anyway, I am dressed today in honor of my Native American heritage. Well, partially. This is not all of it. I actually have big barrettes that I wear, but I couldn't find the other one. But this is in honor of the national gathering powwow that was going on this weekend. And this weekend, I thought I'd honor my heritage. So once again, thanks for joining. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I got it plugged in now. We're good to go. It's a Monday morning. I haven't even had my cup of coffee. It's still sitting over here. So with that, I am going to go ahead and start court.
Assault and beat John O'Keefe with intent to murder such person, and by such assault and battery did kill and murder the said John O'Keefe, and is guilty of murder in the second degree and not in the first degree, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. 002, Karen Reed of Mansfield, County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022, at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way as defined in Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 90, Section 1, or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, with a percentage by weight of alcohol in their blood of 8/100ths or greater, or while under the influence of intoxicating liquor, and did so operate said motor vehicles that the lives and safety of the public might be endangered, and by such wanton and reckless conduct so described, did cause the death of another person, to wit, John O'Keefe, in violation of General Law, Chapter 265, Section 13 and a half. 003, Karen Reed of Mansfield in the County of Bristol, on or about January 29, 2022 at Canton in the County of Norfolk, did operate a motor vehicle upon a way or in a place to which the public has a right of access, or upon a way or in a place to which members of the public have access as invitees or licensees, and without stopping and making known her name, residence, and registration number of her motor vehicle, to go away to avoid prosecution or evade apprehension after knowingly colliding with or otherwise causing injury to John O'Keefe. Such injuries having resulted in the death of said person in violation of General Law, Chapter 90, Section 24(2)(a)(2). To these indictments, the defendant has pled that she is not guilty and for trial has put herself upon the country, which country you are, and you are sworn to try the issue. If she is guilty, you are to say so. If she is not guilty, you are to say so and no more. Jurors, hearken to the evidence.
Thank you very much. Will counsel identify yourselves, please, starting with the Commonwealth?
Adam Lally for the Commonwealth. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Lally.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura McLaughlin for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Ms. McLaughlin.
Good morning, Your Honor. Alan Jackson on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Good morning, Your Honor. Elizabeth Little, also on behalf of Ms. Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Little.
Good morning, Your Honor, and ladies and gentlemen of the jury. My name is David Yannetti, and I represent Karen Reed.
Good morning, Ms. Giannetti. Good morning, Ms. Reed. All right, good morning,
Sparkle.
jurors.
I beaded every single one of
I have
them.
to ask you 3 questions that I'm going to ask you every single time we meet.
Okay, I'll show this. This is a barrette that goes here, but I don't know what happened to the other one. And I'm feeling very lost without it. But this took me 60 hours to make. I hand beaded this. I know it's trying to focus. And I hand beaded the earrings to match and the headband. So made all my national. Oh, by the way, my belt and the skirt Yeah. So, yes, Native American, all handmade. Truly handmade. And then I have a shawl here in case I get cold. Now, if y'all haven't heard of missing murdered Indigenous women, it's women who are Native American who are right now are the highest rate of kidnapped women into the trafficking industry, and they have gone. And so I have a shawl. Let me get it here, and it has the fringe. So this is all a part of our regalia. It is not a costume. It's called regalia. Okay, I answered the questions. Welcome, everybody. Thank you, Andrea, for coming. I bless y'all, and let's get going.
The first question is, were you all able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone? Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we were last in court?
No, Your Honor.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. All right, jurors, I'm about to make some preliminary remarks to you to acquaint you with some of the legal principles, procedure, and terminology that you'll hear about during the course of the trial. But these comments are not intended to be a substitute for the more detailed instructions on the law, which I will give you at the conclusion of the case. This is the trial of a criminal case, as you've heard, and you've heard that the defendant is charged with second-degree murder. She's also charged with manslaughter while operating under the influence and leaving the scene after causing personal injury or death. I will describe in detail at the end of the case each of these indictments when I teach you the law, but briefly, murder is the unlawful killing of a human being. In order to prove the defendant guilty of second-degree murder, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed an unlawful killing and that it was done with malice. In comparison, manslaughter while operating under the influence is an unintentional, unlawful killing caused by wanton or reckless conduct while under the influence of intoxicating liquor. Again, these terms and elements of the crimes, including the additional crime of leaving the scene of an accident after causing personal injury or death, will be described for you in detail at the end of the case. Please remember that the defendant starts this trial presumed to be innocent. The fact that she was arrested or that she was indicted is not proof of anything. An indictment is just a piece of paper. It just makes an accusation. So it's merely a formal manner of accusing a person of a crime to bring her to trial in the Superior Court. But it is only the jury, in other words, you folks, who can decide whether the prosecution has proved its case beyond a reasonable doubt. If the Commonwealth does not do that, then the presumption of innocence alone requires you to find the defendant not guilty. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence, to produce any evidence whatsoever, or to do anything other than attend the trial. This presumption of innocence remains with the defendant until you, the jury, make your determination after listening and considering all the evidence. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it is not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt. For everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that has been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate all the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what we mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure you want to be fair, but that is not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions. They exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we do not have them. Some of you may have heard this called implicit bias, and that is what I'm talking about. Of course, we judges have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that we have found useful. First, slow down. Do not rush to a decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making up your mind before then. Third, you should listen closely to all the witnesses. That is the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence and the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of a particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you, individually and as a group, do your best to resolve this case based upon the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. Now, when I finish with these initial instructions, Mr. Lally will make his opening statement. Ms. Giannetti can choose to make an opening statement or not, because the defendant has no burden of proof and doesn't have to prove anything. Her lawyer doesn't even need to make an opening statement. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence at trial will be. It is intended to introduce the main issues in the case. Next, the prosecution will introduce evidence in support of the charges in the indictments. After that, the defendant may present evidence on her behalf if she wishes to do so, but again, she is not obligated to do so. Remember, the burden of proof is always on the Commonwealth to prove that the defendant is guilty. The law does not require any defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence at all. After all the evidence, each side will have an opportunity to offer you closing arguments about what conclusions you might draw from the evidence. Like the opening statements, the closing arguments are not evidence. They're merely intended to help you understand the respective contentions of the parties. Finally, after all the evidence and the lawyer's arguments, I will instruct you in detail on the principles of law which you are to apply in your deliberations when you retire to consider your verdict. Your verdict must be unanimous. You see that we have many of you. We have 17 of you, and only 12 will ultimately decide this case, and that's done at the end of the case. We impanel so many jurors in a case that's going to take a long time in case something comes up and a juror can't complete his or her service. Let me talk briefly about our respective roles in this case. As the judge, my responsibility is to see to it that this case is tried in an orderly, fair, and efficient manner. It's also my function to decide any questions of law that come up during the trial and to instruct you about the law that applies to this case. It is your duty to accept the law as I stated to you, whether you agree with it or not. The jury's function You folks are the most important people in this courtroom. You determine the facts of this case. You are the sole and exclusive judges of the facts. You alone determine what evidence to believe, how important any evidence is that you do believe, and what conclusions all the believable evidence leads you to. You will have to consider and weigh the testimony of all the witnesses who will appear before you, and you alone will determine whether to believe any witness and the extent to which you believe any witness. You can believe all of what a witness says,
Hey,
some of
someone
it,
make it
or none of
the
it.
C word.
It's entirely up to you.
You
It
never
is
know.
part of your responsibility to
Never know what's
resolve
gonna
any
happen.
conflicts in the testimony that may arise during the
Maybe
course
a
of the
death,
trial
you never know.
and to determine where the truth
If I
lies.
was a juror in this case, I
Ultimately,
wouldn't want to
you
leave.
must determine whether or not the Commonwealth has proved the charges beyond a reasonable doubt. The lawyers have their own important role in this trial. They are, of course, advocates. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence offered by the other side that may not be admissible under our rules of evidence. Similarly, we may engage in sidebar conferences over here out of your hearing. They're not intended to keep secrets from you, but to allow the lawyers a little more time to argue their points so that I can rule on what you may consider as evidence. If I agree with an objection to a question during trial, I will use the term sustained. You are then to disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you are to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record. If I reject or overrule an objection, I will allow the witness to answer the question, and you may consider that answer. But you're not to give that answer any more weight than you would have had no objection been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there's a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence of law under our laws. You must decide this case solely in the evidence presented in the courtroom, and this will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts which I tell you may have been agreed upon by both sides, and any facts which I indicate to you that you may take as a matter of common knowledge. Question to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers that you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. If one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. In this case, I'll allow you folks to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because again, those aren't evidence, we'll hand out notebooks after the openings this morning so that you can take notes. They'll be provided to you daily. Your notebooks will be collected every day. They'll be kept locked up and confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. You're not required to take notes. The choice is completely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you to remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things of that nature. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with the transcript of the testimony at the conclusion or any time during the trial. So you will have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. So please do not let your note-taking distract you from an appreciation of all the evidence. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law because it is so very important. Remember, John Adams said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with intensity, but without the benefit of having heard or seen any evidence at all. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury will decide. This jury selected for this trial will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are, and where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury, you folks, will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So, while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that in this courtroom, the rule of law will be upheld. This means that during the trial, until you retire to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet, including social media, and do anything else to find out any information from any source outside the confines of this courtroom. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We will go on a view, and I will discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not, read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction, as hard as it's going to be. Finally, please continue to keep an open mouth. Now, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you have taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice, bias, or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's what we ask of you. So with that, it's time for opening statements. And whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ready for opening statements, y'all.
And I ask only that you keep your voice up, please.
Do my best.
I'm going to whisper.
Good morning.
How's my sound, Mod?
So as Your Honor was telling you, this is one of the two opportunities that I will get to address. The first of which right now, essentially what I'm going to attempt to do, and I know you've heard over the course of the impoundment process, a number of different witnesses that were listed out as far as potential witnesses in this case. So what my intent here is to provide as much of a roadmap as I can through those waters and help you to navigate sort of who these people are and what relation they have to this case. We start with John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe grew up in Braintree. He was 46 years old when he passed. He was the son of John O'Keefe Jr. and Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe. He was a brother to Paul O'Keefe and to his sister
I'm trying
Kristen
to put the mic there so I can
Kristen
find
was married, and so John's brother-in-law
community
was
when
a
I
man named
speak.
Stephen, and they had two children. who were very young in 2013. Now, in 2013, Kristen, unfortunately, tragically, passed away, succumbing to cancer in November of 2013. Within months of that, Mr. O'Keefe's brother-in-law and Kristen's husband, Stephen, passed away as well. Now, initially, when John O'Keefe's sister passed away, sort of the initial plan for that situation was that John O'Keefe was going to move in with Stephen Forbush and the kids and assist as far as raising them. And then when Stephen passed away a few months after his wife, before those plans could be finalized, John O'Keefe then moved in with his niece and nephew and assumed the parental role and assumed legal guardianship with respect to both of those children. Now, he was assisted in this by a great number of people within the town of Canton where the Forbushes lived and where John moved into the home with the two children there. There were other parents within the neighborhood, other parents within the children's age group. You'll hear from a number of them over the course of this trial, but they included Mrs. Carrie Roberts and Mrs. Jennifer McKay. They helped Mr. O'Keefe out during those initial stages and during the time that he assumed this role. He also got help from
I don't know who's doing all that moving around near the mic. They need to
proud member
mute
of the
them.
Boston Police Department, had been for many years. He had been a patrolman prior to moving in with the children and assuming this role. Boston Police Department helped him greatly as far as positioning him into more of a desk role, working in the sex offender unit with more regular hours to sort of assimilate himself to this new life and this new role that he assumes with his children. Initially, John O'Keefe lived in the house with the kids. However, in 2018, they moved into a new home, sort of a new home that they could have as their own. That home is located also within the town of Canton, sort of on the Stoughton side of Canton at One Meadows Avenue. John O'Keefe raised these children, assuming guardianship for them for about 8 years. His niece was the elder of the two, was about 14 at the time that John O'Keefe died, and his nephew was about 11 years old at the time that John O'Keefe died. January 28th, 2022 was a relatively typical day. It was a Friday going into a Saturday of January 29th. Sort of typical in the sense of most sort of suburban parents. There were a lot of activities, weekend sports, practices, games, things of that nature that the O'Keefe and Forbush family had to look forward to. One little difference when it came to that particular day of January 28th and the 29th is the weather. So there had been predicted and there was going to be a snowstorm, an insignificant one. A blizzard essentially was coming in overnight that Friday and the Saturday, lasting through most of the day on Saturday the 29th. And as a result of that, most of those sort of typical, weekend routine activities that would keep most people, including those within the town of Canton, busy, have been canceled ahead of time. Everybody knew what was coming. Everybody knew essentially you weren't going to leave your house all that much the following day. Now, also on January 28th, Mr. O'Keefe had received some news in respect to his niece. So his niece and her best friend were in 8th grade at the time, going into high school in the fall of 2022. They both applied to a private school called Bishop, and they both found out on the 28th that they had been accepted to that school. So the friend, as well as her father, a gentleman by the name of Michael Camerano, who's both he and his wife, Catherine Camerano, were friendly with John O'Keefe. They had children around the same ages as both John's niece and his nephew. And they had come over to their house on Meadows Ave that evening to celebrate the girls getting into that school. The nephew of John, the 11-year-old, was sleeping over a friend's house that night. He left that home sometime around 7 p.m. or so, got picked up and went to sleep over at his friend's house. John O'Keefe and Michael Camerano then decided to travel out to a local establishment on Washington Street called C.F. McCarthy's Bar and Restaurant. You're going to hear testimony and you're going to see surveillance video and you're going to see receipts and all kinds of things from a variety of different establishments, all sort of located within Canton Center along that strip in Washington Street. Now, they get Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Camerano leave the girls at home. They then go to C.F. McCarthy's, arriving there sometime between 7:30 and 8 p.m. They eventually cajole another friend of theirs, Mr. Kurt Roberts, to come out to the bar and join them as well. And there's some other people that are located within the bar, including Mr. James Sullivan, who we hear from, who was present at the bar that night as well. Eventually, the defendant, Karen Reed, joins them at this establishment, C.F. McCarthy's, sometime just before 9 p.m. Now, John O'Keefe and Karen Reed had met sometime in 2004. They had dated briefly during that time and reconnected sometime around March of 2020, around the time of the COVID-19 sort of pandemic shutdown. They had started dating around that time period, or reconnected during that time period, and the defendant had stayed at the house in Canton several nights a week. She had helped out with the children. In the month or so leading up to Mr. O'Keefe's death, the relationship soured. You will see text messages between Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed to that effect. You will hear testimony from the children, from John's niece and nephew, in regard to things they observed within that relationship. And you'll hear testimony from other individuals as far as their observations or things that they heard.
Oh, thank you.
Turning to January 29th, 2022. Just after 6 a.m., the Canton Police Department receives a 911 call from a woman reporting a male party, subsequently identified as John O'Keefe, found in the snow outside a residence at 34 Fairview Road. At the time, as I mentioned, blizzards that had been predicted was occurring, heavy snow, temperatures in the teens, wind bustling around. Officer Stephen Saraff and Officer Stephen Mullaney of the Canton Police were dispatched along with Canton Fire and EMS, and you'll hear from them in regard to their response and what they observed on scene. In particular, with Officer Saraff, he'll have as an exhibit, I anticipate, a cruiser camera video from his cruiser detailing or memorializing sort of his response in the darkness, in the blizzard type conditions as he's driving from the Canton Police Station, where he was located when he received the call, to 34 Fairview Road. When they arrived there, they observed three individuals, three females, sort of off to the left side of the property. When I say the left side of the property, I mean if you're standing out in the street facing 34 Fairview Road, off to the left side of the property, there's a flagpole, there's a fire hydrant, there's some bushes. That is where Mr. O'Keefe is located. To the right side of the property is sort of the driveway and the mailbox, other things that you'll become familiar with through photographic evidence and other means through the course of this trial. The three females that the officers observed there were then identified as the defendant, Karen Reed, Mrs. Jennifer McCabe, who had received a phone call earlier in the morning from the defendant, as well as Mrs. Carrie Roberts, who had also received a phone call early that morning from the defendant. The several firefighters from the Canton Fire Department you'll hear from in regard to their observations of injuries, abrasions, and lacerations to the right arm of Mr. Swelling of his eyes. And other injuries that he observed, they observed redness from the cold that he had been lying out in for some time. You'll hear the testimony from these firefighters, Timothy Nuttall, Anthony Flamati, Matthew Kelly, Francis Walsh, Katie McLaughlin, and Greg Woodville. And at least from three of those firefighters, you'll hear testimony anticipates detailing statements that the defendant made to them when they had asked about the origination of some of those injuries. The defendant stated repeatedly, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Mr. O'Keefe was then taken from the front lawn onto what they call a scoop stretcher. As he's doing that, I anticipate you'll hear Ms. Roberts' testimony that despite the 6 inches of snow approximately that was on top of Mr. O'Keefe's body and the snow throughout the roadway, front yard, everywhere around where he was, there was grass underneath Mr. O'Keefe, where his cell phone was located underneath his body as he lay on that front lawn. He was then transported by firefighters Kelly, Flamati, and Nuttall, as well as the ambulance being driven by firefighter McLaughlin to the Good Samaritan Medical Center. Once there are some observations, and you'll hear testimony from Dr. Justin Rice from that facility as far as observations consistent with what I anticipate you'd hear from those firefighters. But then there is a certain warming procedure that they go through trying to bring his body temperature up. Because when Mr. O'Keefe arrives at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, his body temperature is 80. And after those resuscitative efforts prove unsuccessful, Mr. O'Keefe is eventually pronounced by Dr. Rice at approximately 7:50. Shortly after that, when the defendant is then being driven away from the scene by Ms. Roberts, who is now going to go pick up Mr. and Mrs. O'Keefe, Jonathan's parents in Braintree, and then bring them to the Samaritan Medical Center in Brockton, the defendant makes some statements of self-harm. As a result of that, she's then transported to the Good Samaritan Medical Center as well by two firefighters named Daniel Whitley and Jason Becker. And amongst the statements that they gained from the defendant as they're having a conversation with her in regard to that, in regard to her treatment and diagnosis, she indicates that the last that she saw Mr. O'Keefe, they had gotten into an argument before he had gotten out of the car in front of Fairview Road. Now, you'll also hear testimony from some of the other first responding officers from the Canton Police Department, including Lieutenant Paul Gallagher, Sergeant Sean Good, and Sergeant Michael Lenk, in regard to their initial response, their observations, people that they spoke to, where they went, and their ability to recover within these blizzard conditions that are still ongoing, certain pieces of evidence that they located in and around the area where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. You'll also hear from Lieutenant Charles Ray, Canton Police Department, who was tasked with, at this point in time, the Canton Police were unaware that the nephew was over at a sleepover. They were unaware that Mr. Camerano had come over to the residence on Meadows Ave and picked up the niece, bringing her back to his house as she was left unattended when the defendant left to go looking for Mr. O'Keefe. So unaware of that, they go do a well-being check at approximately 8:22 in the morning. And they also have cruiser camera video attached to their cruiser. You'll see that video and when they pull into the driveway at Meadows Ave, approximately 8:22 in the morning, they pull in directly behind where eventually you'll hear Ms. McCabe left the defendant's vehicle after driving it from her house to Meadows Ave in search of Mr. O'Keefe. And you'll have that footage, and you'll be able to see the back of the defendant's vehicle, specifically the right rear taillight of that. Now, you'll also hear testimony, as I mentioned, from the Cameranos, from Mr. Roberts, from Mr. Sullivan. Also, they were all present with the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe at C.F. McCarthy's. You'll hear testimony from a number of other individuals who were at the Waterfall. The Waterfall is a bar located across the street, essentially, from C.F. McCarthy's on Washington Street in Canton Center, and somewhere that Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant went after leaving C.F. McCarthy's at approximately 11 p.m. Now, from that establishment, you'll hear from Rebecca Traers, who was working as a bartender at the Waterfall that evening. You'll hear from a couple named Nicholas and Karina Polakaitis, who were friends of friends, who had known Mr. O'Keefe through their daughter around the same age as Mr. O'Keefe's niece. Mrs. Polakaitis had some conversation with the defendant that evening, as well as herself and Mrs. McCabe at the Waterfall. She left around the same time as they did. She parked on Washington Street around the same area as Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed did, specifically in Ms. Reed's car. And she observed Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant walking toward the defendant's vehicle, and specifically the defendant walking towards the driver's side. Now, you'll hear testimony from a Christopher and Julie Albert, who were people who were at one point neighbors of Mr. O'Keefe. They knew him well from being neighbors of him. Christopher Albert owns a pizza shop, also located within that Canton Center area. Mr. O'Keefe, earlier in the day of the 28th, had been into that pizza shop along with his nephew to get his nephew a slice. Christopher Albert and Mr. O'Keefe had some conversation regarding what they were doing that night, and it's Christopher Albert who actually texts Mr. O'Keefe and indicates that they're over at the Waterfall and that he should come over shortly before Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant make their way from C.F. McCarthy's over. Now, Christopher Albert left directly from the Waterfall and went home. He was sort of walking distance away from him. His wife, Julie Albert, had left earlier in the evening. There was a band playing at the Waterfall that night. Julie Albert started to get a migraine, and she left.
Okay, that's not my mic, Gil.
Included within that group, and sort of how they came to the Waterfall, the Albert family in particular, Julie Albert went there along with her sister-in-law, Nicole Albert, as well as her niece, Caitlin Albert, her niece's boyfriend, and Mr. Tristan Morris, and they had dinner at the waterfall earlier in that evening. Now, Nicole Albert lives at 34 Fairview Road. She has a husband named Brian Albert, who's also a Boston police officer. Brian Albert had gone with a friend of his, who's also in law enforcement, a man named Brian Higgins. And they had gone separately, but had come home together from a funeral for a fallen police officer in New York City. Came home early to sort of meet the weather, and eventually they meet up with Brian Albert's family at the waterfall. Now, Tristan Morris, who was Caitlin Albert's boyfriend, had left the waterfall at some point in the evening. He then returns later to the residence on Fairview Road and picks up Caitlin Albert, brings her home. All of this is in relation to Brian Albert and Nicole Albert's son, Brian Albert Jr., whose birthday was coming up the following day, the day of the snowstorm on the 29th. So he had been back at the house at 34 Fairview while his family was out at the waterfall. He had a number of friends that had come over that evening to celebrate his birthday with him. Now, among those friends was two individuals named Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel, and they were at the residence at 34 Fairview for a good portion. Now, those individuals from the waterfall that leave and then come to 34 Fairview, they do so sometime shortly after midnight. Shortly after midnight is when it starts to snow. Flurries are starting to come down. Snow is starting to stick to some degree to roads, to the front lawn, to grassy areas around town. Now, from that group, the group that goes back is obviously Brian Albert and Nicole Albert as they live there. Caitlin Albert, because it's her parents and her boyfriend is picking her up, as well as Jennifer McCabe, who is Nicole Albert's sister, and her husband, Matthew.
I love that you guys are so
They go back to that, and there's an open invitation to essentially anybody that's there. John O'Keefe takes them up. There's certain text messages and phone conversations between John O'Keefe and Jennifer McCabe as to where this house is located, as he's never been there before. And then he and the defendant drive in the defendant's vehicle to 34
no problem. Thank you, Justice Obsessed.
And once there are several witnesses from within the home that observe the vehicle parked in.
Oh, I appreciate it, Justice.
I mentioned earlier there
really,
were
really
two
do. You're
females
awesome.
that were with Brian Albert
Okay,
Jr. at the house,
we're
one
good.
of being Julie Nick. At some point, she had called her brother, Mr. Ryan, for a ride home. He then gets a ride from his friends, Ricky Antonio, as well as Mr. Nagel's girlfriend, Heather Max, that's riding in the back of Mr. Antonio's pickup truck. I say that because they arrive at Fairview Road around the same time as the defendant.
Y'all please
Defendant's
share.
coming in from one direction, the pickup truck with
Subscribe,
the
I
Nagel brothers
appreciate it.
coming in from another direction. The pickup truck that the Nagel brothers riding in flashes its light, signaling the defendant to go. She goes first, they follow in behind, and lo and behold, they end up at the same house. They park the pickup truck somewhere in that right side of the property, facing it from the street in the area of the driveway, and the defendant in her black Lexus SUV parks a little bit further up. Different people from within the pickup and different people from within the house observe that Lexus SUV in one location, pull up a little bit further, and then pull up a little bit further until it's in the area of that fire hydrant, of that flagpole, where Mr. O'Keefe is located the following morning. Now,
we
from their
can play a
position,
little bit, Justin.
so I anticipate the testimony that you're going to hear is that Heather Maxon from that pickup truck observes a male passenger and a female operator when the pickup truck operator flashes those lights that the vehicles are facing each other before they pull down the barrier. What you'll hear also, I anticipate, from all three of those individuals in the pickup and Julie Nagel, who comes out to the pickup to talk to the brother, is that no one ever exits that vehicle. There are no footprints around that vehicle. There's no damage that they observed to that vehicle at that time. Again, it's just started to snow. Things aren't sticking really too much at this point. Julie Nagel has a conversation with her brother, decides if she's going to stay at the house longer, so the arrangements for a ride home, and the pickup truck leaves from that point. As they pass by, they observe a female operator matching what I submit as the description of the defendant. From all of those people within that house that evening, none of them at any point in time observed John O'Keefe come into the house. They see the vehicle out front, they see the vehicle pull away, and they just assume that they left and that no one was coming.
Thanks for joining, Mary. I really appreciate you. I'll explain all this in a minute.
We'll hear testimony from other individuals who were at the house that night, including Colin Albert, who is Julie and Christopher Albert's son. He's also the cousin of Brian Albert Jr., who is having people over for his birthday. He's leaving the house around the time that the initial people coming back from the waterfall, which includes the homeowners, Mr. Higgins, are sort of coming into the house. At that point, Colin Albert is leaving. He's getting picked up by a young lady named Allison McCabe, who is Jennifer and Matthew McCabe's daughter, who's also friends with Colin Albert and also cousins of Brian Albert Jr., who's within the home celebrating his birthday.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, you'll hear testimony from Matthew
already
McCabe
somewhat
and
lost. I've
Jennifer
already got a whole page of notes.
in regard to their
I'm not
observations
kidding.
that particular evening, both at the waterfall as well as at the residence on Fairview Road. And then you'll hear testimony in regard to a phone call. A phone call that Jennifer McCabe received from John O'Keefe's niece at approximately 4:53 in the morning. She answers that phone call, speaks to the niece briefly, and the niece hands the phone over to the defendant. Now, you'll hear testimony from the niece as well, that about 4:30 in the morning or so, the defendant came into her room in a frantic state, saying that Mr. O'Keefe had not come home the night before. So initially, when the defendant is talking to Ms. McCabe, she indicates to Ms. McCabe that the last time she saw Mr. O'Keefe was at the waterfall. Eventually, as Ms. McCabe is waking up, she reminds the defendant that she not only saw them leave the waterfall around the same time as herself, but also saw the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, outside of the home on Fairview Road. Eventually, the defendant, while driving around, this will come in as far as other testimony and related testimony as it develops. But she's driving around in that morning. She's calling a number of different people, friends of Mr. O'Keefe. She's calling Mr. O'Keefe himself. She also calls Ms. Roberts. So Terry Roberts receives a call about 5 a.m. from the defendant indicating that Mr. O'Keefe did not come home, indicating that he got hit by a plow or that he must be dead. Ms. Roberts then gets ready. Mr. McCabe is getting ready as they're all sort of planning to go out and look for Mr. O'Keefe and see if they can locate him. They call numerous times. You can see that within the text messages and the phone extractions from a variety of people's different phones throughout the course of this trial as well. So eventually the defendant comes to Ms. McCabe's home, indicates at some point prior to that she has a cracked tailgate. Ms. McCabe then gets in the driver's seat due to the defendant's frantic state. Ms. Roberts is there as well. Ms. Roberts follows Ms. McCabe driving the defendant's vehicle back to Mr. O'Keefe's residence in Meadows Ave, checks on the niece. The defendant then shows both Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe
Such a good mama.
damage to her right rear taillight, which is essentially missing a number of different pieces from that right rear taillight. They then proceed off to drive and see if they can locate Mr. O'Keefe. The defendant is insistent that they go to that residence on Fairview Road. Again, they're driving down there in the dark, in the snow, in the wind, in the blizzard. As they approach towards that residence, there is one person, so they're seated within the vehicle. This is Ms. Roberts' vehicle. She's driving. Mrs. McCabe is in the front passenger seat. The defendant is in the rear passenger seat. The defendant is the only one who sees Mr. O'Keefe. Yells and screams at Ms. Roberts to stop. Ms. Roberts and Ms. McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that they did not see Mr. O'Keefe, not only as they were driving past him, but even after they got out of the vehicle until the defendant gets out of the back seat and makes a beeline essentially right over to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found. Mrs. McCabe then dials 911, and shortly after that is when the officers and firefighters
That's a little
arrive on
interesting.
scene.
I
Now-
loved that comment.
While they're waiting there, at approximately 6:23, 6:24 a.m., during a conversation with the defendant asks Ms. McCabe to look up on her phone how long someone has to be out in the cold to die from hypothermia, or something to that effect. And you'll hear some dispute as to when that search was made. And you'll hear testimony from 3 different forensic extraction experts, Mr. Nicholas Guarino, Ms. Jessica Hyde, and Mr. Ian Whiffen, who you'll hear about a lot of these things called extraction reports from cell phones. And the extraction reports are done with a program called Celebrate. Mr. Whiffen is someone who writes that software for Celebrate. I anticipate you'll hear from each of their
Bring this in.
that Google search that was done on Mr.
Thank you
McCabe's
for
phone
overwhelming the
was
jury
done
already.
at the same time frame that she indicates the defendant requested her to do it, and that at 6:23 and 6:24 morning. We'll hear testimony from Ms. Roberts, Ms. McCabe, the firefighters, and the responding Canton police officers about a repeated phraseology that the defendants stated while there, asking again and again in regards to Mr. O'Keefe, is he dead? Is he dead? You will also hear testimony, as I indicated, about
Oh, that's awesome.
treatment that she received at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, and that would involve
thank you for
testimony
joining
from
us
Ms.
today.
Stacy
You're
Ormseth,
blessing me
Ms. Kathy
today.
Wilford, and the Dr. Gary Fowler. We'll hear testimony from a number of different analysts from the State Police Crime Lab and from some other laboratories as well. Included within that will be Mr. Nicholas Roberts and Ms. Maureen Hartnett, Mr. Andre Porto, Ms. Ashley Vallier, and Ms. Christina Hand, those all being from the State Police Lab. You will hear testimony in regard to an incident which occurred earlier in January, right around New Year's. Mr. O'Keefe, the defendant, and the children have been invited with a much.
I have to pause to say this, y'all. You guys are so awesome. Mods, I love you. I am 7 away from 200. Please share. I'd love to hit 200 subscribers today. If so, we'll celebrate. We'll do something. Back to the court.
Larger group, approximately 70 people or so, to spend New Year's in Aruba. This is a trip that was organized by a friend of Mr. O'Keefe's named Laura Sullivan. We'll hear testimony from her, as well as from her sister, Ms. Marietta Sullivan, as well as you'll hear testimony from the two children in relation to this. And
Please,
essentially, day
how about
2
y'all?
or so of this trip, Marietta Sullivan, the sister of Laura, is walking through the lobby and she runs into Mr. O'Keefe. This is someone she refers to as godfather, because John O'Keefe is also the godfather of Laura Sullivan's son. Runs into him in the lobby, gives him a hug, and is sort of pointing him in the direction of where she believes he's going into his room. The defendant is in the area. The defendant starts yelling and screaming and swearing at Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Sullivan responds in kind. Essentially, for the most part, the Sullivan sisters see very little of Mr. O'Keefe throughout the remainder of their trip to Aruba. And we also hear testimony from the children that shortly after this, or immediately after this, there is a approximately 20-minute screaming match going on between Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant within their hotel room in front of the children.
By the way, that mic
Now,
noise
you'll
is
also
not
hear
me. That is
testimony from the
judge or
defendant's
somebody else.
phone in regard to, and
Driving me
from
crazy.
another individual's phone in regard to that Aruba. In regard to text messages of an amorous nature that she had with Mr. Brian Higgins, who was at the waterfall, and also at the residence on 34 Fairview, because he was friends with his homeowner, Brian Albert, but he was also friends with Mr. O'Keefe and had also met the defendant. And throughout the course of those amorous text messages, there is references that the defendant makes to that incident in Aruba, as she purports it to be Mr. O'Keefe cheating on her. She insists that he was making out with Marietta Sullivan in that lobby.
They both were cheating,
Her
y'all?
giving him a hug.
Because she
She
was
makes repeated reference to that within the contents of those text messages as well. Now, you'll hear testimony from a number of different other individuals. Mr. Michael Trotter, who has a supervisory role with Canton Department of Public Works. You'll hear from Mr. Louis Jutras, who has a supervisory role with regard to IT, in regard to certain video that was recovered from the town of Canton, as well as from a temple located along the route that the defendant traveled, both away from Fairview that evening, as well as to Fairview from the waterfall, away from Fairview to Mr. O'Keefe's residence on Meadows, and then later in the morning at 5. If you recall,
both of them
Ms.
cheating?
McCabe, I anticipate, will testify that she receives the call from the defendant about
Question
4:53
answered.
in the morning. The defendant then drives around Canton for some perceptible half-hour or so period of time prior to even getting to Ms. McCabe's. And what I submit the evidence, or what I anticipate the evidence will show, based on sort of the tracking of her phone records, testimony you'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tulloch of the State Police, from these faulty records and RTT accounts, that the defendant, while she's using her phone, is driving in the direction of Fairview Road prior to going to Mrs. McCabe's house, where she meets Mrs. McCabe, Ms. Roberts. Now, again, you'll hear testimony from a number of different troopers who were involved in the investigation. With regard to this case, you'll hear from Trooper Michael Proctor and Sergeant Jerry Mechanic of the State Police. You'll hear from Lieutenant Brian Tully. You'll hear some testimony from Trooper Joseph Hall, who's in a specialized unit within the State Police called PARS for short, but essentially a collision analysis and reconstruction section within the Massachusetts State Police. His examination of the vehicle, his examination of the scene, his examination of specifically some Toyota texture, because Lexus is essentially owned by Toyota or vice versa. So there is some data that he's able to recover from that and back the vehicle up based on its known locations and travel, key cycles, and essentially anticipate he'll opine that around 12:45 in the morning when the vehicle was in front of the residence on Fairview, that for some perceptible period of time, that vehicle travels over 60 feet in reverse at over approximately 24.2 miles per hour.
Hmm?
Now, you'll hear testimony, as I said, from a number of different troopers, as well as from a number of different analysts from different labs. Included within that is Ms. Maureen Hartnett, who collected items from the vehicle, the defendant's vehicle, including the taillights, sort of housing from that vehicle, pieces of the taillight that were discovered in sort of front grass, front street area. There is a specialized team called the CERT team. You'll hear from Lieutenant Kevin O'Hara, who has a supervisory role in relation to that. And then later on that day of the 29th, he, along with Lieutenant Tully and a number of different members from his CERT team, were searching for evidence within the mounds of snow in front of that house, as the blizzard is still ongoing at this point through sort of the afternoon hours. Among the items that they locate is a sneaker. When Mr. O'Keefe is transported to the hospital, he's found to only have one sneaker on his feet. They find the other sneaker in that area of the body. They find various pieces of taillight. And as is wont to do, over the course of the following days, the temperatures rise, rainstorm that comes in, and the snow melts. Over those successive days, there are additional pieces of taillights that are eventually discovered in that area of the front lawn of the street. Now, from these different pieces, Ms. Hartnett also locates a cocktail glass that's located on the bumper or the rear area of that scene, and she locates a human hair on the back of that defendant's vehicle as well. Now, the cocktail glass on the bumper, you'll also see surveillance video from the waterfall, and Mr. O'Keefe is observed on that surveillance video essentially walking out of the waterfall with a cocktail glass in his right hand. Same right hand that has minor injuries to it, and the same right hand that's attached to his right arm that has the abrasions and lacerations that are observed by the paramedics, that are observed by the doctors at Good Samaritan, and are observed by the
Already a
medical
whole
examiner
page
as
of
well.
notes. Oh, gee, gads, it's
We'll
going
hear
to be a whole
testimony from
binder.
another analyst, Christina Hanley, about the forensic consistency between a drinking glass that was in the defendant's bumper and the drinking glass pieces that were found on scene in 34 Fairview. You'll hear her testimony in regard to pieces of red and clear plastic that were microscopic in size that were found within Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. Consistent, in her opinion, I anticipate she'll testify with the same pieces of plastic contained within the defendant's taillight. You'll hear from an Ashley Valley, who works for the lab as well, and how she fit the various pieces of broken taillight from the scene together and over that taillight housing, finding them to be consistent with each other as well. You'll hear testimony from Andre Porto, who does essentially DNA analyst for the lab, and samples that were DNA samples that were taken from the taillight, from the clothes of Mr. O'Keefe, and the broken drinking glass that were consistent with Mr. O'Keefe. Those items were also sent, the taillight pieces, taillight DNA was also sent to an independent lab, Bodie Technologies, located in Northern Virginia. And you'll hear from an analyst there, Mr. Nicholas Bradford, indicating that DNA on the defendant's taillight, his opinion is consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe, and inconsistent with Trooper Proctor and Sergeant Mechanic, who were the two preliminary investigators and primary investigators when it came to this case. You'll also hear from this test chart from that Bodie Laboratories in regard to some mitochondrial DNA that she examined in regard to that hair that Ms. Hartnett found on the bumper of the car, and her opinion that it was consistent with that of Mr. O'Keefe as well. And lastly, you'll also hear from Dr. Irene Scortibello and Dr. Renee Stonebridge of the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner in regard to their various examinations. Dr. Stonebridge is a neuropathologist. She essentially examines brain findings. Dr. Irene Scortibello is a forensic pathologist who does the sort of autopsy and medical examination of Mr. O'Keefe's body. You'll hear about the variety of sort of injuries that she observed over Mr. O'Keefe's body from him. In particular, you'll hear testimony in regard to lacerations to the right back of his head. You'll hear testimony in regard to an initial sort of skull fracture that occurs to the back of his head, and then sort of a radiating skull fracture that goes throughout his skull, which then leads to a subdural hemorrhage, or essentially bleeding on the brain and then swelling of the brain, which then causes a condition called ecchymosis, which then sort of leads to the swelling of both of Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, as was observed by the initial response. You will hear various testimony about sort of issues in regard to his pancreas, how that's indicative of hypothermia. Now, again, as I said, this is the first of 2 times that I have an opportunity to address you directly. And I thank you very much for your attention today, and I thank you for the anticipation of your close attention as we go through all of the witnesses and all the evidence in this case. That second time that I do get to address you, what I'll be asking you, based on the evidence, and again, as the board has instructed you, you are the sole arbiters of the facts of this case. You are the ones who find what the facts, and I reiterate that, facts, and what the evidence demonstrates in this case. What I submit to you at that time, that second time, is that the only true and just verdict based on that is that the defendant, Karen Reed, is guilty of murder in the 2nd degree, striking the victim, Mr. O'Keefe, with her car, knocking him back onto the ground, striking his head on the ground, causing the bleeding in his brain, swelling, and then leaving him there for several hours in a blizzard, with temperatures in the teens, wind swirling around, snow piling up on his body, until she comes with Mrs. McCabe and Mrs. Roberts just after 6 a.m. And that she is also guilty of vehicular manslaughter, operating under the influence of liquor, and that she is also guilty of leaving the scene after causing death. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Lally. Mr. Eddie?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Karen Reed was framed. Her car never struck John O'Keefe. She did not cause his death. And that means that somebody else did. You will learn that it was no accident that John O'Keefe was found dead on the front lawn of 34 Fairview Road in Canton on January 29th of 2022. You will learn that at that address lived a well-known and well-connected law enforcement family in Canton, the Alberts. Because the Alberts were involved, and because they had close connections to the investigators in this case, Karen Reed was framed for a murder she did not commit.
Yeah,
Good
Barry.
morning again, ladies and gentlemen. As I previously told you, my name is David Yannetti. I'm an attorney with an office in Boston. Together with attorneys Alan Jackson and Elizabeth Little, it's truly my privilege and my honor to represent Karen Reed during this trial.
We'll see about that.
From a very early juncture in this case, you will question the Commonwealth's theory of the case.
Really? It's
You
new
will
counsel? Like I
question
said,
the
I don't know
quality
anything.
of the Commonwealth's evidence. You will question the veracity of the Commonwealth's witnesses. And you will question their shoddy and biased investigation, a faulty investigation that led to Karen Reed sitting here today. You will learn, in short, that the police did no real investigation of this case, and you will question why. You'll question why the investigators had such tunnel vision. You'll question why they focused solely on Karen Reed. someone with no ties to the Canton Police Department, as opposed to the well-known and well-connected Albert family of Canton, family that was never treated as suspects by the investigators in this case. Boston police officer John O'Keefe was found mortally injured on Brian Albert's front lawn. His body was in full view and almost right below Brian Albert's bedroom window on his front lawn. He was found wearing only one sneaker. You'll learn that Brian Albert was a Boston police officer as well, and that he was a trained first responder. Brian Albert was notified that another police officer was injured and unresponsive on his front lawn, and Brian Albert did nothing. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, and other civilians were on his property that morning after John O'Keefe's body was found. Police, EMTs, firefighters, police cruisers, an ambulance, fire truck, lights flashing, and first responder Brian Albert never came out of his house. Equally important for you will be the fact that the lead homicide investigators never went inside the Albert home that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert's brother, Kevin Albert, is a Canton police officer. It was obvious very early on that the Canton police should not be investigating the death of a man found on the property of the brother of a Canton police officer. So it was decided just about from the start that the Massachusetts State Police should take complete control of this investigation, because the Canton police were conflicted out. Now, that sounded good at the time, but you'll learn that two major problems arose. First, despite the fact that they obviously had a conflict of interest, the evidence will show that the Canton police still had their hands in this investigation. You will find it astounding, but Canton police officer Kevin Albert, the reason for the conflict of interest in the first place, was continually updated about the status of this investigation while it was going on. Second, and equally troubling, is that the lead state police detective who was assigned to this case was a man named Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor, you will learn, is one of the many people in Canton with deep ties to the Albert family. Michael Proctor's own mother refers to the Alberts as the Proctor's second family. His own sister's wedding, Michael Proctor was in the wedding party with Colin Albert. And he sat at the head table of that wedding with members of the Albert family. That's the man who was chosen to lead the investigation into the suspicious death on the property of Brian Albert. That's the man who gave updates to Canton police officer Kevin Albert, while the state police were supposed to be investigating what had occurred at his brother Brian Albert's house. You'll learn that right from the jump, Michael Proctor predetermined the outcome of this case. Never stepped foot inside the Albert home on January 29th, 2022. Never checked out whether there were any signs of struggle inside that home. He never called for crime scene technicians and other specialists to look for blood or other trace evidence within the home. He never asked Brian Albert for permission to go in the home and take a look around. Michael Proctor never applied for a search warrant to go in that home. Instead, he focused immediately and exclusively on Karen Reed, the outsider. You will learn that no one in the Proctor family has ever called the Reed family their second family. No one in the Proctor family had been in a wedding party with anyone from the Reed family. Karen Reed was a convenient outsider. She was most definitely not from Canton. So how did Michael Proctor feel about her? How did he treat somebody he was investigating at a point in time when he should have been keeping an open mind? focusing on obtaining all possible evidence so that you didn't miss anything? Well, you will learn that on the very day that John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor was texting with his high school buddies about this supposedly secret investigation using his personal cell phone. He was revealing information about this investigation to his friends, assuming that nobody would ever find out what he was doing and what he was saying. And he was revealing his true thoughts about Karen Reed to his friends, not what he put in his sanitized police reports, his true feelings to his friends whom he trusted, and in text messages that he never thought would come into the hands of the defense in this case. Lead investigator Trooper Michael Proctor, right from the start, called Karen Reed names you would reserve only for your worst enemies.
Wow.
He told his friends that he hoped that she would kill herself. He told his friends that he had seized her cell phone. And you will learn that he knew he shouldn't have been accessing any content on her cell phone because he knew there would likely be attorney-client communications on between Karen and me at that time. He knew that he was supposed to wait for a search warrant or other permission from a judge in order to go through that phone. But you'll learn that he went through the phone anyway, without permission. And you'll know that he did because he told his high school buddies that he was searching her phone for nude photos of Karen Reed.
Y'all, 6
And he was
subscribers
disappointed
away
he
from
hadn't
200.
found
Come on,
anything
y'all.
Yet. That is the professional and unbiased investigator who was chosen to lead the investigation into the death of John
No
O'Keefe.
problem. Thank
You'll learn that one of Michael Proctor's
call you
high
J.O.,
school friends
okay.
commented to him that with a dead body on the front lawn, the homeowner in this case is surely going to catch a lot of grief. And do you know what Michael Proctor's response to that was? One word. Nope. And he explained why. Michael Proctor assured his buddies that the homeowner would not catch a lot of grief because, quote, the homeowner's a Boston cop too, end quote. That one sentence, ladies and gentlemen, in Michael Proctor's own words, will explain a lot to you about how this investigation was conducted. You will be able to evaluate whether Trooper Michael Proctor treated Brian Albert and his family differently because of who they are and their relationships between his family and theirs. You will evaluate whether this investigation was on the up and up. You will decide, as a result, how valuable or worthless the prosecution's DNA evidence is or is not, in light of who controlled that evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor's fingerprints are figuratively all over this case. His fingerprints are all over the Commonwealth's evidence. You will learn that Michael Proctor showed up at Karen Reed's parents' house in Dighton to interview her during the afternoon of January 29th, only hours after John O'Keefe's body was found dead on Brian Albert's front lawn.
6 away.
You'll learn that
from
Michael
200.
Proctor had her Lexus
There we go.
SUV
Thank
towed
you.
from her parents' home. But you'll also learn that he wrote a search warrant in which he falsified the time that he took that SUV. He swore under oath that the vehicle wasn't towed until 5:30 p.m. But you'll learn that we obtained surveillance footage that he didn't know we would get. And that surveillance footage exposed that Michael Proctor's words in that sworn affidavit were a lie. Michael Proctor had that vehicle for about 90 minutes before he claimed to have taken it. And folks, you will learn that the timing is important, very important. Because when John O'Keefe was first found on Brian Albert's front lawn, the police thoroughly searched that yard for
Wow, that's
potential
big, y'all.
evidence. And it wasn't just one officer, or two, or three. There were at least 4 officers that searched that front lawn. And that morning was the beginning of a snowstorm, but there wasn't yet much snow on the ground when they were searching that morning. It was light out by the time they did the search, and it was getting lighter. And during that thorough search of Brian Albert's front lawn, the number of pieces of taillight that were found by a minimum of 4 officers looking for evidence was 0. It was only later in the day, when the snow was really starting to accumulate, that the police miraculously started to find pieces of taillight on the property. The police only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had seized Cameron Reed's car. They only started to find pieces of taillight after Michael Proctor had possession of her taillight. You'll learn that Trooper Michael Proctor then kept going back to the Albert residence after that day, and he claims to have kept finding pieces of taillight on multiple occasions on multiple different days. And in addition, a good week after John O'Keefe's death, Canton Police Chief Kenneth Berkowitz, an older officer on the brink of retirement with probably not the best eyesight, he supposedly was driving, happened to be driving past Brian Albert's house. And by the way, Brian Albert is someone with whom Chief Berkowitz is also good friends. And this older man allegedly spotted yet another piece of taillight from his moving vehicle. This was yet another piece of taillight that was somehow missed by the trained specialists who had previously and thoroughly searched the property. Another piece of taillight that Proctor supposedly missed in the many times he went back to the property. Michael Proctor claims that he kept finding pieces of taillight right up until February 18th of 2022, which was nearly 3 weeks after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn. You will learn that there is no competent evidence that Karen Reed's taillight shattered at Brian Albert's property in the early morning hours of January 29th of 2022. To the contrary, you'll learn that when Karen left John at Brian Albert's house, she drove back to John's house on Meadows Ave across town in Canton. At John's home, where he lived with his 2 adopted children, Karen was drifting in and out of sleep, but she woke up for good in a panic sometime around 4 a.m. because John hadn't come home. And that was not like him at all. He had never done that before. Karen had a sinking feeling that something was wrong. Something was seriously wrong. So she got back into her Lexus. She backed up out of the garage to leave the driveway. And when she did, the right rear taillight of her Lexus struck John's parked vehicle in the driveway, and her taillight cracked. That was the same taillight that the prosecution now claims was broken outside the Albert residence hours earlier at 12:30 a.m. But we have video evidence that the taillight was actually broken at 5 a.m., many hours after the prosecution needs that taillight to have been broken. There is, of course, no video of the taillight being broken at Brian Albert's house. You will eventually conclude that that's because the taillight was not broken there. Importantly, you will learn that there was an eyewitness who arrived at 34 Fairview after Karen got there with John O'Keefe in the early morning hours of January 29th. And that eyewitness, Brian Nagel, who's the brother of Julie Nagel, who was at the after-hours party that night. He had a clear view of Karen's SUV. Brian Nagel confirms that there was no damage to her taillight at that time. Karen was sitting in the driver's seat with her hands at 10 and 2. And Ryan Nagel confirms that while Karen was inside the car, John O'Keefe was not. John O'Keefe was also not outside the car at that time. You will ultimately conclude there's only one other place he could have been. Now, going back to that 5 a.m. video from John's driveway, you will see Karen back up her Lexus and strike John's car at about 5 a.m. when she was leaving John's house to go out to look for him. And you will know that she struck his car at 5 a.m. because you will watch that video closely. You will witness that the wheels and the hubcaps on John's car are jostled and moved by Karen's SUV. And you will conclude that that video depicts exactly when Karen's taillight was cracked.
Wow,
Long
yeah.
after she dropped off John that night at 34 Fairview. And you will learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit John's car was that Karen was panicked at that time. Where is John? Why didn't he come home? What happened to him? And you will learn that she was racking her brain for what possibly could have happened. And like many of us, was worried about the worst. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? That was what she was saying, both to herself and to other people later that morning when she went back to 34 Fairview.
Yo,
She couldn't think of anything else that made sense.
this is
She
deep.
certainly didn't consider in a million years that someone from within the Albert home could have beaten up John and left him to die on the front lawn. Now, that was over 2 years ago. Karen didn't know then what you will learn during this trial. Karen didn't know that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house sometime after Karen pulled away. She didn't know that after Jennifer McCabe dropped off some people elsewhere, she returned to her own home. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe climbed some stairs in her home and eventually made it into her bedroom with her cell phone. Karen didn't know that Jennifer McCabe settled in at 2:27 in the morning on January 29, 2022, and typed a Google search that
So
she
that's
would
his
later
dad in the red and
delete.
blue and his mother next to him. Oh,
2:27 in the morning was
Poor
over
baby.
3 hours before John O'Keefe's body was found on Brian Albert's lawn. 2:27 was over 3 hours before anyone knew or suspected that John O'Keefe was missing or hurt or in trouble. And at 2:27 in the morning, you will learn that with no one watching her, thinking she was alone with her thoughts, not worrying that anyone would know what she was doing, Jennifer McCabe typed in the following Google search: how long to die in the cold? Now, she misspelled the first word, so the actual search was how long to die in the cold, but you'll get the point. You will ask yourself, why would somebody Google how long does it take for someone to die in the cold?
ooh, that's a
Unless
good one.
that person knew someone who either was in that situation or would be in that situation. You will question during this trial, who was it who actually did die
It
in
is
the
so
cold
hard on
at
parents,
some
y'all.
point that night, sometime after Jen McCabe was asking Google for an answer to her question. And you'll learn that the answer to that question was John O'Keefe. The medical examiner in this case will testify that one of the causes of John O'Keefe's death was hypothermia. John O'Keefe died in part because he was left to die in the cold. Now, the Commonwealth will try to dispute the timing of that Google search. They'll try to claim that there were only 2 Google searches at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. after John's body was found. But one problem for the Commonwealth will be that we have retained Richard Green, one of the leading computer forensic experts in the country. Rick Green has forensically analyzed Jennifer McCabe's phone, both manually and using every appropriate type of computer software to solve this issue. Rick Green will confirm for you that Jennifer McCabe did indeed make that search at 2:27 a.m. And another problem
That's
for the
interesting.
Commonwealth is that you will hear and see other evidence that will confirm that Jennifer McCabe is lying when she denies making that Google search at 2:27 a.m. You will conclude that before she went to bed, if she went to bed that night, Jennifer McCabe wanted to know just how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. And a big question in this trial for you will be, when was John O'Keefe left to die in the cold? I expect the Commonwealth will try to persuade you that he was left there sometime around 12:30 a.m. because they're going to try to prove to you that Karen Reed hit him and that his body stayed there the entire night until first responders arrived at 6 a.m. and his body was taken to the hospital. But you will learn that there are big problems with the Commonwealth's theory of this case. You will learn that there were 6 people at that after-hours party at Brian Albert's house, all of whom left by the front door and would have been confronted by John O'Keefe's lifeless body on that lawn if he was actually there at that time. Those 6 people walked out the front door to 34 Fairview, walked to their cars, either in the driveway or parked in front of the house. Brian Albert's sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matthew McCabe, was there. ATF federal agent Brian Higgins was there.
Yeah,
who
y'all,
was
I have a
also
problem
Brian
with
Albert's
that.
friend. Sarah
Yep.
Levinson, a friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. Julie
That is an
Nagel,
issue
another
for me.
friend of Brian Albert Jr., was there. And Caitlin Albert, Brian Albert's daughter, was also there. All of them leaving the residence.
I have a problem with that one.
Each of those people left 34 Fairview in Canton, where Brian Albert lived. Each of them walked out facing the front lawn, where the Commonwealth will tell you that a 6'2", nearly 220-pound big man in dark clothing was sprawled on the front lawn when there was only a dusting of white snow on the ground. He was supposedly sprawled on that lawn, just feet from where these people were walking when they left the residence. And you will learn that not one of these people saw John O'Keefe laying. Not one.
Y'all,
And
that,
you know who
that's
else
a good one.
saw no one laying outside in the early morning hours of January 29th?
I gotta have my
The
phone.
snowplow driver in charge of plowing the street for the city of Canton. And this is another big problem for the Commonwealth. You will learn that Michael Proctor, here's that name again, wrote a report where he claimed that the DPW supervisor had told him that Fairview Road had not been plowed that night. Proctor's total investigation on this issue consisted of one phone call and no follow-up. He just submitted his report that simply said the road hadn't been plowed that night, and perhaps thinking that no one else would follow up either. But you'll learn that when it came to finding out the truth, it's not that Proctor couldn't find the truth, it's that he wouldn't. But fortunately, you'll learn that we would, and we did. You'll learn that within weeks after January 29th, we sent our investigator, a former Medford police officer named Paul Makowski, to the Canton DPW to try to get to the bottom of this. Paul Makowski talked to the same supervisor at the DPW, a man named Michael Trotta, whom Proctor claimed had told him that the street hadn't been plowed that night. You'll learn that Paul Makowski found out that Michael Proctor was not telling the truth. You'll learn that Michael Trotta from the DPW told Paul Makowski, our investigator, that the street was indeed plowed that night, and that the name of the plow driver was Brian Loughran. So Paul Makowski tracked down Brian Loughran. He asked Mr. Loughran if the state police or any investigators had ever spoken to him. And the answer came back, no. You will then learn what Brian Loughran had to say about what he saw and didn't see that night, and you will be shocked. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that he was driving a big snowplow in Canton that night. You'll learn that the nickname for it at the DPW was Frankenstein, because it had a lot of spare parts and it had been around forever. Brian Loughran told Paul Makowski that when he plows the streets of Canton in Frankenstein, he's very careful. He makes sure to check not only the roads in front of him, but also the yards to the side of his plow. He makes sure not to hit a fire hydrant or a tree or an animal, or heaven forbid, a person lying in the snow. He's always on the lookout. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview in his plow, traveling right by Brian Albert's front lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran confirms that at about 2:30, when he went by that house, John O'Keefe was not on that front lawn.
Ooh,
So you'll learn that about
Ooh,
2
that's
hours
huge.
after the Commonwealth claims that
huge, y'all.
Canton somehow
Please like and
incapacitated
subscribe.
John
I'm
O'Keefe.
6 subscribers away
An
from
eyewitness
200.
confirms
Yeah,
that not
would
only
make my
could it
week.
not have happened, but it didn't happen. But you'll learn that Brian Laughlin also provides some other troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 in the morning and seeing no body, he showed up again at the entrance to Fairview Road, intending to make another pass down it with his plow. This time, however, at about 3:30 in the morning, he looked down the street and he saw that parked right next to Brian Albert's front lawn, right in the very area where John O'Keefe's body was later found at 6 a.m., Brian Laughlin saw a Ford Edge parked on the side of the road. You will learn that the police have done zero investigation to discover whose Ford Edge that was. You'll learn that members of the Albert family drove Ford Edges. You'll learn that the police to this day claim not to know who was parked right next to the area where John O'Keefe's body was later found. You will learn that while investigators on this case, including Michael Frock, completely ignored the snowplow driver who went right by the Albert residence, the defense not only tracked him down and interviewed him, but the plow driver actually took our investigator on a ride back past the residence to explain the precise route that he had taken on January 29th. You'll learn that some other curious things were going on in the early morning hours of January 29th. Curious things that the police in this case utterly failed to investigate. For example, after people left the after-hours party at Brian Albert's house on January 29, Brian Albert claimed that he had no contact with anyone but his wife until he was woken up in the morning. But you will learn that he was ultimately confronted by the fact that his phone records revealed that he had actually placed a phone call to ATF agent Brian Higgins, his friend, the same friend who had been at his house earlier that night. And that was at 2:22 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Higgins called him back 17 seconds later, and they connected for 22 seconds on their cell phones. You'll be asked to consider just how long 22 seconds is and what could be said and discussed during that long of a phone call. But you will consider that phone call in the context of the other curious things that were going on during the early morning hours of January 29th. You will learn about the following in chronological order. 2:12 a.m., Jennifer McCabe arrives at her home. 2:22 a.m., Brian Albert calls Brian Higgins. 2:22 a.m., 17 seconds later, Higgins calls him back. And Brian Albert and Brian Higgins are on the phone together for 22 seconds. 2:23 a.m., Jennifer McCabe climbs the stairs to her bedroom. 2:27 a.m., Jennifer McCabe searches on Google, along to die in the cold. 2:30 a.m., plow driver Brian Laughlin confirms there was no body on Brian Albert's front lawn. 3:30 a.m., Brian Laughlin confirms that a Ford Edge was parked right where John O'Keefe's body was later found. The Commonwealth will not be able to successfully dispute any of those facts, yet I expect that they will persist in asking you to convict Karen Read anyway. You will learn that there are other major problems with the Commonwealth's theory. You'll learn that when John O'Keefe was found, he did not look like he had been hit by a car. You'll learn that he looked to have been attacked and beaten up. You'll learn that John O'Keefe was a large 6'2" man who, if positioned behind a Lexus SUV, would have had his torso completely exposed to the rear of that vehicle, including to the taillight. You'll learn that no part of his torso was injured. There was no bruising, no ridges, no scratches, no punctures. You'll learn that his chest and hips and legs were pristine, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was hit by a 6,000-pound vehicle. The evidence will show that what was not pristine was his right arm. You will take one look at that arm, and you will conclude that a car did not cause those injuries. The injuries to John O'Keefe's arm appear to be consistent with scratch marks and claw marks, marks that make it look as though an animal had attacked his arm. But you won't have to rely just on your common sense when you look at those photos. You'll hear from an expert forensic pathologist who is world-renowned, who has personally conducted thousands of autopsies. And he will testify that those marks are consistent with scratch and claw marks and bite marks from an animal, including a German Shepherd. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, Brian Albert's family dog, Chloe, was a German Shepherd.
I'd appreciate it.
You'll learn that Brian Albert has admitted that this dog is not good around strangers. You'll learn that on January 29th of 2022, John O'Keefe would have been a stranger to that dog. And you'll learn that Chloe had been the beloved family dog for the Alberts for 7 years. The Albert family loved Chloe. But strangely, as we discuss this dog today, the Albert family doesn't have its beloved Chloe anymore. You'll learn that Brian Albert was called to testify before the grand jury regarding this matter in April of 2022, and that he did testify about his German Shepherd, Chloe, during that grand jury testimony. And you'll learn that not long after that testimony, Brian Albert and his family rehomed their beloved family dog. They gave away their family dog, and Chloe, the German Shepherd, is therefore now gone. Now, the Commonwealth will try to take your attention away from all of these troubling facts and try to persuade you not to consider their shocking lack of investigation of anyone else, not to consider John O'Keefe's injuries, not to consider the fact that multiple people left the residence and saw no body, not to consider the fact that the snowplow driver was specifically looking at 2:30 a.m. and there was no body there. Not to consider the fact that two people in the house were communicating at 2:22 a.m. but denied speaking to each other for 22 seconds. And not to consider the fact that one of their witnesses, who was also present at the home, was unusually curious at 2:27 a.m. about how long it would take for someone to die in the cold. Commonwealth will instead try to persuade you that Karen Reed supposedly had a motive to kill John O'Keefe because they were not getting along. You'll hear about their trip to Aruba over New Year's Eve and that Karen was upset that John had been flirting with another woman. And you will hear that Karen considered exploring her options after that trip, which led her to a get-together at one point with ATF federal agent Brian Higgins, although that never went anywhere. But you'll also hear that in January of 2022, after the Aruba trip, and not long before January 28th and 29th, John O'Keefe was making long-term plans with Karen, including a family trip with her and the kids, and also another trip with Karen and another couple for months into the future. And you'll see video of how John and Karen were interacting on the night in question. You'll see for yourself how they looked at each other from the video at the waterfall that night. Nobody who saw them that night saw anything wrong. There was nothing wrong. I mean, like any couples, occasionally they would bicker or disagree, but you will hear zero evidence of any domestic violence in that home whatsoever. John never raised a hand in anger toward Karen, and Karen never raised a hand in anger toward John. That simply wasn't who they are. You will conclude the notion that Karen Reed chose the start of a snowstorm to suddenly become violent out of the blue for the first time and intentionally kill her boyfriend by hitting him with her car and leaving him there with a house full of people inside is patently ridiculous. You will also learn that what's not ridiculous is that someone, not Karen Reed, ambushed John O'Keefe. Somebody probably didn't mean to kill him, but somebody went too far. You'll learn that Trooper Proctor failed to investigate motives that other people had to harm John O'Keefe. You'll learn that Proctor failed to investigate anything or anyone who was in the Albert residence that night. You'll learn that he failed to investigate the antagonistic relationship between members of the Albert family and John O'Keefe. You'll learn that apparently nobody investigates the Albert family of Canton. Remember, on day one, Trooper Proctor was asked whether the homeowner, Brian Albert, would catch a lot of grief. And Trooper Proctor himself said it. Nope. Homeowner's a Boston cop too. So folks, the trial is now about to start and that witnesses are about to start testifying. On behalf of Karen Reed, I ask that you do two things during this trial. First, I ask that you pay attention to all of the evidence. The way trials work, the prosecution gets to present its case first. They conduct their direct examinations first. So we respectfully ask that you wait for us. We will get to cross-examine their witnesses, and you will find that cross-examination is the key that unlocks the truth. Wait for us. You'll be glad that you did. Second, I ask that you keep your eye on the ball. You have one job and one job only to do during this trial, and that job, quite frankly, is not to solve this case. Your only job during this trial is to determine whether the Commonwealth, the prosecution, has proven to you each and every element of the crimes they have charged, beyond a reasonable doubt, to a moral certainty. The prosecution will fail to prove this case to a moral certainty. They will fail to prove this case beyond a reasonable doubt. You will reasonably doubt their case because their theory of the case does not make sense. You will reasonably doubt their case because Karen Reed was framed, and the evidence shows that, despite the fact that the police never ever investigated that angle of this case at all. Because the prosecution will not prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt to a moral certainty, we will stand before you again at the end of this trial and ask that you find Karen Reed not guilty.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Giannetti.
Or may we approach you at sidebar?
Yes.
Okay, y'all. That was good. Oh my gosh, y'all. That was good. Okay. So we got a break for a moment. For those of y'all who were just joining me, I am Ada K. Thank you for joining the alternate juror. I am looking at this from a jury's angle. I do not know much about this. The only thing I have is a copy of Brandy Churchwell's charts, just so I can have who's who. There's too many players in this ball game. But today, I know somebody's going, what is going on? I am Native American. I'm actually a Native American artist. I do the bead work and make these from absolutely nothing. Everything I'm wearing, well, beaded earrings, this I made. But I am wearing all this and also my ribbon skirt and my Native American stuff in honor of the national powwow that's going on. So it's a big deal. Okay, so what do y'all think about this so far? I think the prosecution did a horrible opening compared to the defense. I've got things on both sides. I think they got my attention on the state side, as they said they found hair from the victim. But what got my attention on the defense side was a lot of inappropriate what's the word I'm looking for? Connections. So we'll see how this goes. Sparkles, what did you think? Mrs. Kevin, everybody comment. I thrive on the comments. This is an open forum. As long as we keep it polite, non-political, non-racial, non-sexual, we're good to go. So please comment, like, and especially subscribe, y'all. I am literally 6 people away from the 200. So I'd love, 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 and it would make my day if we could get to 200. We're at 194 right now. I've only been doing this for 6 weeks, so yay. This is awesome. I have been so blessed with the mod family, so blessed by Mr. RA. By the way, there's a package heading his way. I won't say what it is. My mods probably could guess, but don't say I want him to be surprised. No, I didn't do the hat. I got to thinking, I don't know his hat size. I'm surprised that there was so much more evidence than I realized points towards her being framed. Linda, welcome. Hi. Thank you for joining. Please like and subscribe. Mods. Oh, Lindsay. I need to know how to do what I asked in the chat. And I need to go get another pencil. While we're on break, I'm out of lead. I need to go grab another pen. I have no pen or other pencil here. So I'm going to go grab that. Y'all keep commenting and talking. I'm sorry, but I shall return in literally a minute. I'm going to had to get a new pencil. This is going to be better than I thought. There's a lot of players. Excuse me. How do y'all like the belt I made? And the skirt, of course. So, I'm back. Oh, that's okay. Where I'm having a hard time, Lindsay, finding where that setting is. Where do I find that setting? Duh. I know, Mod. You're wonderful mods. I absolutely love y'all. I know. And this is one that's gonna go on forever. That may be it. I don't know where to find it as the streamer. So if you guys could just get in a habit of clicking that when you come on, oh, I'd love you for it. Oh my gosh, y'all. So I can't believe I'm so close to 200. I'm at 194. Come on, y'all. Let's get 200. Oh, new pencil. Linda, is this your first trial? For those who don't know me and you just hopped on, thank you so much for hopping on. I'm Ada Kay. I'm an alternate juror. I am not a lawyer. I am going to be continuing my education starting this fall in criminal justice. And I am also deaf without my hearing aids. So I really need to start signing. I got to take off that. That's just too heavy. And I got to take this baby off. It's weighs a ton. It is gorgeous. Isn't that gorgeous? But look how thick and heavy it is. Okay, I forgot I need to sign more for my deaf community that may be watching. That's why. Can you hear me okay if the microphone's where it's at? Is it clear? Okay, so now for me, I'm now 50-50. I'm riding the fence on this. Both sides, both the state and the defendant, have good points. So it's going to be interesting how the testimony goes. I know, right? I think it's going to be a good one. I don't know if Recovery Addict is going to encourage people to come my way for this trial. I know that he said Emily Baker and then another person was doing the same trial, but they have more of a legal viewpoint, and that's wonderful. And I do listen. I love both of them. I will watch when we're finished at the um, end of the day, and I will see, what they have to say about this and how close I am to the same comments. But from my perspective, is really an alternate juror. It's hard to sign that. Finger spell and talk at the same time. Well, thank you so much for staying here. Really, I appreciate you so much. And y'all, it is hard to sign and talk at the same time. So sometimes I may stop speaking for a little second and sign it and then say it. It's easier sometimes to do that. It's like trying to talk in Spanish and English at the same time, back and forth. ASL is not a word to word translation to English. Well, thank you for working and watching at the same time. Thank you so much. Everyone, please share. My goal is to hit 1,000 subscribers in at least by August. That's my hope. Right now, we're so close to 200 subscribers. That would be awesome. Thank you, Linda. Y'all, we're going to get there. I know it. Oh my gosh, we're 5 away. We need 5 people. Oh, that's good. Hey, I appreciate you so much. I understand. I've had 2 children of my own. Their age now, and I'm talking closer to ASL. I shouldn't. 24, and the other one is 19, close to 20. Oh my God, in just 1 month. 1 month, she'll be 20. No, 2 months, 20. I am going to see if I can skim forward just a little bit to see. Okay, let's see. Now they're going to have their first witness. Y'all ready? We've had a little break. Are y'all ready?
All right, jurors, we're about to begin the evidence in this case. And I remind you, I defined for you
Please don't
what
tell me
the
this is
evidence
running out.
is and what
Dang it.
isn't evidence. Please remember that the opening statements of lawyers are not evidence. You're about to hear the evidence starting now. So, Mr. Lally, your first
I need a
witness,
pen.
please.
Yes, Your Honor, the Commonwealth will call Mr. Paul O'Keefe to the stand.
Okay.
Y'all be praying for the families that are sitting there. Oh, yeah, girlfriend. But do you know what? Remember, cherish every second of this. It goes way too fast. People used to tell me that all the time. I'm like, yeah, I can't wait to get out of the terrible twos on a
Raise your right
horrific
hand. Do you
tree.
solemnly swear the evidence you
I'd
give the
love to
court
go
and jury
back.
in the case now and hearing to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you. You may take the
You're
seat.
such a good girl. My pupper was laying at my feet. Yes, we'll bring the capuchin on at some point, but not today.
Anytime you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Paul O'Keefe, last name O''K''E''E''F''E.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in West Bridgewater, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived there?
10 years.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
My wife, Erin, our 2 children,
And how old are your children?
13 and 10.
And both daughters, is that correct?
Correct.
And how long have you and your wife been together?
Together, 24 years total. Married for 17 almost.
And what is your wife's name?
Erin,
And where did you grow up?
Braintree, Massachusetts.
And what are your parents' names?
My father is John, mother is Margaret.
And did you have any siblings?
2, yes. My sister, Kristen. And, excuse me, brother, John.
And what was sort of the order and age as far as the siblings?
My sister was the oldest. My brother was the middle. I'm the youngest, so my sister was 5 years older than me, and my brother was 3.5 years older than me.
And do you work, sir?
I do.
What do you do for work?
I'm in sales for a company, Simmons Industries, which is a manufacturer of plumbing products.
How long have you been doing that?
12 years now.
Does your wife work as well?
She does.
What does she do?
She's in marketing. She works for a mechanical contractor out of Randolph.
And about how long has she been doing that?
She's been with her company for a year and a half now. Before that, she had a job in working out of Boston for about 13 years.
And your brother, John. Did you call him John, or was there other like
Was
a
the wife's
nickname
name
or anything
Ellen?
else that you
I
referred to
missed
him?
I mean, we all called him Johnny, especially if you're a family.
And what did Johnny do for work?
Boston Police.
Guys, we
How
will
long,
go
was
over
he,
to that
member of
hearing.
Boston?
We'll pause this
16
one
years.
and go over.
And
That
within the
hearing.
Boston Police, where specifically did he sort of work?
He started in Hyde
Is
Park,
that 1:30
Mattapan
Central
area,
Standard Time?
which I believe is E18, and transferred over to Dorchester, which is C11, and then downtown Boston for the in the SOAR unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And when was it about that he started with the sex offender registry?
So after my sister had passed away in 2013, her husband passed away 2 months after that. My brother he took on responsibility of raising our niece and nephew. And so the Boston Police, to ensure that he was safe and protected, moved him to that unit in 2014.
And I'm sorry to ask you this, but your sister passed away in 2013, is that correct?
Correct.
And what did your sister Kristen pass away?
She had an aggressive brain tumor, which is called glioblastoma.
And about how much time was it between the time that she sort of received the diagnosis to her passing?
5.5 months.
And you mentioned that you had a brother-in-law, Kristen's husband, is that correct?
Correct. Stephen Furbush, yes.
And when was it that he passed in relation to you?
2 months later, which was January 12th, 2014.
And they, and by they, I mean Kristen and Stephen Furbush, they had two children, is that correct?
Yes, 2 children, Kaylee and Patrick.
Which one is old?
Kaylee's the older. Patrick's a couple years younger than her, about 3 years.
How old are they now?
Kaylee is 16 and Patrick is 13.
And
Wow.
you mentioned, so initially when your sister Kristen passed away, what was sort of the family's plan as far as Haley and Patrick were concerned.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. So initially, when your sister Kristen passed away and her husband Stephen was still alive, what was sort of the initial plan as far as with reference to the children?
We were kind of in scramble mode to figure out, how we were going to move forward. My wife and I had talked about having the kids come live with us. We had 2 small children at the time. 3 and 8 months were my children. We didn't have a large enough house to take on 2 other children, so my brother stepped in, moved into the house in Canton, and raised them for 8 years.
And so around this time of 2013, your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen's children, about how old were they at this time that Johnny sort of took over?
Kaylee was 6, Patrick was 3.
Now, when your brother Johnny what if any sort of legal relationship did he have to your niece and nephew, Kaylee and Patrick?
He was made a legal guardian.
And where did he move from, and where did he move to when he assumed that?
So he was living in Dorchester in a condo. He was living by himself, so he pretty much moved into my sister and brother-in-law's house in Canton. Lived there for, I want to say, 4 years until sold the house and bought a different house, which is also located in Canton.
Now, the initial house that your sister Kristen and her husband Stephen lived in with Kaylee and Patrick, about how long had they been living there before your brother Johnny moved in?
They were probably there for 5 or 6 years.
Prior to that, where had your sister Kristen and either of the children lived prior to moving into that house?
Yeah, so Kristen and Steve actually moved in with Johnny in Dorchester when Kaylee was just a baby. Lived with him for approximately a year before they bought their home in Canton.
Now, you mentioned that at some point your brother bought a second house in Canton, moved in there with the kids. Is that right?
Correct.
Around what time was that?
Thank you for the
I want to say
revamping of the banner.
2017 or 2018 timeframe.
And they lived there up and through sort of January 28th, 29th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, around that particular time of January 2022, about how often did you see your brother Johnny and kids, Kaylee and Pat?
I would say probably every other week, twice a month.
And your brother in particular, how often would you communicate with him during that time?
Communicate regularly, mostly through text messaging, a couple days a week, I would say.
Now, over the course of time, you said about 8 years or so that Johnny had sort of custody of Kaylee and Patrick, correct?
Correct.
And over that course of time, about how many relationships and well, let me phrase this question first. About how many long-term relationships did your brother Johnny have with women over the course of that time? And before you get to that, if I could just ask you what your definition of long-term relationship is.
Long-term relationship is, over a year.
And so how many of those types of dating relationships that lasted for at least a year did your brother have during that time that he had the kids?
2.
And who were those 2 individuals?
Amy Fortney and Karen Reed.
And this other individual, Amy, when about was it that your brother dated her?
2016, 2017 timeframe, I think.
And did this other woman that he dated named Amy, did she have children of her own?
Yeah, she had 2 sons.
I think they're trying
Now,
to
you mentioned
show that
two,
he
so
was more
other
of a
than Amy,
family man
who
and
was the
not
other?
out bar
Her 2
hopping
sons'
and,
names are Gabriel and Christian.
out,
No, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
In
fraternizing
reference
with
to, you
women.
mentioned 2 women that your brother had dated for a long-term period, correct?
Yes, correct.
And one of them was the woman Amy that you were just speaking about, correct?
Correct.
And who was the second one?
Karen Reed.
And is Karen Reed someone that you had met through the course of your brother dating her?
Yes.
So clear for the record, do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today? Can you identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
Yep. She is seated right there between Mr. Giannetti and Mr. Jackson.
And I think he believes she did it.
Does the record reflect identification of the defendant by the witness?
That's why
No
we
objection.
for the prosecution.
Yes.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, when was it that you first met Karen?
I believe it was Mother's Day. So maybe May of 2020.
Now, prior to that, were you aware of any other time when Ms. Reed and your brother Johnny had dated in the past?
They dated very briefly in 2004.
And had you had occasion to meet her during that brief period where they dated in 2004?
I did not meet her back then, no.
And so the first time you met her would have been sometime in the spring of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And what was your understanding as far as when they had reconnected or gotten back together in reference to when you met her?
They reconnected. I believe my brother reached out to her in March of 2020.
Oh, come on.
Right at the beginning of COVID.
Jeez.
I think he reached out to her via
I was
Facebook
43.
Messenger and then,
I'm 53 now.
text.
No.
And they resumed some kind of relationship, and you had occasion to meet or see Karen Reed over the course of hanging out with your brother at various occasions, correct?
Correct, yep.
Just a young.
Now, about how often would you see Miss Reed? Would it be the same, more or less than when you saw your brother?
I don't like his breathing on the
Almost
mic.
the
It's
same,
hurting my
maybe a little
eardrums.
less. If my
Vibration
brother
on my
was just,
ears.
it was just him and I or his friends, but for the most part,
I know.
he was with Karen.
This is not for the matter. This is not for the
And as
matter
far
of
as
fact,
your
this is
understanding,
just,
what was sort of the
history.
living arrangements with regard to Miss Reed and your brother?
She has her own home in Mansfield, Massachusetts.
Let's say 50,
She would stay at my brother's house in Canton.
and I keep
I would say 3, maybe 4 nights a week.
Actually, it's the witness breathing on the mic. Look how.
And that would
close
be
it
at your
is.
brother's
No.
house with both he and your niece and nephew.
Correct.
Now, with regard to, you mentioned that they reconnected
Probably
sometime
both.
around the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And with regard to your brother and the defendant, Ms. Reed, and the children, what was sort of going on as far as school and work with regard to the pandemic, with regard to each of them?
So that was a period of time when schools were closed and kids had to do remote learning. So Kaylee and Patrick were both at home, remote learning, and my brother, didn't have a job where he can work remote, so he had to go into the office. And most of the time, Karen would be at home with the kids during the day while she worked remotely.
Hey, Mods, is that George
Now,
Kelly,
you
1:30
mentioned
Central Time, or is
earlier
that
that
Mountain
your
Eastern?
brother had a legal guardianship
Mountain
role
Time,
with
Arizona
regard to the
time.
children, correct?
Correct, yes.
What, if any, legal status or role did the defendant have with regard to the children?
She didn't have any.
That is hearsay, but I think once again, it's just history at this point. I don't think it's
Now,
proof
with regard to your brother and the defendant's relationship,
because it's brothers.
what, if any,
He can't talk
conversations
for himself.
did you have with your brother in regard to
Yeah, because if
status
it
of
is
their
1:30 their
relationship or any
time, it's 3:30 our time, my time.
He didn't say too much. If they were arguing, he might,
Thanks,
give
Mark.
reference
That
that
makes
they
it
were
easier
arguing,
for
didn't really
30
tell
my
me what they
time.
were arguing about, but
Bless you.
mostly kept that stuff to himself.
what, if anything, did he mention to you as far as reasons for an argument or sort of points of contention?
He didn't like, if she'd spend a lot of money on the kids for gifts or, I know there was some arguments over,
This to
what
me is hearsay.
she fed them, whether it's, Dunkin' Donuts or whatnot, but it was things along those lines.
Now, what if any what if any occasions, as far as they're arguing or anything like that, did you observe personally yourself?
Yeah, I witnessed.
Right now
So
it's 11:31.
they had
my
rented
time.
a house down in Cape
Arizona
Cod.
Mountain Time.
Say that was summer of 2021. I brought my two daughters down for a couple nights, and I witnessed, one intense fight between the two of them.
And as far as a fight, as you're characterizing that, was that anything physical or just verbal?
No, it was a verbal argument.
And what, if anything, was that verbal argument about?
It's hard to recall. I mean, I guess like typical couples fighting. There was alcohol had been involved. I recall her complaining that he wasn't nice to her, or something to that effect, and I was kind of the referee in that entire situation.
Now, when you make reference to alcohol involved, is that one or both, or
Both.
both your brother and the defendant?
Correct.
Now, if I could turn your attention to New Year's, and specifically New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. You recall that time?
I do.
And do you recall where you and your family were for that sort of New Year celebration?
Yeah, so I was with my wife and her family. We went to Aruba the day after Christmas in celebration of my wife's mother's 70th birthday.
Siren.
Ms. Lally, does it make sense that I give an instruction at this point?
Uh-oh.
I'm going to see counsel at sidebar.
Woo! Can y'all hear this music? Yes, it's my sidebar music. Let me know. It's supposed to be soft. I'm still working out a lot of new things. Y'all understand it's a lot of work setting this up. No? Now. How about now? I understand there's a lot of stuff that's being spoken about that may be hearsay, but since he's deceased, this guy witnessed the disagreement. It's up for the defense to object. Do y'all hear music now? I think what I'll do is take it out of my ears. iPod. Why is it choppy? Okay. I don't like it's choppy, so we're going to do something else. We'll do something else. I don't like that choppiness. Okay.
So during that New Year's Eve, you were in Aruba for your wife's mother's 70th birthday, correct?
Correct.
And was your brother, Johnny, was he also in Aruba around that same time frame?
Yes.
And your resort and your brother's resorts, where were they in relation to each other?
They were pretty much on opposite sides of the island.
And at any point in time when you were in Aruba, did you see your brother at any point?
Unfortunately, we did not.
Now, you mentioned that you were there with your wife and your children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And do you know who your brother was in Aruba with around that same time?
He was with Karen Reed and brought the kids. So Kaylee and Patrick were with him. They're also with a large group, many other couples and families.
Well, we'll use
Do you
that
know
one.
who was sort of the primary organizer of that group that your brother was with?
Yes, a friend of ours, Laura Sullivan.
And how did you know Laura Sullivan?
I knew Laura through my brother. She had dated my brother's partner and one of his best friends, Pat Rogers.
And did Miss Sullivan and Mr. Rogers have a child together?
Yes, and a boy.
And at some point, did Mr. Rogers pass away?
Yes.
What was sort of the relationship between your brother and Miss Sullivan in relation to Mr. Rogers' child?
Johnny was, so she has a son, Benjamin, who Johnny is godfather to.
And sort of towards the end of your stay in Aruba, with regard to the pandemic, what, if anything, happened to you or any other member of the family?
So my older daughter tested positive for COVID. So her and I kind of got left behind, stayed for an extra 3-4 days, I believe.
So after you returned from Aruba, at some point, were you and your brother trying to make plans to connect or to hang out or see each other at some point in January of 2022?
Yes, we were actually planning on getting together on January 29th.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
That was a Saturday.
And why was it Saturday? Why were you sort of targeting Saturday as a meet point?
A weekend, no work. Kids didn't really have much on the schedule.
By that, you mean your kids as well as
Correct.
your nephew?
Yes.
And then what, if anything, occurred with reference to those plans as far as them coming to fruition?
A big snowstorm hit the area, and we'd said, maybe it's probably better if we just stay home and off the roads. So we kind of canceled getting together the day before.
So initially had a meeting for the 29th, but canceled it the day before on the 28th.
Correct.
So this snowstorm that you were talking about that was coming in, is that something that you and your brother were aware of prior to that day it happened?
Yes.
And was that something you learned of? Where did you learn about that?
The news.
So sort of all over the news, is that fair to say?
Correct. Yes.
And as far as did either your children or John's children, for lack of a better term, niece and nephew, were there any sort of planned activities for that day that got canceled because of the weather or no?
On that Saturday, the 29th, I think everything was pretty much canceled. I don't know anything specific. We had, my daughters had basketball on Friday night, the night before, but we didn't really have any plans for the children on Saturday.
Now, turning your attention to that day of the 28th, so the day before that was a Friday, is that correct?
Yes, correct.
And you mentioned that your daughters had basketball that evening, is that correct?
Correct.
And what, if any, role do you have in regard to your daughter's basketball?
I coached both of their teams.
And so you coached 2 games that Friday night?
Correct.
And about what time do you know did you sort of get home from all of that?
First game was at 6, second game was at 7:15, so we got home 8:30ish.
And your wife was with you at both of your daughter's games?
Correct.
And when you got home, the snow that had been predicted, had it started at that point where you were?
I noticed the first flurries sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m.
And if you know, approximately what time did you go to bed then?
Right around probably midnight.
And your wife, Erin, did she go to bed same time as you?
I think she went to bed a little before me. Yes.
Now, earlier in that day, that Friday, the 28th, what, if any, conversation by any means did you have with your brother John?
My last communication with him was on a group text exchange that included myself, Karen Reed, and my mother. And he was excited because our niece Kaylee had gotten accepted to Bishop Fee in high school. So he was happy, proud dad moment. And then Patrick's national math scores came back, and he scored extremely high. So he was extremely proud of Patrick that day as well.
So he had sort of sent your brother John and sort of sent that to the group, which included yourself, your mother, and Miss Reed.
Correct.
And your niece Kaylee, as far as what grade was she in, and what grade was she going into as far as that application to?
Yeah, so she was 8th grade going into 9th, freshman year in high school.
Now you go to bed at some point in the evening of the 28th, and you woke up on the 29th. Do you recall what woke you up on that morning?
Yes, my mother called me at 6:40 a.m.
Is that something typical?
No. She called and just said, something happened to your brother. They found him in the snow, and they took him to the hospital.
And which hospital was it?
Good Samaritan in Brockton, Massachusetts.
And at that point, did you, or what, if any, other sort of information did you have as to what had happened to your brother?
I really didn't know much until I got to the hospital. While I was at the hospital, my cousin works 911 dispatch, so she came down because she had heard. And the only thing I was able to get was that, he was cold and they needed to warm him up. But didn't have much information other than that.
So you get that information from your cousin when you get to the hospital, correct?
Correct.
That cousin, what was her name?
Susanna Hensley.
If I could take you back to just prior, so you initially get the phone call from your mother, Peggy O'Keefe, is that correct?
Correct.
That's about 6:40 in the morning.
Correct.
And your wife Erin is with you at that time, is that correct?
Correct.
And so you get that call, and sort of what is it
God, that breathing's
do,
killing
or
me.
sort of how quickly are you out the door?
I jumped out of bed, got changed, brushed my teeth, and I was out the door.
And you drove from your house to where?
Yes, I drove myself from my house to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital.
And what kind of car did you have at that point, if you know?
A Toyota 4Runner.
That's a SUV?
That's an SUV, yes.
What color was that?
Black.
And as far as the road conditions, visibility, sort of when you're driving from West Bridgewater to Brockton, what, if anything, did you observe as far as how the roads were?
The driving was very poor that morning and just continued to get worse throughout the day. So it took me longer than usual, than it typically would to drive that distance.
Now, as far as your parents were concerned, did they come to the Good Samaritan Hospital as well?
Yes, our friend Kerry Roberts picked them up in Braintree and brought them to the hospital in Brockton.
And when you say your friend Kerry Roberts, how do you know Kerry Roberts?
So we grew up in Braintree. She grew up in Braintree as well. 2 years older than me. Knew my brother.
Family.
They went to homecoming together one year. And she also resides in Canton.
So she was someone who had grown up with you, and your brother was friends with you and also friends with your brother, correct?
Correct.
So she's a family friend.
Now, as far as your arrival at the Good Samaritan, who arrived first? Was it you, your parents, or something else?
I got there first.
And about how long was it, if you know, between the time that you got there and the time that your parents arrived there with Kerry Roberts?
Probably about 45 minutes.
And when you arrived at the Good Samaritan Medical Center, where within the facility did you sort of go?
Emergency room waiting area, lobby.
And at some point, did you, after your parents arrived, did you move from the waiting room area to somewhere else within the hospital?
So when my parents
He took him
arrived,
to the sympathy
they
room,
brought
as I call
us,
it.
in the double doors into like a little family sitting room.
And
I've
about
had to
how
go
long
and
was
do
it that you were in the
notification
family
and
sitting room
negligence in
before
that
you
room
went
many
somewhere?
times.
So we were in that waiting room. Doctor and nurse came in and told us that all their efforts to save my brother were unsuccessful and that he had passed away. And then asked if we wanted to go see him, in which we said yes. So we left that room and walked down the hallway to his hospital room.
And that doctor you spoke to, do you recall what the doctor's name was?
Dr. Rice.
And when you say that we went down to the room where your brother was that everyone in the group?
It was myself and my parents, yes.
And Miss Roberts, did she go as well, or did she?
No, she stayed out in the waiting area.
And as you were making your way down to the room where they had your brother, what if anything occurred along the way?
So I noticed Karen Reed was there. She was being restrained by hospital employees, and she was, screaming out to us, asking if he was alive.
Is that something that she screamed out once, more than once, or something else?
Several times.
Now, at some point, you went into the room where your brother was, correct?
Correct.
And can you describe to the jury sort of what you saw as far as your brother was concerned?
He was pretty banged up. He had his eyes had swelled up. He had a breathing tube in, well, the mask anyway. Blood come down his nose, blood come down his mouth. But what really stood out to me was, the eyes. It was almost as if like there were ping pong balls under his eyelids. They were that swollen.
Now, in addition to what you observed as far as his eyes, what, if any, other sort of injuries did you observe on any other part of the brother's body?
I noticed some markings on his arm. Didn't look at his lower torso area at all because he was, covered by a sheet. So most of the injuries that, we observed was to the head area and face area.
And when you say his arm, do you recall whether that was one arm, both arms, or which arm in particular?
He had markings on his right arm. I didn't notice anything on the other side.
Yeah.
You spent some time privately as a family with your brother. At some point you left, is that correct?
Yes, we were. I would estimate we were probably in the room with him for probably 20 minutes until we left.
And after about that 20 minutes, you come back out to the hallway, and where are you going?
We went back to the waiting area, trying to figure out, can we leave? Do we leave? So yes, we left. My mother drove with me. My father drove with Kerry Roberts. We went from the hospital at Good Samaritan in Brockton back to my brother's house in Canton.
And if I could just take you back for a moment. So as you exit the room where your brother is and you come back out in the hallway, what, if anything, occurred at that point?
Again, we saw Karen Reed being restrained by hospital employees, screaming the same things. Is he alive? Is he alive? Is he alive?
To, at any point, either before or after, respond to any of that screaming that you heard from the defendant?
I actually blew her a kiss.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, prior to January 29th, 2022.
Did
How would
he
you
say he
characterize
blew her a
I
kiss?
thought we had a good relationship. I held her in very high regard. I thought she was a good influence on my niece and nephew. I appreciated all the help that she was providing to my brother with the kids. We'd go out together as, couples a couple times. She became very friendly with my wife, but I'd say overall we had a good relationship.
As far as those positive feelings that you had in relation to the defendant prior to January 29th,
Y'all, I'm gonna go through an
2022,
entire
had you
notebook.
expressed those to either the defendant or any member of her family?
Yes. So Christmas Eve of 2021 was the first time I met her parents. My brother hosted Christmas Eve at his house. I met Mr. and Mrs. Reed. I offered to help Mrs. Reed, carry some things in from her car. And as we were walking to the car, I said, I just want to tell you, I think your daughter's great. I think very appreciative of what she's done for the kids and helping my brother.
Now, turning back to that day of January 29th, you go back out to the waiting area, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, happened? What did you see or speak to when you got out there?
I saw her father, Bill Reed, come into the hospital. He was picking up Karen as we were pretty much exiting the hospital to head back to Canton.
And did you have any conversation with him?
I did not.
Now, you indicated that you drove with your mother back to Meadows Ave where your brother lived, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Ms. Roberts drove with your father back to the same location, is that correct?
That is correct.
And as far as your understanding sort of on the drive back, where were the kids? Where was Kaylee and Patrick?
So Kaylee was picked up by Mike Camerano, who's Kaylee's best friend's father. Patrick was at a sleepover the night before, so he was still with the family at the house where he slept the night before.
And you mentioned that the drive from your house from West Bridgewater to Brockton was somewhat difficult, correct?
Very difficult.
How would you characterize the drive from Brockton to your brother's house in Canton?
Insanely difficult.
I mean, at one point I said to my mother, I don't know if we're going to make it back. Visibility was terrible. Couldn't see the roads. We made it back. It was just very, very difficult.
Y'all, if you haven't already, please like, comment, and subscribe.
Just probably the worst driving conditions I've driven in
200 goal
as far as weather.
Thank you.
And so then at some point, you and your vehicle, Ms. Roberts, and hers and your parents, you arrived at your brother's house in Canton, correct?
That's correct.
Know about what time of day that was?
It was mid-morning, so maybe between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning.
And was there anybody present at the house when you arrived there?
No.
And at some point, did other people come over, as far as specifically I'm asking about the children?
Yes, so Kaylee was dropped off shortly after we arrived. And then a little while after that, Patrick was dropped off from his sleepover.
And at some point, you were tasked with informing the children what happened to your brother, correct?
Correct.
All right, I need to do the same in a minute.
At some point after you left
They've
the
not given
hospital
an
in
exact
Brockton,
time of death.
what, if any, conversation or what, if any, phone calls did you receive in relation to the defendant, Ms. Reed?
Karen Reed called me, asked me if it was okay to come over and to see the kids, and I said sure.
And do you know how long that phone call went on for?
It was a quick phone call, maybe a minute. Like I said, she just asked if she can come over, and I said sure. And then she arrived at the house. shortly thereafter.
When you initially arrived at the house, along with your parents and Ms. Roberts in her vehicle, what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the driveway at that time?
I only noticed, I think, my brother's car. I mean, I don't even recall seeing any other cars. I mean, there could have been a car in the garage, but I didn't notice really. Nothing stands out.
What kind of car did your brother have?
Chevy Traverse,
What color was that, if you know?
like gray.
And if you recall, when you first sort of arrived there, where was that vehicle parked in relation to the front?
I believe it was the right side of the driveway, all the way down to the end of the drive, like the top of the driveway.
Now, you had the phone call with the defendant. You indicate it's fine for her to come over. You know about how long it was after receiving that phone call and when Ms. Reed arrived there?
20 to 30 minutes, maybe.
And when she arrived at your brother's house, who, if anyone, was she with?
She was with her father.
And at some point, was there anyone else from her family that came over the house that morning as well?
Her brother and his wife showed up shortly after she arrived with her father, yes.
And how many cars, if you know, come in between sort of the...
They each took separate vehicles, so 2 cars arrived.
And Miss Reed's vehicle, do you know where that vehicle was in relation to your brother's house at that time?
It was either in the driveway or in the garage. I'm not positive.
So fair to say it was at the house, correct?
It was at the house, yes.
So between the Reed family, there's 3 vehicles at your brother's house now, correct?
Correct.
Now, the defendant, you mentioned that you had met her father before on Christmas Eve, is that right?
Correct.
Had you met her brother or brother's wife prior to that day?
No.
And I'm writing fast.
And you were in the house when they arrived, is that correct?
When Karen and her father arrived, I was shoveling the walkway out front.
And in total, about how much time was the defendant at the house that morning when she came in?
I would probably say about 30 minutes.
And at that point, when the defendant arrived, was either Kaylee or Patrick or both home at that time?
Yes. Kaylee had come home first, and then Patrick had come home. So I think Patrick may have come home while they were there.
And you mentioned when they arrived, you were out shoveling sort of the front walk, correct?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you go in the house with them, or did you continue shoveling or something else?
I continued shoveling for a very short period of time, and went in the house like pretty much right after they did.
And when you got in the house, what was it sort of that you were doing at that time?
I mean, we had just told Kaylee what had happened, and we were waiting for Patrick to get home, so we were kind of just congregated in the kitchen.
When you say we, who exactly are you talking about?
Sorry, myself, my mother, my father.
Was Miss Roberts still there, or has she gone home?
I don't recall.
And so, in addition to yourself, your mother, and your father, Miss Reed, her father, any other sort of members of her family, where were they within the house at that time?
So mainly the kitchen at first. When Patrick came home, we kind of took him to like the side room where the kids hang out. Talked to him in that room, and then we were in the kitchen. Then Miss Reed and her father went upstairs.
And when you sat down with Patrick to tell him what had happened to your brother, who, if anyone else, was with you at that point?
Karen Reed.
And at some point subsequent to that, you went back to the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
And where was it that the defendant and her father went?
Upstairs into the bedroom.
And if you know, about how long were they in the upstairs area of the house?
I would say 10 to 15 minutes.
And them as they came down the stairs?
Yeah, so I was on the phone a few times. So I didn't watch them walk upstairs, but I saw them come downstairs, turn the corner at the bottom of the stairs. She had some of her belongings that she had taken from the bedroom.
And where did she go with those belongings?
They left. Like I said, they were probably there for 30 minutes. They got in their cars and drove back to Dighton, Massachusetts.
And when you say got back in their cars, you mentioned 3 cars that had been there in the driveway or in the area of the house, correct?
Correct.
When the defendant left, how many of those cars remained?
0.
And as far as the weather conditions that you had mentioned that existed at the time that you drove from the hospital in Brockton to your brother's home in Canton, what, if any, improvement occurred with the weather during that time frame?
None.
So essentially the same, is that fair to say?
Yeah, it was still, the conditions were still poor.
Now, with respect to Miss Reed's vehicle, did you know what kind of vehicle Miss Reed had?
A Lexus SUV. I don't know the actual model.
Mr. Lally, that clock is actually wrong. It's just about 1 o'clock. So is this a good place to take a break?
Yes.
All right. All right, jurors, it's
Yeah,
the
I
luncheon
know.
break
Well,
for an hour.
yeah, they're
We'll
gonna
be here ready to
testify.
go no later than 2 o'clock.
All right, please. Put them on your chair.
I think they're going to do a 1-hour lunch break. Y'all, the kids, unfortunately, names are going to come in because they're testifying. Yeah, I think what I'm going to do, if y'all want to go ahead and talk for a minute, I'm going to take a 5-minute step out, grab my lunch and come right back, and we're going to talk a little bit about this. Also, any mom, go back in the past chat from the other day. You can go back in the history. You can download these. These are the flow chart that Brandy Churchwell made. Anybody who wants this, I will try and link her thing in the website. I mean, in the comments. But if y'all want to, you can go to her site. Let me see if I can find those. It's been a hot minute. Okay, let's see. By the way, anybody know how Erin is? I know they had the tornadoes in her area. I haven't seen her here today. I'm kind of concerned. If anybody has connections with her, please let me know how she's doing. That is a worry for me. I'm trying to pull up the old get to that. Here it is. Copy link. I'm going to Control V. Guys, I have permission to share this. Okay. Well, I'll eventually be popping this up and down intermittently. But oh my gosh, the flowcharts will help in the future. So y'all can copy that. Oh, good to know. All right, I'm going to put us on some music, and then I'm going to pop out for a split second. Let's see if this is it. No. There we go. I'm going to go and grab my lunch, and then I'll be right back. Give me 5 minutes, and I'll see you right back here, y'all. haven't worn a shirt in a while. Just leggings and a t-shirt. All right, y'all. Okay, I's back. Aw, y'all are having fun while I was gone. Y'all are so awesome. Okay, we're going to do this for the moment. I got my lunch, so I'm going to chit chat with you while I snack. I hope that's okay with y'all. This is a Starbucks special edition designed by a Native American named Allison. I can't read it. And yeah, I got a lot. I'm going to open up, make noise right now before trial starts up again. Okay, so what are y'all's thoughts so far? I'm anxious to find out. What are you thinking? Let's talk. I see where they had a good relationship with Karen Reed as far as the family did, I believe, when it came to her being the girlfriend. And it apparently she had a decent relationship with the children involved. But I don't know. I don't know what I think right now. What are y'all's opinions? While I pop a grape on the floor somewhere, well, the doggy will get it. She can't get it. I'll get it in a minute. What am I doing? I'm pressing my pad. Okay. So I need some input, y'all. I don't have the history that some of y'all have with this case. I am just hopping in on this case. I have no opinion one way or the other. I don't have any insights to this case other than what we've just discussed. I find him to be very genuine. I think here they're just kind of laying a background a little bit about the events and how the families worked. I didn't know. Truthfully, he probably was not alive in the hospital. They probably were trying to revive him. We'll hear more from the medical examiner and the doctors, but just with my first responder knowledge and just with what I've learned and have been through the years as a volunteer firefighter, first responder, and I've been on a lot of scenes of accidents and things. Now, I've never been on a scene where someone's gone hypothermic, but I do know that a lot of times they will try life-saving measures at all cost to a point, meaning once they start CPR, for example, on scene, they continue that until they get to the hospital and the hospital declares deceased. So that is a very good comment and observation. We don't know for sure if he had a heartbeat, if they were able to gain a heartbeat. Once again, that is something that will be discussed, and I'm sure we'll find out later. But they did do a lot of times someone who is cold, hypothermic, when they get that cold, that sometimes you can do a procedure where they put blankets on them and they use warm water to try to bring back the body temperature. And I'm just prepping my food while I talk to you. I'm sorry. And that will sometimes can revive a person.
Hello, you guys filming.
What am I hearing? That was weird. We were hearing something. No offense. Pretty has nothing to do with it, y'all. Mods, you know what to do. Thank you for joining me, TML fam. But the big thing for me is I don't have opinion of anybody's innocence or guilt. And I left my napkins. See if I can get my son to bring me some. Thank you so much, Mods. Appreciate you. I'm gonna try and get my son to bring me some napkins so I don't have to get up again. That may or may not work. Matt, can you bring me some paper towels, please? So, the best napkin in the world is a paper towel. So, the thing for me on this entire thing here is I really appreciate, I know some people don't understand. I kind of appreciate getting brother up there first so we can learn and we can kind of gain what the family dynamic was like. And it does show that at some point they had a decent relationship with Karen Reed's family. Apparently, things were moving along well that they had Christmas together. Thank you, Miss Kevin. I'm going to try not to smack in the mic. I'm trying to be healthy. I have a bunch of meat, cheese, grapes. Trying to be. You can't judge anybody by their looks. I've seen some of the most gorgeous women in the world in prison for life for murder, and they were guilty. What caught y'all as unusual? I'm sorry, I just sent somebody to the block party. I hope you have a great time. Can't respect the rules, you're out. I'd rather lose people like that. Anyway, anything that y'all seen so far that stands out? And by the way, are y'all eating lunch? What are you eating? No shame in eating food here, y'all. No shame. Yeah, I was like, blew her a kiss. But then I'm thinking, if they were friendly with her and they thought of her as like family, like she's coming in, maybe a marriage is going to happen soon. And he stated that they appreciated the fact that she was helping with the children and being there for John and the kids. I'm going to try not to say the kids' names too much. I think that could have just been a tender, we're sorry, whatever. Oh. Yeah, I think she genuinely cared for the kids. I really do. I do have some questions about Jennifer. What do y'all think about Miss Jennifer? They brought up Jennifer. I would say it was comforting to them. When I had to tell my children that their father was had gone away to prison, I had people with me that were real close. It helped me, gave me courage, and it also helped the children as well. I think she's suspicious as well. But I'm trying to figure out the fact that they never went into the house. Now, I'm not saying, I am for one side or the other. I'm bringing up holes on both sides of the case. I'm really suspicious that they never went into the house and sat people down and investigated. My ear thing's bothering me. My hearing aids have given me a sore, not sore, but tender skin. The fact that nobody went into the house, that's just concerning. And the comment, basically, nothing was going to happen to Brian O'Keefe Brian Allen, because he was a cop. And once again, this isn't evidence. It's just what was brought in by the prosecution and the defense in their opening arguments. Exactly. Exactly. Well, first to me is that there's too many. Well, I live in a very small town. Okay. And in a small town, everybody knows everybody. And sometimes it's very difficult in certain situations when you have police, doctors, lawyers, judges, anything in those kind of professions, because you're not supposed to socialize or mingle with your clients, especially in the medical field. But you end up being in the same church with most of them. So that's difficult. But it goes a little bit further than that, I think, in this case. What's y'all's opinion about the connection between all the investigators along with the police and the state and everybody? Now, did y'all hear, or was it my misunderstanding? Did you guys hear that John O'Keefe was possibly having an affair, or was that my misunderstanding? I know Karen Reed was possibly romantic with Brian Higgins. That I do know. Supposedly she kissed him while they had a football party at their house. Yeah, that's kind of suspicious to me. Oh, Karen was more than talking. She was kissing. I mean, that's going to come into evidence. I mean, that's going to come in. She was more than just talking, y'all. They were kissing. What do you guys think about the taillight? How plausible is that when you hear that the lead investigator, and there was very minimal snow on the ground, and they didn't find much, and then the more snow there was, the more they found? And the fact that the sheriff drove by and from his car with thick snow saw a piece of headlight, it would be under the snow at that point. I'm talking, we're talking hours, if not days later. And the snow is much thicker. How did that tail light get on the upper portion of the snow and not under it? No. Let's talk about the shoe. More times than not, when someone has been hit walking on the side of the road, for example, and they get hit by a car, if they're in like a tennis shoe type shoe, a lot of times they get knocked out of their shoes. Just saying. I've witnessed an accidental hit. The person that hit the victim, not at fault. Victim walked out in front of him. It was dark, wearing dark clothes. Victim was drunk. The poor guy that hit him just got back from Afghanistan. Was devastated, and he was in the car in front of me. It could have been me, but I had a car in front of me. Come flying out of his shoes. So, devil's advocate here. Yeah, easily people come out of their shoes when they're hit by a vehicle. What concerns me is the fact that if he was there at 2-something-30 in the morning and all the people left after he was supposedly dead or hit by the vehicle, he may not have been deceased at that point, but he was injured laying in the snow. How did they not see him when he's wearing dark clothing in a white, even if it's just a hint of snow on the ground, it's still a big contrast. How did they not see him? It's going to be interesting when they start showing the pictures and the graphs where all this is. I have a visual in my head, but I want to see the actual forensic stuff. Okay, y'all, I think I'm done with this. I don't eat a whole lot at one time. I'm more of a grazer throughout the day. Let me see if I can bring up those images for you. Where did they go? Let me look under my court file. Nope. Probably here. Nope. I wanted to possibly show you these, but I don't know why they're not here. I'll pull them up myself like I did with you guys. But the graft prosecution in the state, I'm finding that a little bit weird to me. I find that for a prosecution in state to have, why are the comments so big? I find for the prosecution and state to have that big of a difference in timeline, I struggle with that as a juror. Why is there we go. I'm playing with my layout because all of a sudden it's not making me happy. It's changed on me and I need to see. There we go. I'm going to, sorry guys. Let me hop on over. I'm going to see if I can find some of the questions and comments on the live feed. Any other thoughts? Oh, I did have a question. By the way, thank you so much, mods, for your due diligence a couple of minutes ago. I really, really appreciate you and I appreciate your hard work. Y'all rock. So someone says a dog, 13 other people, a 14-year-old, children, soccer mom, and all together versus an angry, upset girlfriend. It's laughable. There is no exculpatory evidence for Reed other than some after 2 years plus would have been named, charged, and on trial instead of Redmond. Anyone who thinks, okay, I don't get that one. Irish Hewlett. Who else would they be able to blame to cover this up? They wanted the plow guy to get hit, but it didn't happen. That's what I wanted to talk to you about, the plow guy. Okay, y'all, I find that very interesting that you sit there and you have a guy who is a snow plowsman. He is bound and by a bunch of things. I mean, but he would have seen the body. Thanks for coming back. He would have seen the body of the deceased or the victim and would have called if it was there. I mean, he's trained to look out for things like a body laying in the snow. I mean, I really struggle with that. There's a lot of people in the chat that believe this is a cover up. There were wounds. Just because they don't look how you would like them to doesn't mean they weren't wounds from a relevant being hit by a car. Okay, let's talk about being hit by a car, y'all. Oh, exactly. You would have seen it being so high above. That's true. Now let's talk about being hit by a car. I've seen many bodies that were hit by a vehicle. And I got food on my fingers, drive me nuts. If he was hit in the manner of which, now mind you, this is all hypothetical. If he was hit in the manner in which the prosecution are saying he was, it bears it to mind that he would most likely have some bruising, redness, marks, impact evidence. And if he was standing up and if they are right with their measurements, then he would have bruising somewhere within the torso. So why is it that the case here? I've seen bodies that were hit going less than 10 miles an hour. I have a friend who's deaf that was hit at 45, 50 miles an hour. And let me tell you, there is going to be very, very specific bruising and markings that I'm not hearing about. They had no damage to his torso. That to me doesn't make any sense. And I'm not trying to just debunk the prosecution. I'm going to go for the defense as well. So Irish Hewlett says, we will see if defense even has the right qualified experts. Okay. Someone who's been run over or crushed by an SUV in my outer injuries were nothing like this. They were all inside. Most not a scratch otherwise. So somebody, this person said they were hit. Yeah, the injuries to me look more. Oh, the canine teeth, exactly. Someone said, did her car have canine teeth? Oh, other people are talking about what does our looks have anything to do with this? I think they got hit by the same person. The thing about the body injuries, once again, is okay, let's play the defense game. They're claiming that there were injuries to the arm like a dog. So the dog may have attacked him because the dog didn't know him. Or it could have been that there was a fight in the house. How do we know? Maybe one of the gentlemen in the house. Oh, yeah, that's God, I love this chart. Thank you, Randy Churchwell. Brian Higgins was in the house the night this happened. So, hypothetically, let's play along. Brian Albert was in the house with his wife, Nicole. Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe, Jen being the Jennifer that they referred to, they have connections with the prosecutor. I got to get the glasses on for this, y'all. I am so sorry. I'm old. I am getting old. So much better. They have connections with the prosecutor, social, and with the kids. My mouse is slowed down. There we go. Brian Albert, Nicole Albert were in the house. Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe were in the house. They're friends with Nicole Albert. Brian Albert's brother, John Albert Jr., was in the house with Caitlin Albert. The AG works for the Attorney General's office. Their dog, Chloe, was in the house. And the son or the nephew of Brian Albert, Colin Albert, was in the house. Also, a Julie Nagel and a Sarah Levinston were in the house. Ryan Higgins and John O'Keefe. Hypothetically, if he made it into the house, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 human beings and a dog in the house. Now, here's the thing. Brian Higgins was in the house and he is having a romantic affair with Karen Reed. What if John O'Keefe, and they're all drunk, you know what alcohol can do, and they're all drunk. What if John O'Keefe, finds out that Karen Reed was having a affair with his coworker, Brian Higgins, and a fight ensued. And you know what happens when a fight happens in front of a dog sometimes? The dog joins in. I'm just saying. It's possible. What do y'all think about that? They might have fought over Karen. Karen has multiple sclerosis and Crohn's disease. Oh, some people are so jerky. I'm not going to finish that comment. So, what do y'all think about that? I mean, to me, someone says it's way too early to say for sure. I'm leaning towards not guilty. I think he was beaten in the house and thrown out to find his own way home, which time he passed out and died. That is a very plausible thing. He very well could have passed out after being kicked out of the house. He was drunk. He had a lot of alcohol in him, maybe. Or the head injury, he passed out from that. Well, it just depends on the dog. But once again, I would love if it happened like it does on TV. That if, and it's a big if, she's innocent, a witness screws up on the stand and you get the aha, oh crap moment. Here's the other thing. What about the dog? You have a beloved dog for years. And then with weeks or a month or so or a short period of time of the death of somebody who has bite marks all over him. Yeah, German Shepherds are very well known for being excessively protective of their owners. Why did they give him away? Why did they rehome him? Why rehome the dog? Unless, like a lot of people believe, once a dog draws blood, that's it. The dog drew blood. If it got into an attack and this family has children, especially if they have foot children, then, well, it's really hard to match bites and all that when the dog is gone. I mean, that to me is kind of now. Let's go on the prosecutor's side. Let's talk about the blood on the bumper. I mean, is it blood and hair or hair for sure on the bumper? How would that have gotten there? You can't say that the detective put the hair on there because the body went with the ambulance to the hospital and was declared at the hospital. I'll be honest, it's very difficult to match a dog bite when they're ripping and tearing. If it was just a straight clamp down, I could see you matching it. But the pictures I'd seen, it looked more like a ripping. So it just depends on the pictures, and we'll see them, I'm sure. Let's see if I can pull that up. I'm going to try and pull those up. Yeah, exactly. That to me is where I'm like, on top of snow, that doesn't fit. Okay, I don't want us to have the thing. If it doesn't fit, you must acquit. Okay, I have the image. I'm going to share the screen. By the way, I'm going to put up the banner. Trigger warning, trigger warning. I am warning you now. The image is not pretty. And if you have a problem with images, please, you got a fair warning. Here we go, y'all. I wish I could make it bigger, but I can't. If I click on it, it goes to the house. See these wounds? It is kind of difficult to do a bite mark match. It really is. That would be difficult to do a bite mark match on a dog. Okay, we're going to pull that down. I'm going to get this back. So, yeah. Oh, go on. I appreciate you being here, Miss Kevin. Yeah, you see what I mean now? Those you can't match that. You absolutely cannot. Y'all, please share with your friends. Tag your friends, whatever you guys can do. The last I checked, and I'm looking now, I am sitting at 196 subscriptions. I'm really wanting to get to 200 today. Please, it's only 4 more people. 4 more people. You can do this. We can do this. No problem, Miss Sparkles. No problem. So, someone was talking about some of the other comments were about her being in the emergency waiting room and screaming and acting out. Y'all, when your loved one, boyfriend, whatever dies, some people you can't judge their reaction on that. In my humble opinion, that is a very, very normal reaction. Now, the kiss blowing, that kind of got my attention. I'm like, dude, did you have a relationship with this woman? I'm looking at comments. Yeah, a lot of them are talking about the evidence on the internet and that we need to not go there. So I am not going to go there. Someone says getting rid of the dog is irrelevant. No, I think it is relevant. If the dog did, in fact, attack, that's relevant. The brother Paul, after when he was getting ready to leave the emergency room, the hospital, and they were leaving, he blew her, i.e., Karen, a kiss. He said it on the witness stand. I was pretty perplexed by that. That's not what you do when your brother is dead. Mhm. Now, I'm seeing some comments that in another feed about the house and some things that were going on, but I don't wish to bring that in. I'm trying to keep the evidence as it is. Now, I want to say that I know I don't know what it's like to tell my children that my husband was dead or their father was dead, but I guess it wouldn't be that much different than telling them that their daddy's never coming home because he's in prison. My children reacted the same way had my husband died. It was horrific. If let's just argue for the sake, if Karen was drinking and driving and did accidentally hit O'Keefe and didn't know it, that still is a crime. Different case, different trial, but still a crime. But yet that's kind of what they're saying here. I mean, they're saying that she ran over him and she was drunk, but the motive here is different. My thing is we heard that I'm really struggling getting past the tail light. I got to be honest. That's what keeps going through my mind is that tail light. If the defense has a camera on the house that shows that she backed up into his vehicle accidentally, then she drives off and the headlight is cracked but not broken. If it had broke, then there would be debris in the driveway. And that's where someone could have picked up debris, in my humble opinion. But what gets me is why did she raise the alarm at 4 something in the morning? I'm sorry. No, I'm not sorry. I'm tired of saying I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. I would never have gone to that length of alertness, fear, concern. If I had somebody that I knew was at somebody's house after a night of drinking and they drank at the bar until the bar closed and then they go to someone's house and they're drinking some more, I would probably expect him to spend the night or get a call to come pick him up. So where is the, oh, we have 3 new messages. Sorry, y'all. It's okay, Aaron. Everything's good, mods. We're all good. Y'all got to do what you got to do. So, but why was the level of alarmness at 4:30 in the morning? I'm ballparking time. Why was that such a big deal? I just have a problem with that. Why would she call 2 other women to come with her to search for him? And then when she gets there, she's the only one that sees him in the snow. That to me is very suspicious. And I'm sorry I'm squinting, y'all. I don't have my glasses on. I left my other glasses at home, and these are not my favorite glasses. I don't know how they look. I think they compete with everything I have on, and honestly, they're not helping me all that much today. They're bifocals. They help for the close up, but they're not helping for the distance. Somebody's stating that John's wet clothing was left in the trunk of a cruiser for a week. Okay, I'm sure that'll come out in trial. If I had someone call me at 4:30 in the morning and said, "Yeah, I dropped John off at Brian's house after we had dinner." They were there. And it's 4:30 and he's not home. I'd say, um, let me get to it. Turn it on. Please. Again, that would be please. And I forget to sign. I got to remember that. Because for me, I'm sleeping after being awake till after midnight, partying and drinking and having fun. And then you want me to wake up and go with you to search for your boyfriend who is probably passed out at the house of his friend, Brian. So tell me, why are you calling me at 4:30 in the morning? Not understanding that. I think possibly she knew what to expect when she drove to that house, and she drove straight to that house, Brian's house. How did she know that she was going to find him there? And then the only person who saw the body was her. Yeah, that's true. She was drunk, but it's still strange. It's very strange. Now, the comment, "I hit him." It's possible that she may have, if John got out of the car, if she's drunk and John, I'm going to do J-O-K for John O'Keefe. If John O'Keefe got out of the car and was standing and she's drunk and she backs up and hits him and doesn't know it, that's still on her. She still killed him. That means she's guilty. Sometimes when we're in a situation where there's a death and you've been drinking, you assume things and that could happen. That's very possible. But for me, I don't know. I have to wait and see more of the evidence to show me where she was. I want to see the police video of her. I'm going to do KR for Karen Reed. I'm setting it up for the deaf community. Where are your thoughts on that point? Just because it's corruption doesn't mean it pertains to nobody. Karen and her case doesn't mean she's innocent either. And that's true. You can have a little bit of both. Over here, Karen Reed could have hit John O'Keefe. And then you have over here the corruption. You could have a little bit of both at the same time. That's a good point. Okay, guys, what time is it? Okay, they're supposed to be back in a few minutes. Stretch. Let's have a little stretch moment. Let's kind of get our bodies a little moving. Let's get me this one. And let's try to. All right, Maud, you like that one? Or this one? I think this one. And let's get ready for the next couple of hours. If you have to go to ladies' room, grab you some food, get you a cup of coffee, which I might go do later. Go do that. I'll be right back as we get ready for the next part of trial. So please stick with us. Do a moment of stretching and breaking, and we'll be right back. Okay, I hope I wasn't just talking that whole time without y'all. My Rodecaster Pro, I'm going to have to send back and get a new one. It's glitching like crazy. God, I hope you didn't miss out on everything I just said. Oh, I guess no. Y'all heard me because you're commenting with me. Okay, that's good. Okay, let me go up here and see if we're back in court. It says they're coming back. There's somebody there who posted that they'll be back in a minute. They are coming back. And for those of you who are just hopping on and don't know why I look the way I look, sorry, I'm trying to get comfortable again. Don't know why I look the way I look. I am, my heritage is Irish, Cherokee, Cree, And this is in honor of my native because they are having the, oh gosh, I'm brain dead, y'all. Y'all, I'm struggling. Powwow 2024. Here, I'll show you what they have. Okay, here we go. This is live. I want to share this. I'm going to turn the volume on.
I know this much talking about Iron Star Singers Stand By. Gentlemen, come
This is what I like to show. That's men. There's women.
there.
I want to get to the women. Single dresses. I don't do that one, y'all. This is going on right now. This is the 2024 Gathering of Nations Powwow.
Let 'em
It is
hear
where
it,
everybody comes together
Albuquerque.
and
That was
has
song
one
number
big
1. You're gonna get
national
another song.
powwow. And it is an amazing thing. You just saw were jingle dress
Young Spirit, stand
dancers.
by. We're gonna ask
The
you to
dress
sing
has
us a
got a
change-up
big
song
heritage,
here for
and it's very important.
number
And this is the one that I would do if I danced. To see the lady in this dark green here, I have a dress similar to that I made. All of these regalia are handmade. You see, I have the headband on. I do have the earrings. Here's the big barrette that you can see them wearing. See, hers are like a kind of sort of a square rectangle, triangle thing. This is very traditional dance. These are the Southern tribe. There's so much I can explain now. But aren't their regalia absolutely gorgeous? The dresses that you see here, most of them, like this one in blue, in this gold one here, and the red, that is 100% wool. It is very hot. It's very expensive. It runs anywhere from $75 for the least expensive to $150, $200 a yard. It is hand woven. So these regalias are very, very valuable, both financially and emotionally, and a lot of times spiritually. All the beadwork you see on their leggings, which is the calf area that you see, their moccasins, everything is handmade. The shawl that you see here, I have one here. This is this is to represent the missing, murdered Indigenous women. That's why I have red on. And that's for women who have been missing, murdered, and taken into slavery of all kinds. So we'll stop that now and we'll go back to trial. But that is why they're not in trial yet. But that is why I am in my regalia, because I'm honoring my heritage this week. I will not be in, this is very minimal. This is just a little part of it. I have a ribbon skirt, which you can see that's got red. So anyway, I handmade this headband. I hand beaded the barrettes and the earrings. It takes about 600 hours to do a full regalia. Okay, here we go. Now, I don't know why why do we not have sound for them? I have full sound on all parts. Why do we not have sound? Let me refresh. I'm trying to get sound. That is so weird. Let's see what I can do. This is not on my end, y'all. This is on their end. Let me exit out of that. I'm going to open up a new page and see if we can get it back. That's one good thing, is I can always scroll back. There we go. We're going to scroll back a little bit. I think because
Ben and Miss Reed had gone upstairs for some period of time, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's at your brother's house on Meadows Ave?
Correct.
And who, if anyone, had she gone upstairs with?
Her father,
About how long were they upstairs for?
10, 15 minutes.
And as far as, was there anyone else in the upstairs area of the home with them at the time that they were upstairs?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Now, as
they
far
were there
as
alone.
Miss Reed was concerned, what, if any, conversation did you have with her while she was at the house for that period of 30 minutes or so?
None, really.
And as far as any other members of her family, without any reference to what it was, what, if any, sort of substantial conversation, what, if any, conversation did you have with either her father, her brother, or the brother's wife?
Again, none, not really. I didn't really have much interaction with any of them while they're at the house.
Now, you're obviously familiar with your brother's house on Meadows Ave, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as the house itself, what, if any, sort of security did your brother have installed on that house on Meadows Ave?
He's got, excuse me, a ring. He had a Ring doorbell, and then a Ring camera floodlight combination above the garage doors overlooking the driveway.
And when you say the doorbell, how many sort of points of, how many doors or entrances into the house were there?
With cameras, I would say 2. I mean, the driveway and then the main front door of the house.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Maybe just 3 photographs, exhibits 2, 3, and 4. If you could just look at those briefly and look up when you finish. And generally speaking, sir, do you recognize what's depicted in those 3 photographs?
Yes. The first.
Before we get to them, in general,
yes.
do you recognize those? Okay. And what do you recognize them in general terms? What do you recognize them to be photographs of?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
Y'all.
And Ms. Gilman, if I could have
Y'all. I got to pause. We are 1 subscriber away from the 200 mark. Come on, y'all. Please, if you have not subscribed, it would bless me to the moon and back. Please. Comment, like, and subscribe. Share.
May I approach again, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to hand you here as a laser point.
Oh, that's why I'm not hearing well.
Okay.
And again, sir, what's up on the screen is exhibit number 2. What are we looking at?
That's my brother's house at 1 Meadows Ave in Canton.
And as far as the Ring doorbell camera that you were referring to, is that something that's visible in this photograph?
Not in that photograph, no.
And so typically when you would come over
he's
to
the
your
one
brother's
breathing.
house, what would be sort of the general points or
Please.
door that you would use to go inside the house?
So either the garage door or there's a side door
Thank you, beloved.
right behind that bush.
So behind that bush, is there any sort of like walkway or anything like that over there?
Yeah, so there's a walkway that leads up to a couple of steps and then to the entryway.
Is that where the Ring doorbell would have been located, labeled as sort of the front door?
Yes.
And the garage area with the driveway that you were referencing in relation to this photograph?
Y'all,
is
that's
depicted
not
in
me
this
breathing
photograph,
on
is
the
that fair to say?
microphone. That's
Correct.
him.
So which sort of, with relation to this photograph, understanding that it's not depicted in it, where would that
The driveway would be to the right side of the house as we're viewing it from here.
And if I could turn your attention to the next exhibit, number 3. Ms.
Welcome,
Gilman, if I could have
welcome. Thank you, Doug.
that. And what's up on the
Thank
screen? Is that what you have
Doug.
before you as exhibit number
Love
3?
you.
Correct.
1 subscriber
And
away, y'all.
whereabouts in relation to the house What are we looking at?
201.
So that would be the driveway, right side of the house, 2 garage doors, the upstairs window.
Okay, I gotta stop, y'all. Thank you so very, 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 very much. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. We hit the 200 mark. Oh my God, I want to cry. But I don't want to cry in front of you. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, this last couple of weeks have been amazing and I love everybody. We will do more celebrating later, but right now let's get back to the trial.
Window and the Ring camera / floodlight combination.
Now, with respect to the garage, was there a particular way that your brother would have kept sort of the garage area?
Yeah, he had on the left side, he had a 1971 Ford LTD parked over that side.
Oh, the year I was born.
And he would typically park his car on the right side.
It's a 53-year-old car.
So the car that you were talking about before, that being the Chevy Traverse, is that correct?
Correct.
And so the floodlight combination with the camera, that you see that in this photograph, is that correct?
Yes,
You could just using the laser pointer direct the jury's attention to that.
right under the window.
And as far as these particular Ring cameras, driveway, garage one, and the front door, the sort of side entryway there, who, if anyone,
Him off the
as far
mic.
as you knew, had access to those particular cameras? How would they be accessed?
Most likely through the Ring app
Be careful.
on your cell phone.
53.
And I believe the only ones who had access to was my brother and Karen Reed.
And as far as your brother,
All right, I'll strike that, see if you can lay a foundation.
Ooh.
as far as your brother was, what if anything would he do with reference to those Ring cameras and his app on his phone when people would arrive at his house?
I mean, a few times he talked to me through the speaker. You know, if I pulled up to the house and he wasn't home, and he would speak to me on it, but I'm not sure if I follow the entire question.
No, and that's exactly, so there were points where you would come to the house, correct, and he wasn't there?
Yes.
And he would sort of talk to you through the Ring application, is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yes.
No, I'm
Now,
not.
as
marrying
far
him
as
again.
Ms. Reed was, when you say you believe she had access to it, what leads you to believe?
I believe the kids had mentioned it before. Kaylee and Patrick, mostly Patrick.
All right, I'm going to strike that.
Now, if I could direct your attention to the next exhibit before you, exhibit number 4.
That's you're saying he doesn't know? They can ask the children. The children
And
will.
again, sir, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as exhibit 4?
Correct.
And if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of the house we're looking at here, and if anything in relation to the Ring that you observed here.
That is also the driveway from a different view. Call it the top of the driveway looking down onto the street. Right in this picture here, the Ring camera or the floodlight ring is not visible.
And the walkway that you were talking about that was behind the bush, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes.
Okay, if you could direct the jury's attention to where that is. So if you follow that walkway sort of around to the bush, where does that lead?
Right to the like breezeway door.
If I may approach it.
Yes.
Someone needs to get that man off the mic. He's too close. He's breathing obscenely. Really? Woo.
Now, Mr. O'Keefe, the Ring camera that we're talking about, have you seen those on like a disc form? Is that correct?
Have I seen them on a disc form? I'm not sure if I follow that question.
Sure. Have you viewed any Ring camera footage from either the front door or the driveway to your brother's house?
No, I didn't have access.
Okay. Now, Madam Mayor, we approach.
Yes.
Y'all, I'm only going to say this once today. There will be no discussion of any kind of sexual, inappropriate, of any kind on this channel. Whether it's no matter what it is. God, you have my permission, man, that word comes up. I need to figure out how to block the word. I'll learn how to do that. I'm going to not acceptable. We are now in a sidebar. Back.
All right, so Mr. Lally, you have something to mark as an exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor. So there are 2 discs, one labeled Meadow Ave Ring Videos. Oh, sorry.
So they've already been marked.
Already been marked.
All right, so the next.
I'm sorry.
Go
We don't
right
talk
ahead.
about people
No.
like that.
Okay. So
Oh, mods today. Ooh.
And let us know if you want the lights dimmed at all, Mr. Lally.
I did
yes,
turn
please.
it down.
Do you want
we'll
that
try
now?
it again, okay?
Would please? Thank you.
I don't. We'll work on it. I'm sorry.
So, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from what's been marked as Exhibit 6, the driveway camera.
Bet the cameramen are having fun with this
If I could have video number
lighting in there.
161.
It's changing a lot.
And if you could just pause that just for a moment. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, what's up on the screen there? Do you generally recognize what's depicted there?
It looks like Karen Reed's vehicle, my brother's vehicle, and it looks like another SUV behind it. I don't know the 2 people.
If you could, just using the laser pointer before you, if you could just direct the jury's attention
Oh,
to
yeah.
which vehicle you're talking about when you. So starting with Ms. Reed's vehicle, where is it in this video that you observed?
I believe it's that
Thank
one
you
right
so
there.
much, babe.
And your brother's vehicle?
Is back there.
And the vehicle you're referring to as your vehicle, where is it? And if you know, when about is this video depicting in relation to what you've described as the events of January 29th?
I mean, that would be in the morning coming back from the hospital, mid-morning.
And as far as the people within this video, do you recognize any of the people within?
That'd be myself. I believe that behind me could be Kerry Roberts, because I believe that's Kerry Roberts' car. She drove my father back from the hospital to One Meadows.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just run the video.
Oh, that's my mother.
That's his mama. I guess he's putting his windshield wipers up so don't freeze to the windshield. Boy, that's a northern. You know what to do. Everybody puts their windshield wipers up so they don't stick. How horrible, y'all. Just found out that he had passed. As they're trying to get in the house. Okay, so there's the other woman and the dad.
Ms. Gilman, from the same exhibit, if I could have Bill Mark. 165. Again, Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause that briefly. Now, with respect to this video, do you recognize the vehicle that just pulled into the driveway?
That looks like Karen Reed in the photo, on the video. I assume that's her father's car.
So this would have been the time that Ms. Reed, the defendant, arrived with her family from the hospital as well?
Correct.
Y'all notice
And,
that
Ms. Gilman,
the
if you could
tire
just
here
run that.
and looks like this car was here at an earlier time. You can see something was here and is missing. Oh, she opens up the. You see what I'm talking about? So there could have a tire here, 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 and here from earlier, where the car had been sitting prior. I don't know. Just curious. He's got enough snow built up on the top of his car. You can tell that's been there a while.
Thank you. If I could ask for the next labeled video from Exhibit 6, number 166. Gentlemen, if I could ask you to pause there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, with the last video, the two individuals sort of walking over to the house, do you recognize who those were?
Yeah, it appeared to be Karen Reed and her father.
And the individual who just got out of the same vehicle, do you recognize that?
That appears to be Karen Reed's brother, Nathan.
And again, this particular day, January 29th, at your brother's
So
house.
the
that's
father
first
left
time that you
and
met
Karen
him, is
Reed.
that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
Karen Reed's father left her there, and the brother shows up, or is Karen Reed and the father leave together, and then the brother shows up? Not clear on this one. So I guess they're cleaning out the windshield. I've never lived in this kind of weather. Maybe I did for about a year after I
Ms.
was
Gilman,
about
from
to
the
get
same
piped.
exhibit number 6, if I could have video 169.
It's a good idea to leave them. Oh, somebody else showed up.
Just there for a moment, please. Now, as far as you mentioned earlier in your testimony that after Ms. Reed arrived at the house, that your nephew Patrick came home as well.
Correct.
And do you see your nephew Patrick in this video up on the screen now?
Yes.
So this would depict when he got dropped off, essentially.
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just run that, please.
Oh, there's a kid. Heartbreaking for them to lose their mom, then their dad, then their uncle. I mean, who are they with now? I mean, you would talk about grief and abandonment issues. Poor babies. I'm going to change the view to a bigger view.
Ms. Gilman, from the same Exhibit 6, if I could have number 176. Pause that right there.
Okay, that's Karen Reed leaving.
Now, from this video, you referenced early in your testimony, Ms. Reed had gathered some belongings and then had left with all of the vehicles that her family came with, correct?
Correct.
And do you recognize anyone depicted in this video, number 176?
That's Karen Reed.
And what, if anything, do you observe in this video her to have in her hand at this time?
Looks like some type of a bag.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this one.
I want to know what she removed from the house. There's the brother. Or is that the father? I can't tell. Moving like a young man, so maybe brother.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if I could have from the same Exhibit 6, number 178. I could ask you to just pause it right there. Now, Mr. O'Keefe, you were at your brother's house on Meadows Ave for a majority of that day, correct?
Yes.
Okay. About how long were you there into the evening?
Yes.
And at some point were attempts made in and around your brother's house, driveway, the walkway, things of that nature, as far as snow removal was concerned?
At one point, other than me shoveling, Patrick's friend's father came with a snowblower.
That was nice.
And so initially it was you shoveling, what if anything was your father doing while you were shoveling as well?
It was just me shoveling.
I need to get a longer cord.
And do you recognize what's depicted up in this video as far as any individuals in this video?
I believe that is me standing there with the shovel.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this.
That's why I would not live in a snowy area, because I couldn't do that every day for months. God love y'all that do. This chick won't. The arthritis would kill me forever. I couldn't handle it. I feel bad that he's having to do that right after he lost his brother. Then again, I don't know. That snow's coming down. Once again, thank you guys for watching and help me reach 200 subscribers today. Y'all are such a blessing, and I greatly, greatly appreciate you.
Ms. Gilman, from that same Exhibit 6, could I have video number 185?
Now we got the equipment.
Ms. Gilman, if you could just pause it right there. Now, in reference to the snowblower coming out, or sort of the friend of Patrick, the father of Patrick's friends, do you recognize anybody in this video here?
I'm assuming that's the father of Patrick's friend, but I'm not sure.
So fair to say this was later in the day after you were out there shoveling and after the defendant had left the house, is that correct?
Yes.
You can't even tell he shoveled.
With regard to that particular day of January 29th, do you recall any law enforcement, whether they be PD or state police coming to the house while you were there that day?
Not on the 29th, no.
During the course of clearing a driveway out as far as snow or ice, what, if anything, did you observe as far as beyond just sort of snow and ice? Were there any sort of other items within the driveway that you recall seeing, or?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
And Ms. Gilman, if you could just play this video.
You did not see any broken tail light from the car? No little pieces on the ground where the white snow is? Did not see any broken car tail light? So that means it was only cracked, not destroyed, just damaged a little bit. Are you going to tell me we're going to sit here and watch someone shovel, clean snow? I say shovel, but he's not. Oh, good.
And lastly, from this exhibit, Ms. Gilman, if you could, from Exhibit 6, pull up video number 239.
So my question to be, at any time when you were there, did you or did you not see any
Mr.
evidence
O'Keefe,
of
what's up on
broken tail
the
light?
screen right now is that essentially what the driveway looked like at the end of sort of the snow blowing and the shoveling and snow removal that day.
Yes.
And that vehicle towards the top, that's your vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this around the time that you would have been leaving your brother's house on January 29th?
Yes.
So where are the kids? Who are the kids staying with?
Mr. Courthouse, we can have the lights back up. Thank you, sir.
What I want to know, who are the kids staying with? Oh, his
May I
mother,
approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
father, I guess. Just-
Recognize that?
Yes.
Cheat sheet.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have Exhibit 1 up. And Ms. Gilman, if you could just
Sister-in-law?
enlarge that a little. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for
And what's up
sticking
on
with me.
the
Appreciate
screen,
it.
Mr. O'Keefe? Is that what you have before you as Exhibit number 1?
Yes.
And what are we looking at in this exhibit?
That's my brother.
Oh,
And as far as your earlier testimony in regard to the vehicle that he kept sort of on the left side of the garage, what, if anything, do you recognize?
It's depicted in the picture. It's a convertible 1971 Ford LTD.
You're always
And with reference to that vehicle, how did your brother feel about that vehicle?
baby.
He enjoyed it. He thought it was fun driving around, in a convertible. Nephew Patrick enjoyed, being driven to baseball games and whatnot. And it's so
Convertible. Who wouldn't be?
And
Gotta get
your
the
niece,
milk off,
Kaylee,
though.
how did she feel about it?
she did not like it. Still doesn't.
Thank you, sir. May I approach this to retrieve your?
It is very thick, heavy leather.
All right.
Not the best for sitting in all day.
Mr. O'Keefe, sir, I have no questions for you.
All right, Mr. O'Keefe, you are all set, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow.
Sir.
No questions.
1 second, Jody. You're next
Commonwealth
witness.
said, I'm sorry, your Commonwealth will call Mrs. Erin O'Keefe to the stand.
Oh, y'all. I feel for the family. It is so horrible to have to do this. I had to testify against my husband, well, for him.
This officer of the
Not
evidence in the
against,
court during the
for
case
him.
now hearing the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may take this.
In a federal court. Let me tell y'all, that was scary. Would not want to do it again. Not my cup of tea. Not anything I find fun.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I don't see her on the
Could
chart.
you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Erin O'Keefe, Okeefe,
And where is it that you live now?
West Bridgewater.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with my husband, Paul, and our two girls.
Paul's wife.
And how long have you lived there in West Bridgewater?
Be 10 years this year.
And your girls, how old are your girls?
Now 13 and 10.
And what is your husband's name?
Paul.
And how long have you and Paul been together? How long have you been married?
It'll be 24 years this year and 17 years married this year.
And do you work now?
He got
do.
the dates right. Lucky him.
Currently, I switched jobs. Currently, I work for a mechanical contractor.
And just sort of in general terms, what type of work is it that you do?
I'm their marketing director.
And you said you switched jobs, so how long have you been doing this sort of new job?
I'll be there 2 years in October.
And your husband, Paul, how did the two of you meet?
I was his waitress in a bar when he was in college.
And as far as your husband Paul is concerned, his parents, what are their names?
John and Margaret,
And your husband Paul, did he have any siblings?
2, an older sister and an older brother, John and Kristen.
And of the 3, John, Kristen, and Paul, who's the oldest, who was the youngest, and what is sort of the age difference between the 3?
Kristen was the oldest. Johnny was next, and Paul being the youngest. And
You've already gone through this.
Paul,
She's the sister-in-law.
what,
Why
3
do you
years
do
younger
this
than
again?
Johnny? 4.
I'm sorry. This
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, she was the oldest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Was she married at some point?
Yes, her husband, Steve.
Do you recall about when it was that your sister-in-law, Kristen, and Steve got married?
They got married in 2006.
And your sister-in-law, Kristen, and her husband, Steve, did they have any children?
They did, Kaylee and Patrick.
And Kaylee and Patrick, about how old are they?
Kaylee is 16 now, and Patrick is 13 now.
I see.
Now, excuse me. At some point, did their last name was Furbush, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, did your sister-in-law, Kristen, her husband, Stephen, and their children move to the town of Canton?
They did.
And about what time or what year was that?
2009, 2010, I believe.
And if you know, where had they been living previously before they moved to Canton?
They were renting out their townhouse in Abington, so they were living in Dorchester with Johnny.
And if you know, at the time that they were living with Johnny, were both Patrick and Kaylee born yet, or
Just Kaylee.
just Kaylee? So fair to say she was relatively young at that point.
Yes.
Now, at some point, your sister-in-law, Kristen, got sick, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall when about that was?
She had a
that
brain
you
tumor.
learned of that?
It was June 2013, beginning of June.
And do you recall what she was sick from or what the diagnosis was?
She was diagnosed with glioblastoma.
That's
And
severe, Red.
at some point subsequent to that, she passed. Is that correct?
Correct. 6 months later,
Oh,
Sometime in
Quick.
fall, November 2013.
November 11th, 2013.
hmm.
Now, at that point in November of 2013, as far as you and the rest of your family was concerned, what was sort of the plan or the expectation as far as what was going to happen with the children, Patrick and Carrie?
I know that my in-laws were helping while Steve was still here. Steve passed away 2 months later, but my in-laws were helping Steve kind of get acclimated.
And what, if any, role did your brother-in-law, you called him Johnny, is that correct?
Yes.
So what, if any, role did your brother-in-law Johnny have with respect to the kids during this time?
He was very involved because he was very involved when my sister-in-law was sick. I think he was out on, he'd hurt his hand or something when he was working out on the, when he was out on the streets, I guess. And so he was on disability and was helping and going to the hospital all the time and being with Kristen.
And you mentioned he was out on disability and that he was working. What was it that your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, what did he do for work?
He was a police officer in Boston.
Now, you mentioned that shortly after your sister-in-law Kristen passed away, her husband Stephen also passed away. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, if anything, sort of
But they're not
became the
saying
plan?
how.
What happened with respect to your niece and nephew following their father's death?
Paul and Johnny went out to lunch one day, and we had kind of assumed because Johnny was out on, the streets doing his job like that Paul and I would take the kids, and Johnny said he was going to do it.
So he sort of volunteered or stepped up to do it, correct?
How did
Correct.
Steve pass away? Does anybody
And
know?
pursuant to that, where did Johnny go to live? Where did the kids live when he did that?
Johnny moved into their house in Canton, the original house that Steve and Kristen had bought. He moved in with the kids there.
And about how long was it that Johnny lived there with the kids before he assumed that role?
Maybe 4 or 5 years. I don't remember the exact year that he bought the new house.
And so they lived there for 4 or 5 years, and then you mentioned that he bought a new house. Where was the new house that he bought?
The new house is the house now on Meadows Ave in Canton.
And so from whenever time Johnny bought that house, he lived there basically with the kids, Kaylee and Patrick, until he passed away as well, correct?
Correct.
And with respect to your niece and nephew, what, if any, sort of legal relationship did Johnny have with respect to the kids, Patrick?
He became their guardian.
And during the time that, from the time that your brother-in-law Johnny sort of took over that guardianship with respect to your niece and nephew, as far as dating was concerned, what, if any, sort of long-term relationships did he have during that period? And before you answer that, if I could just ask you for your definition as far as what do you deem or term as far as a long-term relationship?
1, 2 years, I guess, as a start, 2 years.
So during that time, after he assumed sort of guardianship of the kids, how many of those relationships, 1 to 2 years or so, did Johnny have during that time?
2.
And what were the names of the people that he had those relationships
The first was Amy, and then Karen.
And just to be clear, by Amy, that was, where she lived, what town?
She resides in Westwood.
And she had children of her own, is that correct?
Yes.
And the second that you mentioned was Karen, is that correct?
Correct.
What is Karen's last name?
Reed.
Just for clarity purposes, do you see the person, you knew Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
So just for clarity purposes, for the record, do you see Karen Reed in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Black or blue blazer.
Or I just asked the record reflect the identification of the defendant by the witness.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, as far as her relationship with regard to your niece and nephew. What, if any, sort of legal relationship did she have with regard to either your niece or nephew or to your brother-in-law, Johnny
None.
O'Keefe?
Legal, none.
Now, as far as
She's just a
over the
girlfriend.
course, well, when was the first time that you recall meeting the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I believe it was in June of 2020 during COVID.
Based on sort of your understanding, when was that in relation to when they began sort of their relationship?
I think it was in February or March of that same year.
So right around the time that the pandemic caused a sort of general shutdown, correct?
I think so, yes.
Now, as far as you were aware, did you know of any sort of pre-existing relationship or any time that they had dated in the past prior to that February, March of 2020?
I learned that after the fact.
So fair to say during any sort of previous time that they may or may not have dated, you hadn't met Ms. Reed, you weren't aware of her at all?
Correct. I had not met her.
And do you recall sort of where you were or what the circumstances were the first time that you met the defendant?
I believe we were all coming to our house. It was either, it may have been a birthday party or Father's Day, but we were out on the patio. I think it was June.
So John O'Keefe, Miss Reed, as well as the children came over to your house for some kind of holiday or something?
Correct.
Now, from that time sort of going forward, how would you describe sort of your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I liked her a lot.
And as far as prior to January 29th of 2022, would you consider yourself or characterize your relationship as friends?
I would.
And about how often, sort of from that time of when you first met her in June of 2020 through January, the end of January 2022, how often would you see sort of your niece, your nephew, Mr. O'Keefe, and or Ms. Reed?
1-2 times a month. It was COVID, so when we could be outside or all get together, or if there was a birthday.
And were there any occasions where you would have occasion to spend time with or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe?
Yes, and we talked quite often.
And just in regard to sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship and sort of where everybody lived or where everybody stayed, or how often, things like that?
I believe that Karen was there most times. I do know that she liked to go home on Mondays just to kind of have a fresh time by herself, and Thursdays she was teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays as well. But for the majority of the time, I believe she was over there.
Now, just to be clear, when you say over there, you mean the house on Meadows?
Correct.
When you say she was home, where else did she have a home during that time?
In Mansfield.
And had you had occasion to be over her house in Mansfield at any point in the time that you were friends?
I had gone over once, yes.
Now, with respect to their relationship, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as fights, arguments, issues, anything like that?
I think normal relationship, you know, the stuff everyone goes through.
If I could ask you just if you could expound upon that a little as far as when you say normal relationship stuff, what exactly do you mean?
I know that, you know, my in-laws being there often could be stressful, and, you know, two people with kids and life, normal everyday relationship.
Now, during this time frame, you were living in West Bridgewater still, is that correct?
Correct.
And where were you,
Thank
like
you all
what
so
town
much
were
for
you working
watching.
at that point?
At that time, I was working in
Please
Brighton.
comment, like, subscribe, and
So
share.
fair to say, relatively long commute between Brighton and West Bridgewater on a daily basis.
Correct.
And so during that sort of long commute, what, if anything, would you do with reference to the defendant, or who, if anyone, would you typically talk to on those long commutes?
I would text her or call her and say I'm hey and driving, and or she would call me and we would just shoot the breeze and just talk.
Was that
They had a
something, how
decent
often
relationship.
would you do?
Quite often.
Now, as far as your relationship with the defendant, Ms. Reed, you considered yourself friends or friendly, is that correct?
Correct.
Is that something that you communicated to her, or she communicated to you in any way?
Yeah. And yeah, we would say how well we got along, and she would say if they ever broke up, she hoped that she and I would stay friends.
That's not an unusual comment.
Now,
There's a good
Mrs.
relationship.
O'Keefe, if I
with
could
the
turn your attention
family.
to January 28th, 2022 into January 29th of 2022. Actually, first, let me bring you back a little bit further. So New Year's Eve going from 2021 into 2022. Do you recall that time frame?
I do.
Do you recall where you were or who you were with around that time of New Year?
We were in Aruba for my mother's birthday.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, were you in Aruba with?
My mother, father, sister, husband, and our two girls.
And over the course of that, were you also aware of where your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe, and Miss Reed, and children, Patrick and Kaylee, were at that time as well?
They were also in Aruba.
And so where they were situated in Aruba, where was that in relation to where you were situated?
We weren't close. You'd need a cab. It was not the other side of the island, but far enough away you'd need to catch a cab. They were more downtown.
And what, if anything, did you know about sort of who they were with or how they had come to be there in Aruba at that time?
They were with a large group of people. I don't know how many, but there was a large group of people that was going down.
And as far as you knew, was there any one person, excuse me, in particular that organized sort of that trip? Or
Yes, Laura Sullivan.
and do you know Laura Sullivan?
I do.
And how do you know Laura Sullivan?
I know Laura through Johnny. He's her son's godfather.
And fair to say, as far as you knew, that Mr. O'Keefe, Johnny O'Keefe, and Laura Sullivan had known each other for some time.
Correct.
Who does that tie into?
Now, at any point when you were in Aruba during
I know that
around the
name.
time of New Year's, did you ever meet up with or connect with Miss Reed and
There's a
and
mod on.
Johnny?
Can you please comment, Sonia?
We did not.
There, please.
Now, at some point in time when you were
Thank
in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Miss Reed, the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Miss Reed?
That, yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
And so did the two of you, and by the two, I mean the sort of
Whose
two groups
sister?
of families, did you ever connect or meet up at any point when you were in Aruba?
We did not.
Do you have any further conversation with Ms. Reed in reference to what she had indicated occurred at their resort?
I responded and said like kissing, and I don't recall what her response was, but
Somebody please call
I
me
had
her
missed the
sister.
next
Did I hear
text.
that
She
right?
said did I want to meet up? She had freshened up and did I want to meet up? But I had missed it and was either already going to bed or just missed it until the next day.
So she had indicated to you via text that they had got into an argument and then further indicated or asked you if you wanted to meet up, correct?
Correct.
All right, Ms. Tillelli, I'm just going to give a brief instruction at this point. All right, excuse me. So, folks, you just heard testimony about statements that were allegedly made by the defendant. You're really not to use the statements for the truth, but you can consider them solely on the limited purpose of the defendant's state of mind and as they go to the nature of the relationship between the defendant
No one's
and
answering
John
me, so
O'Keefe.
I want to go back.
Thank you.
Who kissed?
Or hang out with the defendant outside of either your husband or your brother-in-law, Johnny O'Keefe.
Yes, and we talked quite often.
I want to see who
And
kissed
just
who.
in regard to
Sorry.
sort of in person, about how many times was that?
Without them, I don't recall.
Now, as far as your understanding of sort of the living arrangement around it, how often, what was your understanding as far as the relationship?
Teaching an online class, so she would be home on Thursdays.
I'm trying to scoot up.
We did not.
Now, at some point in time when you were in Aruba during that same time frame, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed, the defendant?
I don't believe any with Johnny. Karen texted me on the flight down. The flight attendants were Karen and Erin, and we were trying to arrange and see if there was a time we could get together.
So the flight attendants on their flight down had the same names as both yourself and Ms. Reed?
Yeah, she texted me and said that.
And so you had been trying to arrange some time or some day to sort of meet up, is that correct?
I don't know. I don't recall. I had texted her on New Year's Eve to see where they were.
And what, if anything, did she reply? Did she reply in text?
She did. It wasn't until later in the evening that she had caught Johnny kissing Laura's sister in the lobby of the hotel.
Sure.
And what, if anything, further did she indicate to you in regard to that?
Just that they got into an argument about it.
Okay, we can catch up now. I apologize,
so did-
y'all.
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
We go back to where the judge spoke. There we go. I'm
Thank
sorry.
you.
I just had to hear who it was. Oh my gosh.
Now,
Opera.
between that time in Aruba and January 28th of 2022, had you had occasion to meet up with Johnny O'Keefe and or the defendant Karen Reed or the kids or anybody from that?
I'm here. I'm just
Canton
going to be
house?
off screen.
No, our older daughter tested positive, and she and Paul had to stay back in Aruba. So we didn't have, and then by the time they got back, it was back to school and we didn't have a chance.
So your oldest daughter was quarantined along with your husband in Aruba, and they came back sometime after you and your younger daughter?
Correct.
And with respect to that, that sort of weekend of January 28th and January 29th, what, if any, plans did you have initially to meet up with your brother-in-law, Johnny, and the defendant?
Johnny had been communicating to Paul that wanted to get us together on the 29th. And I said, there's a big storm coming. I don't think that's going to happen.
And so you were aware somehow of a big storm coming in on that weekend as far as the 29th was concerned?
Correct.
And what, if anything, do you recall sort of about what you were aware of as far as that storm, like how severe, what kind of storm?
I don't recall specifics, but I knew that it was a big storm that was coming for Saturday with a lot of snow.
And so you didn't think that was a good idea to set up a time to meet up with that?
Correct.
Now, on that date of January 28th, what, if any, conversation did you have with Ms. Reed on that day?
She had texted me while I was waiting for the school bus asking if there was any chance I was out without Paul.
Was that a typical thing that she would text you as far as the without Paul part?
No,
And you indicated that you were waiting for the school bus, is that right?
correct.
And at that time in January of 2022, you had two daughters, correct?
Yes, correct.
Were they sort of in the same school as far as on the same bus?
No, they were not. They're separate schools.
So fair to say one was maybe in elementary, one was in middle school?
Correct.
So as far as around that time that you received the text, would that have been the younger daughter or the older daughter that you were waiting for?
The younger daughter. It was after 3 o'clock.
And who comes home, or at that time, who came home first, the younger daughter or the older?
Our older daughter.
And when you received that text from the defendant, what, if anything, did you, or how did you respond to it?
I said that I was waiting for the school bus and we had basketball on Friday nights.
And the basketball on Friday nights, was that something that was one of your daughters or both?
Both.
And do you recall, well, let me ask you this, with regard to your daughter's basketball, at least at that time, what, if any, sort of relationship did your husband have to those basketball teams?
He was the coach for both of them.
And was that something that was sort of like a local league, is that correct?
Town league.
Town. And did all of you, and by all, I mean yourself, your husband, and the two girls, did you all go to both games that night?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time those games were?
6 or 7.
Now, Ms. Reed reached out to you and texted you, and then you responded as you described.
Thank you guys
What,
for
if any,
joining
further
me. I
conversation
really,
did
really
you have,
appreciate you.
with
You know
Ms.
what to
Reed
do.
on that?
Please comment.
I asked her if
I don't
everything was
care.
okay, if something was up. And she responded and said, just another day, I wish I didn't talk to an O'Keefe after 2004.
And how did you respond to that? If you,
I said, what happened? What's going on? And they had bickered, I guess, about her taking Kaylee to Dunkin' Donuts in the morning before school.
and just to be clear, when you say they, you mean Johnny O'Keefe and Karen Reed?
Correct.
Do you recall sort of how that conversation evolved, or what, if anything, else was said during that time?
I just knew that they had gotten into some type, I don't know if it was an argument or there was something. They bickered about her taking them, and he said that she spoiled them.
Now, as far as your conversation with Ms. Reed in regard to the weekends, what, if anything, did the two of you talk about as far as sort of plans for the weekend?
I said I was anticipating a storm, so was probably going to hang in the neighborhood with everybody.
Now, as far as later on in that afternoon, what, if any, sort of further communication did you receive from Ms. Reed that day?
I think the last text was a picture, something that popped up in her memories of my children and Kaylee and Patrick from the Cape that summer, and said, this just popped up in my memories and made me smile.
Now, did you have occasion to talk with Ms. Reed any further on that day, the 28th?
No, that was it.
And so you went to your kids' basketball games, came back to your house, is that correct?
Correct.
And do you recall about what time you went to bed that night?
It was either close to midnight or after, because Paul and I were sitting up watching TV.
Do you recall what you were watching on the TV?
Yellowstone.
Was that sort of a binge watch that you were doing?
Yes.
Now, before you went to bed, did you have occasion to sort of, knowing that the snow was coming, did you have occasion to sort of look out and make any observations about what the weather was like before you went to bed?
I noted that while we were still up watching television that it was snowing already.
And did you have occasion to see whether or not it was sort of sticking to either the pavement or the grass or anything like that?
I looked out on the deck and it was starting to accumulate on the deck, sticking to the deck.
You know about what time that was?
Probably around 10:30 or 11.
And this is at your house in West Bridgewater.
Correct.
Now, you go to bed and at some point you wake up on the 29th. And if you recall, what is it that wakes you up the next morning?
I woke up to my husband on the phone with his mother saying he's going to be okay. He's going to be okay. And they got off the phone and I said, what happened? And what's going on? And he said they found Johnny in the snow this morning.
And after that phone call, what is it that your husband called you?
He's pacing around and he goes to the bathroom to brush his teeth because he said that he was going to drive to the hospital.
And do you know what hospital he was going to drive to?
Good Samaritan.
And based on the weather and sort of the road conditions, what, if any, concerns did you have about that plan of your husband's?
I was concerned with him driving because the roads weren't good.
Now, as far as your in-laws, so your father-in-law is John O'Keefe Jr., is that correct?
Senior.
Senior. And your mother-in-law is Margaret or Peggy O'Keefe? Is that
Correct.
And what, if any, information did you have as far as were they going to the hospital, and if so, how were they doing?
They were going to the hospital and Carrie Roberts was going to pick them up because they didn't have a car that could drive in the snow.
Now, was Carrie Roberts someone that you knew prior to this date?
I knew her from when Johnny moved to Canton.
And at some points, do you recall approximately how long was it between the time that the phone call comes in and the time that your husband left your house?
10 minutes.
Relatively quick. I'm sorry, you just have to.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. So then, when your husband is leaving, what, if any, similar to earlier the previous evening, what, if any, observations did you make as sort of the weather and what was going on outside at the time?
Thank you.
It was snowing when he was leaving. Heavy.
Now, at some point, you're at home and your children are at home with you, is that correct?
Correct.
And at some point, who, if anyone, do you reach out to sort of find out what's going on?
When Paul was brushing his teeth, I said to him, where's Karen? Where is she? Is she okay? And I called her and I could hear the phone pick up and she didn't say hello. I just said, Karen, what the hell is going on? And she just yelled back in the phone, John's dead. And Carrie Roberts grabbed the phone from her and said,
I have such a good son.
No, he's not. He's at the hospital. They're working on him. And I didn't know what was going on.
What?
Was there any further conversation on that initial phone call that you made to?
They were in Carrie's car waiting for an ambulance to pick up Karen. And then Carrie was going to pick up my in-laws.
Oh, unsweet.
As far as sort of going through that day, what was the next learned as far as your brother-in-law, Johnny, and who did you learn from?
When I
Not a good son.
spoke to Carrie in the car, I asked her to take my phone number. I knew she was going to the hospital and I was nervous that Paul was going to be there by himself. So I asked her to please keep me informed as to what was happening when she got there.
And without any reference to anything that Ms. Roberts may or may not have said to you, did you further updates from Ms. Roberts throughout the course of that morning?
I think I called her every 5 minutes.
And at some point, did you learn what sort of the status was in regards to John?
I think it was I don't recall the exact time, but Carrie had texted me or called me to let me know when they were finally called in by the doctors from the emergency room.
And what, if anything, did you learn once they've been called in by the doctor?
Objection.
I think
All right,
that is the judge's
sustained.
breathing heavy.
At some point later on in that day, did you have further conversation with the defendant, Ms. Reed?
I did.
And do you remember approximately what time that was?
I think it was around 1 o'clock.
And if you recall, was that a situation where you called her or she called you, or?
I called her because I didn't know what was going on. And I kept saying to my husband, has anyone checked on Karen? Is Karen okay? So I called her.
And when you called her, what, if any, conversation did you have with her at that time?
She answered the phone and said that I was on speaker and she was in the car with her dad. And they were driving to Dighton.
Sorry, I knocked something off my desk.
And what, if any, questions did you ask her about what had happened, and what, if anything, did she say?
I asked her, I said, what the hell happened last night? And because I couldn't understand first how they were together, if they had been arguing earlier in the day. And she told me that they were out, that she dropped him at a party afterwards, didn't feel like going, so dropped him and went back to Canton.
What, if anything, did she say occurred after dropping John Young?
She said she went back to Canton and I think woke up around 4:30 and couldn't find him, and woke up Kaylee to see if Kaylee had heard from him at all.
What, if anything, did she say happened after that?
She said that she went to go out and look, but the roads were bad, so went back and called Kerry and Jen so that they could drive together.
By Kerry, you understood that to mean Kerry Roberts.
Kerry Roberts.
And by Jen, who, if anyone, did you understand that to mean?
Jen McCabe.
Is that someone that you knew or were familiar with at that time?
I had never met Jen.
And what, if anything, did she say happened after that when she went out with Kerry and Jen?
I don't, is it possible to refresh my memory on that?
Without getting into that, just as far as beyond sort of what happened, what, if anything, else did the defendant say to you as far as?
She told me that she had to remember the bad times, which struck me as an odd comment to say, but I assumed since she was at the hospital that maybe she was medicated, but it just struck me as something odd.
Now, in addition to the having to remember the bad times, what, if anything, else did she say to you at that point during that phone call?
She said, I don't think I'm ever going to see you guys again. And I said, of course you will. We're friends.
Now, following that conversation and that day, did you ever speak with the defendant, Karen Reed, again?
No.
Y'all, that isn't a very, thank you for being back
Ma'am,
in
one
Sparkles.
moment,
We missed you.
Yes.
Oh, I had to delete about 4 trolls. That is very weird. Y'all, okay. I'm going to pause this for a quick breather. I think we need a little breather. Yay, you're off for the methotrexate. Whoop, 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 whoop. I've been on that. I was on that for like 12 years, y'all. Oh. I'm sorry I'm having to stand up and readjust. I'm wearing a ribbon skirt. It's Native American, and I'm not used to wearing a skirt, and it's kind of sticking to the material on this chair. Y'all, that's some weird, crazy comments. I've been around a lot of grieving people. I'm a chaplain for the emergency services of Texas. I've been a volunteer firefighter. I was with the Red Cross for 15 years. I've been in a lot of disasters. I've been through a lot of death. Known it was going to happen, like cancer and tragic, unexpected death, murder, suicide, you name it. I've car accident. I've seen it. I have never heard comments like that, y'all. Oh, yeah. Freaking trolls, man. You should have seen. We'll go and chat and talk about some of the conversations in a little bit. But, oh my gosh. That comment that she made, she had to remember the bad times and that she didn't think she'll ever see him again. I mean, that is not something you're talking about within hour or so of someone's death. That is just so wrong, y'all. But we'll see what Cross does. That sounds a little cray-cray, but that doesn't mean she's guilty. No, they're discussing something. I think it's the judge we're hearing breathing.
Just one last question, ma'am. So in regard to those last two statements that you had testified about, was that all part and parcel of the same conversation when the defendant indicated she was driving back with her father to Dighton?
Correct.
Okay. So there was no further conversation after that conversation shortly after 1 p.m.?
No.
Okay. I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have no questions.
All right, Ms. O'Keefe, you're all set.
Why did
Thank
you do that? Why did you drop that ball? Oh,
Mr. Lally, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The Commonwealth will call Officer Stephen Saraff to the stand.
Stephen whom? Oh, that must have been her mama right there leaving. The one, the mother-in-law to Paul O'Keefe. Y'all, that is very hard to do. She's going to go sit back there with her daughter probably if that's the mama. I don't know, musical chairs. I don't know what the heck's going on in the courtroom.
You saw this earlier, I should give the court and jury the case down here, should be truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I swear to the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God. I'll explain the hand.
You can sit or stand, whatever you want to do.
I know. 3 o'clock, I gotta
Just that you
find it.
speak into the
Sparkles,
microphone,
if you can
please.
find who's broadcasting that while I'm doing this.
Okay, whenever you're
I
ready,
don't
Mr.
know.
Lally.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Officer Saraff, Saraff, Canton Police Department.
And how long have you been a member of the Canton Police Department?
About 27 years.
Now, were you working with the Canton Police Department on January 28th into January 29th of 2022?
I was.
I like how he's sitting.
What shift you were working on that occasion?
I was working midnight to 8 shift.
Well, that is a tiny
Midnight to
group
8
of big
a.m., is that
men.
correct?
That's correct.
And were you dispatched to a call at approximately 6:05 a.m.?
Yes, I was.
And if you recall, what was the dispatch in regard to and where specifically were you dispatched to?
It was a call of a person that was unconscious outside, I believe it was 34 Fairview Road in Canton.
Now, that particular area of Canton, are you familiar with that area of Canton?
Yes.
And as far as the town of Canton is concerned with respect to police department, is there sort of different sectors within the town that you would be assigned to patrol?
That's correct.
And the area of Fairview Road, would that be within your sector that you would typically
Yes.
patrol?
That was West Sector.
And how many sectors within the town of Canton are there?
4.
Now, that particular area of Fairview Road, what type of area is that? Is it residential, commercial, or something else?
It's residential.
And the roadway of Fairview Road, there's houses on that roadway, is that correct?
That's correct.
Is there any sort of, it's a paved roadway, is that correct?
It is, yes.
The lanes, are they divided by any sort of lines in the middle of it?
Yes.
And who, if anyone, owns or maintains that particular roadway?
The town of Canton does?
Now, you received that dispatch. Where were you, if you recall, when you received the dispatch?
I was, there's a church right next to the police station. I was in that parking lot.
And with respect to the evening of the 28th into the morning of the 29th, what, if anything, were you aware of as far as sort of forecast of the weather or anything sort of impending coming?
Yeah, it was snowing pretty good that night. It was a snowstorm that evening.
So there's a snowstorm that had been predicted, is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. There was a snowstorm actually occurring around that time, just after 6 a.m.
That's correct.
And at the time that you're responding, a little after 6 a.m., was light out, dark out, or something?
It was dark out.
And the time, that, if you know, how much time elapsed sort of between the time that you received the call and the time that you arrived in that area of Fairview?
It's pretty close, so a couple of minutes maybe, because I didn't obviously go as fast as you could go because the roads were pretty snowy.
During the course of, you have been working sort of since midnight, correct?
Correct.
And over the course of your work throughout that evening, had you, or what, if anything, had you noticed with regard to snow removal as far as town plows or anything like that?
I don't understand. Were they plowing? Is that your question? They usually were plowing the roads.
Okay. So there had been some sort of treatment or plowing to the roads prior to your response, as far as you know?
Yes, yes.
What were sort of the road conditions or the visibility or anything like that, if you recall, during your response time?
It was snowing pretty well. The roads were definitely slippery. It took me a while to get to the destination.
And if you recall, sir, what was sort of the path of travel that you took from, you mentioned you were in the church parking lot next to the police station, correct?
That's correct.
And where is the police station located in Canton?
So the police station's on Washington Street, 1492 Wash.
And so what was sort of the path of travel that you took from the church lot next to the police station to Fairview?
So I went past the police station onto Chapman Street, and then from Chapman Street I went to Fairview.
Okay, so I'll be back in 2.
And
About this.
when you were approaching Fairview Road, are you taking a right or left or something?
It's a right.
And as you were taking that right onto Fairview, what, if anything, happened with your vehicle as you were taking that to?
Nothing that I recall.
And that particular, coming from the Chapman side of Fairview, Fairview goes from Chapman and then it goes down to sort of, let's say, the bottom of the street. It connects with another street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And what is the street that?
Cedar Crest.
Cedar. And if you're coming from the Chapman side down to the Cedar Crest side, what, if anything, is there as far as an elevation? Like, is it uphill, downhill, or flat?
It's down. It's down a hill, fairly decent sized hill.
Now, as you are driving down Fairview, what, if anything, you mentioned it was dark outside, correct?
That's correct.
So what, if anything, beyond sort of the headlights on your cruiser, did you utilize for assistance as you were driving down Fairview?
I had a spotlight on the driver's side, a handheld spotlight to try to locate the house in question.
And if I could just ask you a little bit about the type of vehicle that you were driving. So was it, what kind of police cruiser were you driving?
It's Explorer.
So SUV, is that right?
Yes, SUV, yes.
And as far as those, or the particular cruiser that you were driving on that occasion, what, if anything, is it equipped with as far as cameras or anything like that within the vehicle?
Yeah, it's equipped with a camera for front and back, and in the rear seat of the cruiser.
And so as you're driving down Fairview, you reach out and start to utilize your spotlight sort of on, where is that located on the cruiser?
It's on my left-hand side.
And is that a spotlight that's outside of the cruiser or inside of the cruiser? Where is it located
On the outside of the cruiser, but there's a handle that manipulates it so you can point the spotlight where you want to go.
Okay, so you have some sort of tool within the cruiser where you can manipulate where it points.
That's correct.
And as you're coming down Fairview, utilizing that spotlight, what, if anything, do you observe out in front of you?
Well, as I got to my destination, I saw 3 people on the lawn of in the snow, waving at me.
And initially, when you see these 3 people in the snow, do you have any idea sort of who they are, or male, female, anything like that?
There were 3 women, and I later learned it was a male subject on the ground.
And so when you initially are sort of approaching or getting to the residence, you indicate you see the 3 women waving at you. Could you see, or what, if anything, could you see the body at that point?
I saw that there was somebody on the ground. Yes,
so you could see the 3 women, and you could see a person on the ground.
that's correct.
And at some point, subsequent to this, did you learn the identity of the person on the ground?
I did.
And who did you learn that?
John
person?
O'Keefe.
And prior to this dispatch, did you know John O'Keefe in any way?
No.
Now, the 3 females that you saw sort of around Mr. O'Keefe's body on the ground, at some point later, did you subsequently identify who those 3 people were?
I did.
And who did you identify?
One was Karen Reed. The other one was Miss McCabe and Miss Roberts, I believe.
All right, sir, I'm going to ask you to keep your voice up, okay, or speak into the microphone.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Now, you arrive on scene, and I'm assuming you get out of your cruiser. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything, did you do from there?
I walked over to the scene. I first asked, is this person, a drug user? He's had an issue with drugs. Somebody said, no, he's a Boston police officer. I said, okay. I checked for a pulse. I couldn't find a pulse. Then I went back to my cruiser and tried to find the AED, which is an automated external defibrillator.
Back just for a second. So you indicated that you checked for a pulse, correct?
That's correct.
And where on Mr. O'Keefe did you check for?
On his neck, it's carotid.
So if it's carotid, is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you made contact with sort of the skin area in his carotid area on his neck, what, if anything, did you observe as far as Mr. O'Keefe when you did?
I couldn't find any pulse or anything like that, and he was cold to the touch.
Now, when you did this, Mr. O'Keefe, you mentioned was sort of on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
And how is he sort of positioned on the ground?
He was lying on his back.
Here.
And
Marcos, I
as
have
far
them
as your
already
observations of
skewed.
Mr. O'Keefe during this initial time when you're checking the pulse,
They may or may not have
what,
a
if
light
anything, did
read.
you observe sort of on him or around him or anything like that?
Sorry about that. That was rude.
Um,
Passing it over my head.
I didn't really.
Let me ask you this.
I like
So
Star
as far as you mentioned that when you arrived there, it was snowing out, correct?
Correct.
And so how much snow
Thank
was
you.
in
You're
and around or on top of Mr. O'Keefe when you first observed?
It was about, I would say about 6 inches on the ground. There was a light dusting on top of him, I would say.
And what, if any, observations did you make of Mr. O'Keefe and sort of how he was dressed at this time initially that you observed?
I don't recall what he was wearing.
Now, with reference to the residence at 34 Fairview,
Y'all, if there was a light dusting on the body and 6
standing
inches on the ground
in
and
front of the
in
house
4 or
on the
5
street
hours,
facing
3 hours, there'd be a whole lot more
which
snow on
side
that
of
body.
the property was Mr. O'Keefe lying on his back?
As you're facing the house, it's to the, I'm sorry, go again. Can you say that again, please?
So if you're standing on the street facing the house, was Mr. O'Keefe more to the center of the property, the right of the property, or the left?
He was on the left of the property, yes.
Now, in addition to Mr. O'Keefe, in this sort of area on the left side of the property, what, if any, sort of other landmarks or other things that you observe on that side of the property?
To the left of the property, there was a fire hydrant, a bush, and a flagpole, I believe. To the left, to the farther left, like more near the property line, I would say.
Now, with reference to, mentioned that it was snowing out and there was snow on the ground, correct?
That's correct.
What, if anything else, did you note as far as the weather conditions, as far as wind, temperature, or anything like that?
It was, I would say it was near blizzard conditions. It was snowing really, really hard.
And how cold, obviously January, it's snowing out, it was cold, but how cold was it, if you know, when you first arrived?
Less than 32 degrees. I don't know exactly. I mean, it was cold.
So you pull up in that area with the three females. Are they to your right or to your left?
I pulled up, basically, I had my cruiser straight on.
And so which side of the cruiser were the three females and Mr. O'Keefe when you pull up and stop?
Was straight ahead.
Straight ahead, okay. And
a little to the left.
And what, if any, other vehicles did you observe sort of in the roadway in that area where three females were and Mr. O'Keefe?
There was another vehicle in the roadway on the side of the road. I parked basically right behind that.
And do you recall anything about that vehicle, like what type it was, what color, or anything like that?
I don't recall.
Now, with regard to the three females you identified as Ms. Reed, Ms. McCabe, and Ms. Roberts, do you recall where they were in relation to Mr. O'Keefe, each of them, when you first sort of pull up and get out of your cruiser?
So when I arrived, I saw Miss Reed looked like she was giving CPR to him, and she had blood on her face.
Now, in addition to yourself, there are other sort of first responders that are dispatched to the scene as well. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And of them, who, if anyone else, was on scene at the time that you arrived?
When I arrived, I was the first to arrive. Then there was Officer Mullaney that came a few minutes later, and then the fire department came after him, and I believe Sergeant Good came at, like, within that. I don't know how many minutes, but it was pretty close.
You're first to arrive on scene, and then Mullaney comes a couple of minutes later?
Yes.
About how long was it between when Officer Mullaney arrives
Give
and
me
when
a
the
5
fire
minutes before 3, please.
A couple minutes. I don't.
And then at some point after that, a Sergeant Good comes?
Thanks,
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Sergeant Good is a sergeant with your department?
That is correct.
Now, the fire department, when they arrived, do you recall what type of apparatus they had that arrived on scene?
I believe it was an engine. They usually come with an engine and an ambulance.
Always an
To
engine.
your
and
recollection,
ambulance.
it was at least an ambulance and an engine.
Yeah. Yes.
Always.
When you were in transit, sort of coming from the church parking lot next to the station to 34 Fairview, what, if anything, did you have activated on your cruiser as far as lights or sirens or anything like that?
Full code.
I believe I might have my blue lights on. I'm not sure.
I would assume
As
you
far
would
as
have
the
them.
time that you're coming, this is shortly after 6 a.m. in a blizzard, was there, what, if any, sort of other vehicular traffic did you observe en route from church parking lot to 34 Fairview?
There wasn't any that I can recall.
If you're responding to a code, you're going to have your
So
light.
you go to get your AED device from your cruiser, is that correct?
That's correct.
And around that time that you're retrieving that, what happens?
The FD, the fire department,
Yeah, I know, right?
came on scene, and they took over care of Mr. O'Keefe.
Normal.
Now, beyond sort of just checking pulse, as far as around that time when you were checking the pulse in the carotid area for Mr. O'Keefe, what, if any, other observations did you make with regard to any injuries or anything else on Mr. O'Keefe?
Well, when I first got there, you know, he had blood on his face and it was just wiped away. So that's the only,
Blood on his face and it was wiped away.
So there was blood on his face that was wiped away?
that's correct.
Okay.
Now, when the fire department arrives on scene and they sort of take over resuscitative efforts with regard to Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the person you identified as Ms. Reed, firstly, do you see that person in the courtroom today?
I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing?
Sitting at the table right there, black.
Or does that record reflect identification on the witness?
Yes.
After the fire department arrived, when they sort of take over resuscitative
You're right, it
efforts
would be
with regard to
smudged.
Mr. O'Keefe,
I
what, if
think
any,
wiped away
observations
maybe
did you make of
different
Ms. Reed and what she was
pens.
doing or saying at that?
Ms. Reed was visibly upset. She kept saying, this is all my fault. This is my fault. I did this. And she was very hysterical.
And
she kept asking, he's dead. Is he dead? Is he dead?
And with that specific phraseology, that's something that she kept saying?
Yes.
And by your repetitive nature, I'm assuming it was said something that she said more than once, correct?
Several times, correct.
And when she's saying this, can you describe sort of how she's saying this? I mean, is it a whisper? Is it a scream? Or is it something?
She was yelling pretty good.
And with regard to her repetitive question, as far as is he dead, what, if any, response did you provide to her in regard to that?
I just said they're doing the best that they can. I don't know.
Which is the best thing to say. Even if you know.
Now,
you
at
don't
some
admit
point,
it. Unless it's
at some
like a
point, did
decapitation,
you
then there's no way
direct
to go around
Ms.
that.
Reed, the defendant, to somewhere else away from Mr. O'Keefe?
Yeah, I tried to get her out of the elements. I put her in a car. I don't know if it was my cruiser or another cruiser there, but I had her sit in the back seat just to get out of the snow.
And did she stay in that cruiser for any?
She stayed in for a few minutes and then she was like up and down, up and down.
So sort of in and out of whatever car you put her into?
That's correct.
When she would come out of the car, where would she go?
She was just walking around. From what I remember,
Now, with reference to Mr.
Whoa.
O'Keefe, he's laying on his back.
Let's. Sorry. Back up. You're telling me, or everybody, that you put her in the back of a patrol car. That means you left the door open, because when you're in the back of a patrol car and that door shuts, you can't just get out on your own unless it's not a normal patrol car. They lock. You can't open the door from the inside yourself normally. And then you allow her. So the door had been open. You didn't shut it. You allow her to get in and out of the vehicle and just walk around the scene? What happened to securing the scene? She's a witness. Okay, there's an issue number one right there. Issue number one right there.
On the ground. That location, where was that in relation to the roadway of Fairview Road?
I would say about 20 feet off the road.
So if it's 20 feet off of the road, is it fair to say that was on sort of the front lawn of 34 Fairview?
Yes, that's correct.
And at some point, the fire department takes Mr. O'Keefe's body off of the lawn, is that correct?
That is
And where
correct.
were you in relation to Mr. O'Keefe when that happened?
I don't remember.
And if you don't remember, do you recall anything about sort of what the ground looked like when Mr. O'Keefe was lifted up?
I don't recall. I didn't.
Probably had a lot of grass, not very much snow. Body
Now that
temperature
area
melted it.
around
Really got
where
cold
Mr.
as
O'Keefe
snow?
was, when you initially come up, you see him on the ground and you check for a pulse. If anything, did you note around Mr. O'Keefe's body as far as the condition of or disturbance of the snow around?
I noticed that there were footprints and track marks around the body itself. There was none coming from the residence or the area. It was just right around the body itself.
And so the position that Mr. O'Keefe is lying on his back on the lawn, correct?
Correct.
Interesting you
Is his
should
head close?
say that in that manner. That's interesting to me. That's interesting. Why didn't you say if there's any to the road and back? You just made,
Closer
that's
to
interesting.
the house or the street or something else?
I believe his head was closest to the house.
And the footprints that you're talking about, was that between sort of his feet in the street or above his head, or where was it in relation to?
Basically all around him because people were walking around him.
And as far as beyond sort of the immediate area above his head, between his head and the house, what if any footprints or what if any disturbance in the snow did you observe up there?
I didn't see any.
Whoa, wait a minute. You got to see someone if they're walking all the way around him and you had people kneeling doing CPR and then you had paramedics. I would say there were footprints from the paramedics and the emergency crew, but I did not see any footprints leading to house. That's a little different. My humble opinion.
Now, Officer Saraff, about how long was it that you were on scene?
I want to say about an hour and a half.
And at some point, the fire department transports Mr. O'Keefe from the scene, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you know to what facility he was transported to?
I don't recall where they went.
And after Mr. O'Keefe was taken away by the fire department, as far as the three females, Miss Reed, Miss McCabe, and Miss Roberts, do you know where they went or what they did following that?
They, after talking to Sergeant Good, they left in their car. I don't know where they went. The car that was there, they left.
Now, at any point in the time that you were on scene before they left, did you have any conversation with any of the three of them?
I asked, where were they, what happened? And what were they doing?
And who specifically did you talk to, if you recall?
Well, I asked Miss Reed, and she couldn't really tell me too much about what happened. Miss McCabe said that they were drinking in a couple bars downtown.
Let me just stop you before, as far as, so just sticking with Miss Reed. You asked her what happened and you indicated she didn't really tell you much.
No.
Why not? What was her condition like at that point?
She was very upset.
So the same upset that you were describing earlier, did that sort of continue throughout the time that she was on scene while you were there?
I would say yes.
And at some point, did you speak to Miss McCabe without reference to what she told you?
I'm sorry.
At some point while you're on scene, did you speak to either Miss McCabe or Miss Roberts without reference to what they told you?
Yeah.
No. I mean,
Let me rephrase.
Yeah.
At some point when you're on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss McCabe?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point when you were on scene, did you have occasion to have a conversation with Miss Roberts?
I didn't speak with Miss Roberts, I don't believe.
Was there someone else from your department that was speaking with Miss Roberts on scene?
I believe Sergeant Good or Officer Mullaney was.
One of the other two officers that were there.
Correct.
Now, following Sergeant Good's arrival, who, if anyone else from your department, arrived on scene at some point?
Detective Sergeant Lank, and Lieutenant Gallagher.
And if you know, when was their arrival in relation to sort of when you arrived?
It was light out, so I want to say maybe 7 o'clock-ish.
And so for the period that you were on scene, you said it was about an hour and a half, is that correct?
That's about right.
The weather conditions that you described sort of when you first arrived, what, if any, change occurred in the weather conditions from the time that you arrived and the time that you left?
The conditions lightened up a little bit. I mean, it was still snowing, but.
Still snowing, still cold, correct?
Yes, correct.
The wind, was that still persistent as well?
I would say yes.
Now, at some point after Ms. Reed, the defendant left the scene, did she come back?
She did.
And do you know how long a period it was that she was gone between when she left and when she came back?
Just a few minutes.
And do you know why she came?
I don't know.
And when she returned to the scene, who, if anyone, did you speak with her further at that point?
No,
Who, if anyone, did you observe her to be speaking with?
I don't recall.
Now, the initial ambulance that showed up took and transported Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, after that ambulance left and Ms. Reed came back to the scene, what, if any, other apparatus from the fire department arrived on scene at that point?
Another ambulance came.
And who, if anyone, went in that ambulance for transport?
They took Miss Reed to the hospital.
Okay, guys, you cannot read from your notes. Now you can refresh your memory, but you cannot read directly from your notes. Yeah, there's a lot of I do not recalls. He could say, can I look at my notes to refresh my memory, glance at them, and then say, okay, and then testify. But he doesn't even have his notes. You can tell because he didn't have anything in his hands. I'd be having all my notes.
And do you know what hospital that she went to?
I don't recall.
So they transported her to the hospital. If she's stupid to let them do that because they could test her blood out, or alcohol level in her blood, because she's now in the hospital as a patient.
May I have one moment, Ron?
Yes.
All right. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? What do you think? I'm anxious to hear your opinions. What do you think? Sorry, I had to change earrings. They were pinching. I don't wear earrings very much. They interfere with my hearing aid. I got the big ones that come back here. They bump against my hearing aids a lot. The man in the blue and red and white jacket and the lady to his left with the black jacket and the green and white shirt are the parents of the
And, Your Honor, if I may request the lights be dim.
She was
Okay,
driven
can we
to the
dim,
hospital. So I don't know if she. Okay, guys, I may have to do this. I'm going to do
Ms.
this.
Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 8 up on the screen.
If I say anything that shouldn't be on screen, I'm going to click off. So don't be offended.
Thank you very much. Now, Officer
Sometimes
Saraff, do
it's
you
inappropriate.
recognize what's depicted up on the screen as exhibit number 8?
Yes.
Or what do you recognize as?
It's, the house, 34 Fairview.
And that's the house that you responded to on that date, is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah.
And what's contained in that photograph, is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what you observed roughly when you arrived on that date?
Yes.
I want to see where his
I
body
approach
was
you.
in conjunction to the
Yes.
front door.
Direct your attention to this. This is just a laser point.
Yep.
I'm trying not to point it in anybody's eyes. So basically, this button here, you just click on that. And that will shine wherever you want. So from this photograph in exhibit number 8, sir, where Mr. O'Keefe's body was when you first arrived, is that visible in this photograph or no?
I would say it would be over more to the left.
Okay, so further off to the left, is that correct?
That's correct.
Before we get to that, just briefly, Ms. Gilman, if I could have exhibit number 13. Could please enlarge, thank you. Now, Officer Saraff, do you recognize what's contained in this exhibit number 13?
It's a street.
Fair enough. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes. Sorry. Let's see.
So what I placed before you as exhibit 13 is that what's up on the screen.
Yes, this is,
And is that a fair and accurate portrayal of what Fairview Road looked like around the time that you were dispatched and arrived on scene?
yes,
Absence the lighting condition, you mentioned it was dark when you arrived, correct?
that is correct.
So this is sometime
Oh,
after
that's a
when the
lot
sun
of
is coming.
snow.
Correct.
If I could ask you to flip to the next exhibit number 14, if I could have that one.
While they're doing that, once again, I am wearing this in honor of the national.
And again, officer, what's up on the
Gathering
screen is that
powwow
what you have
this
before
week.
you as
I'm
exhibit
native.
14?
Yes,
What's that
And-
black stuff?
You were testifying earlier about sort of footprints in and around where Mr. O'Keefe was, is that correct?
that is correct.
And what's depicted on the screen in exhibit number 14, is that fair and accurate portrayal of the footprints that you were talking?
Yes,
May I approach the witness, Ron?
Yes.
Okay, I still want a better diagram, like a cone or something to show me where the body was versus the house.
So now I'm showing you what's been marked as exhibit 18.
Yeah, by the time they took her alcohol level, it still was high, so she had more alcohol in her than. Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Cameron. If you could enlarge that just a little bit.
so you,
Thank you.
oh, so it's right here in the
Um,
right hand, right here.
Now, from this photograph, well, first and foremost, do you recognize what's depicted up in exhibit 18 on the screen here?
yes,
He was right there.
And this is 34 Fairview Road, correct?
that is correct.
If anybody
And
backed out
In regard
drove
to, you had
toward
mentioned some sort of landmarks off to the
where
left
I'm
side of the
at on the
property
screen,
facing
they
the
should have
property
seen
on
his
the street,
body.
Correct?
Yes,
And if you could, using that laser pointer that I placed up there before you, if you could direct the jury's attention to
Good
first
point.
those landmarks that you observed. I'm sorry, officer, if you could, while you're.
Oh,
directing,
sorry.
if you could just describe what you're.
so there's the flagpole right there, there's a bush there, and right there, I believe, is the fire hydrant.
And so where in relation to this photograph, if you can see it here, was Mr. O'Keefe's body when you first?
It's right in this area right here.
where all the footprints and all that is.
Now, if I
Probably
could
don't
turn
have any,
back just a
probably
moment.
because the snow was
When you
falling pretty
indicated that you
aggressively
were
after
coming
they
up to
moved
the
the
scene,
body.
you could see
That's why you can't see
the
the
three females sort of waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
About how far away were you from them when you first observed them or first saw them?
About 20 feet or so.
And when you are driving down Fairview, if you could describe to the jury, where is your direction? Sort of, where are you directed? As far as you're driving a vehicle, are you looking straight in front of you, or are you looking out the window, a combination of both, or
I was looking for the house numbers, trying to find the house where it was, and there was, I saw the motor vehicle parked on the side of the road.
and that sort of leads to my next question, sir. So what did you see first? Did you see the vehicle parked in front of you, or did you see the people off to the side of it?
I saw the vehicle.
May I approach this to retrieve your honor?
Yes.
Do you want this?
So, Officer Saraff, you had testified earlier in regard to a camera within your cruiser, correct?
That's correct.
I already have questions.
And subsequent to that day, have you seen the video of your arrival to the scene from the cruiser camera perspective?
I saw it once.
Okay. And Your Honor, I would seek to introduce and admit as the next exhibit the cruiser camera stream one from cruiser 683.
Or is there an objection?
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, guys, I will
Thank you.
cut
I'm sorry,
out
I
if
can.
I see resemblance of a body. I will not.
I'm sorry for the back and forth, Mr. Officer, but if I could ask the lights again.
Okay, there we go. My mic is getting.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play what's now been marked as exhibit 25.
I really don't want to show
could
any
just pause it right
potential
there.
body for the sake of the family. So if I cut out
Sarah,
the see body,
What's up on the screen, is that
it's pretty
what you
blurry.
recall as far as the sort of visibility and the roadway conditions when you first left the church parking lot?
Yes.
That's pretty bad.
And this is you sort of leaving from the church parking lot as you're going to 34th Fifth, correct?
Yes.
Now, there are a number of different sort of things up on this screen. There's an indication as far as the speed that the vehicle is going, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And where is that located, if you could, with the laser pointer there?
Sorry. Whoops, sorry.
Now, along sort of the bottom of that
Yeah, you can see
particular,
the road had been plowed.
video, there's an indication as far as
Fresh plow.
mic, brakes, lights, sign, correct?
Correct.
If those are activated, is there any sort of change in sort of the depiction there? Does it change sort of color or anything like that that you're aware of?
I don't know.
And the 683 on the bottom right corner, is that the cruiser that you were in that day?
Yes, that's correct.
We
Now,
can't
as
see
far
the
as
mile
sort of
per
the
hour
top
because
middle
law
of this
crime is
video,
covering it.
There's a date and a
Here, I'll
time, is that
move
correct?
these so you
That's
can
correct.
see.
As far as you're aware, that date and time that's up there, that's
The long crime
accurate
is
to
covering
when
it.
this occurred, correct?
Yes,
Okay, so we're sort of looking in real time, correct?
correct.
So Ms. Gilman, if you could just let it run from this.
Looks like he's going 8 or 9 miles an hour. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Been in worse. His windshield wipers are smudging and not clear.
Ms. Gilman, I'm sorry, if you could stop with this briefly. So Officer Saraff, this road you're traversing at this point, this is Washington Street, is that correct?
That is correct.
And at some point, you're going to then travel through and then take a right onto Fairview, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, if you could, just for the jury's sake, as you approach Fairview and as you're taking that right turn, just direct their attention to the fact that that's when you're turning onto Fairview.
Sure.
Ms. Gilman, you can go ahead.
I don't think he has his lights on. I don't see the blinking. I don't see any. I don't know why he's going. He's code. He's been called out. He's been toned out. Why is he not having any? He's passing a vehicle, so he wasn't sure if he passed anybody. He's going through the light, but his lights are not blinking. Forgive my ignorance, but what wounds did they find in the body? Both eyes were black and bulging. He had some abrasions on his knuckles and hands. On one arm, he had like dog bites, and he had a blunt force trauma to the head. Scratches, that's about it.
So this right here is
Nothing-
Chapman Street.
Nothing was found between the shoulders and the pelvis where the vehicle would have hit him. Normally, even if you don't do internal bleeding, you would find a bruising of some kind or an impact patient where an impact had happened, and they found none. Lay down. My little girl's got allergies. It's real bad here where I live. So nothing that really warrants being impacted by vehicle. More the flight is what the defense is saying. The one thing though is that
This right here is Fairview.
I'm going to get ready. One thing is that I noticed though that they did find one of his shoes, and usually
So
on an
Officer,
impact with a vehicle,
similar
you
to as the
knocked out
turn
of your
onto
shoe.
Fairview, at some point, if you observe the point at which you
It's
believe
not
you
uncommon.
sort of illuminated your spotlight on the side of the cruiser, if you could just speak up and draw the jury's attention to that as well.
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could continue.
So that is not uncommon to find somebody who's been impacted by a vehicle to be knocked out of their shoe, even at 5-10 miles an hour. I've seen it many times. Sorry for the squint, guys. Should just quit being vain and put my glasses on. I don't like these as much as I do the others. These stand out too much on my face. Yeah. He was caught, he was kissing another woman and she was kissing another
Right about now,
man. And
I believe I put the spotlight on.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman,
I think we can see the vehicles.
if you could just sort of run it from this point to about the 4-minute mark, and then I'd ask you.
Yeah, I'm
Right
gonna
there.
go ahead and pull this up so you get a better view. Yeah, that road had been plowed, you can tell. Okay, here's vehicles. Okay.
Now, Officer Saraff, this is, you were testifying earlier as far as the vehicle in front of you that you observed first, and then sort of
And then the
party
body
shop
is
to your
gonna be
left as far as the 3 females waving and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground, correct?
That is correct.
And if you could just,
Like,
using that laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to number 1, where the vehicle is that you observed in front of you, and then number 2, where you observed the 3 females and Mr. O'Keefe on the ground.
So here's the vehicle right there, and the females are right there.
Thank you, sir. Now, Ms. Gilman, if you wouldn't mind just running this straight through until about 7.5 minutes.
okay, there the females are working on him. Yes and no, it depends. I have seen it where they've been knocked only out of one because, for example, the weight was in one may have been tied tighter than the other. It's not uncommon for just one to fall off, but I'm just saying, you know, if you're gonna drag somebody and dump them in the snow, you may not remember a shoe. And again, you could. But it's not always both shoes, but you're right. Well, the shoe wasn't found because it was supposedly, lying in the snow, and they couldn't see it for the snow, so they said, but we'll find out with the testimony. It's just the shoe is an issue for me. Oh, shoot, we gotta do George Kelly. Oh, snap it. I gotta find the George Kelly. I gotta find the George Kelly. Anybody can find the George Kelly, let me know. I can't find the George Kelly. They may not have this live. Oh, crap. Oh, anybody find the George Kelly? I can't find the George Kelly, but any of my mods, can you
One
find
moment,
it?
Your Honor.
Sure.
I'm sorry. Scott's speaking to- I have no further questions to this witness, Your Honor.
Cross.
All right, will there be a cross-exam? Because this may be a good time to stop if there is.
There will be a cross-examination.
Okay, so jurors, we're going to stop for the day. I have to caution you,
What?
the same 3 cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do
What?
any
We're
independent
stopping
research
for
or
the day?
investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. And just to remind you, tomorrow will be a half day. We'll go from 9 o'clock until 1 o'clock with the mid-morning break. So thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All eyes, please. Jurors, close your notebooks. and
Oh my
please find your chairs.
gosh.
First row, follow me, please.
Okay, that trial's still going. I can't find the George Kelly, y'all. Y'all help me. Yeah, it may not be. We'll keep looking. And they sometimes, I can't. They sometimes go late. No, they don't always start on time, but OMG, we're done? Well, let's see if they have anything else as far of what?
All right, could I see counsel at sidebar for a moment, please?
It is 4 o'clock their time. I wonder if they've got other things going on, but mods, thank you so very much. I appreciate you. You rock. Let's find George Kelly. If it's available, let's go to KG Live. Oh, there's some kind of governmental. But guardrails keep Fed independent. That's what's on there. Yeah, I'm trying to find the George Kelly guys. I really, really am. I'm not finding it, and it's so frustrating. I really had hoped that they would have that. There is a news media that spoke about it this morning, but I'm not finding. There's a lot of news things about it, but there's not a live feed. So we'll keep looking. Let me go to the court feed and see if they have it. Santa Cruz. I have it saved. Why do I want to do that? So right now we're just going to keep watching her, and I'm going to pull up the court feed if I can. George Kelly. There we go. And I have so many windows open, y'all, looking for this. Let's see if they have anything. Nope, they don't have anything that's live. Nope, nothing today. So I don't have this muted. They do. Mods, let's keep kind of looking if you can. Maybe between us we can find it. I want to see what happens in that trial. There's a lot of people who want to see that. 5 days ago. Three days ago. $13 ago, 1 month ago. I'm really sorry, y'all. I am really trying to find it. Go to their news. State to decide it. They had a thing on it today. if they will retry the case in George Kelly, but they don't have the actual feed. Hmm. KVOA. I'm trying, y'all. I'm trying very hard. Let's see if they've got it now. Dang it, it's a previously recorded. So, are we done for the day? Yep, we're done for the day on that case. Nope. Okay, mods. This is disconcerting. Wow, I'm done by 3 p.m. That's amazing my time. Wait a minute. It was 1 o'clock their time, right? So that's 3 p.m. my time. Why do we not have a feed? Do you know what I'm going to do? Y'all, I'm going to actually see if I can contact them. More than one way to skin this cat. We're going to call them. Let me see. Okay, guys, go to the horse's mouth. It's 1:30, so that's 3:30 our time. So he said if the court sends them the feed, they will show it. So we're just waiting. Oh, yay. We didn't miss it. Oh, sometimes it helps going to the horse's mouth. Oh, yay. Okay, guys, I'm putting it back on live stream. Wonderful. We've got some time to talk. Thank you guys for hanging in there. For those of you who are still with us and those who did join us, I appreciate it. Y'all, I literally took 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 front and back pages of notes. So, all right, guys, comment, questions. Let's talk. I have some questions. First of all, the not really following the officer as well as I'd like to, because he kind of said some things that were inconsistent. He didn't recall, so it's not really inconsistent, but there was only one car on the road. But the thing is he said the 3 women were standing there when he got there. No, they were on their knees, and apparently Karen Reed was doing the CPR. I know, right? Horse's mouth, no pun intended. Pun intended. Go for the pun. Go for the pun. I gotta get this out of the way. I'm sorry to my deaf community. It's hard for me sometimes to remember to sign. I do a lot of things. But anyone have anything they want to share or say about this case? Why? My question is, why did Karen Reed not, yeah, READ. leave the scene and then come back a few minutes later. Why did she come back? You would think she'd go to the hospital and be waiting for him, the boyfriend, there. And then why did the emergency people, the EMTs, transport or drive Karen Reed in the ambulance to the hospital? Yes, she was upset, crying, all of that. But why did they feel they needed to do that? Unless they think she was drunk and not capable of driving and should be driving. And when you drive drinking, not a good thing. So possibly the emergency services drove her, Karen Reed, to the hospital. That way they could get blood alcohol. No, alcohol. I don't drink. Blood alcohol levels. I don't know. Sparkles. That's your sign. That is your sign name. Sparkles. I don't know. That is strange to me that they would. The kids were pretty far. It was not super, super close. And one of the kids were not home. The kids were not home. Or maybe just the daughter was home. But I know the boy had a sleepover at a friend's house. So that's not clear to me. And it's the first time I've heard that Karen Reed was doing CPR. I didn't know that before. Of course, I haven't paid attention to a lot of information. But what are y'all's thoughts? One thing that's interested while I'm waiting for your comments is that the cops permitted her, Karen Reed, well, they put her in the car. I guess they left the door open because when the door shut on the police car, it locks. And from inside the car, you cannot leave. You can't, it's locked. So they must have left the door open. And she sat down in the car. And then they said she was getting in and out of the car and walking around. Well, why did they permit her to walk around? I'm all messed up. And that whole area was a crime scene. Why would you permit her to walk? No, you would tell her stay in the car. 1, because it's warm, and 2, it's safe, and 3, you can't be walking around. That's fine, but she can't be walking around. Oh, I'm going to walk, I'm going to wander, and I'm going to destroy all the evidence I possibly can. I don't know. I just, nope, not, nope. I'm going to check the feed again and see if they've got it. Nope, it's previously recorded, so we're going to recycle and wait. I know people do crazy things when they're in a crisis. I get it. But y'all, I have never seen a crime scene where any police, I mean, even if she got out of the car, there's usually a police officer who's kind of sort of in charge of watching her, would be in charge of watching her. So it's their responsibility to make sure she doesn't get in and out of the car and go through a crime scene? Yeah, that's fine. She can talk privately, but she had her own vehicle she could have sat in to do that. We're forgetting her car was still there. Sometimes we tell people, go sit in your car, stay warm, call who you need to call. We'll be back to talk with you in a minute. And then that's what we do. But for her to drive away for a few minutes and then come back, that's strange. I'm just saying it's not normal, but that does not mean she is guilty. I'm just saying not normal. Yeah, usually if you leave and you know that your boyfriend's going to be transported to a hospital, most of the time, if not always, I have never seen family, girl or boyfriends leave and then come back. I've never seen that. Now, I have seen sometimes, for example, there's a car accident and it's close to the house of the wife or husband or the parents, and a person may leave, go drive, pick up the family or friend or whoever, and drive them back to the area or the scene of the accident. That's normal. But for what she did, not normal. Oh gosh, this is hard. Do you know what I may do? I may do these live and come back and interpret them. It's hard to do this. Leo, lead investigator's office. Is that what you mean? Um, I don't know. It depends, I guess, how much they hung out together. Okay. I'm gonna see if I can get KVOA on YouTube. Um, wow, there was an officer involved shooting leaves suspect dead in Tucson 10 days ago. Were there any law enforcement on this chart? Oh gosh, yes. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Let's talk about that. Anybody want to keep an eye on the George Kelly trial for me? It's either going to be on KV as in Victor OA or the K Gun Channel 9. KVOA is the one that told me that if there is a live feed, they'll have it. So, Sparkles, here's the law enforcement on that. Okay, I'll do the best I can. So, out of the law enforcement, the victim is John O'Keefe. Brian Higgins is a coworker. Brian Albert is a coworker. Proctor is his state PD lead investigator, and Berkowitz is the police chief. And all of them are connected. I'm looking, guys. I'm working on it. So yeah, there's a lot. Dag nabbit. Let me refresh everything. Everything's previously recorded, so let's keep refreshing. I'm going to see if there's anybody else who might carry this. That is a possibility, Sparkles. That is a possibility. I'm sure all of this is going to come out. It will all come out. I'll go ahead and share this while we're looking. I'm going to reconfigure my screen so I can see better. It's easier to have everything in front of me than me bouncing my head everywhere. So I'm going to go ahead and play this for the moment. Oops, didn't mean to do that. No. Play. There's going to be an ad. I can't help it. There's going to be an ad.
Is all about community. It's that simple. We're in your neighborhoods. We care about your community because it's our community. I live here. Our reporters live here. I care what goes on in Tucson, and I'm going to show you what goes on in Tucson and hopefully make Tucson an even better place.
Let's head to Nogales now. Prosecutors have a big decision ahead. Should they try again to convict rancher George Allen Kelly of second-degree murder, even after a jury could not agree on a verdict? KGUN9's Craig Smith was in Nogales as the mistrial decision came down yesterday afternoon. He has a look at the case that was and the case that may or may not be in the future.
George Allen Kelly's case is not over yet, even after a trial that took 4 weeks. Jurors could not agree whether he was guilty or not guilty of killing a Mexican national crossing his ranch. So now prosecutors have to decide if they want to try another trial. George Allen Kelly left the Santa Cruz County Courthouse knowing that without a firm verdict to settle the charges, he could face another trial.
It is what it is, and it will be what we will be. I will keep fighting forever. I won't stop.
Kelly told investigators he stepped out on his patio and fired shots from an AK-47 rifle after he heard a gunshot, saw armed men on his ranch and fired over their heads to drive them off. Later, he found the body of Gabriel Cuen Butamea more than 100 yards from the house. The bullet that killed the man passed through him. It was never recovered for tests that would reveal if it came from Kelly's gun. Kelly's defense team suggested someone else killed the man, maybe border bandits who killed him to steal money or drugs. Investigators testified Cuen Butamea's wound was consistent with a bullet fired from near Kelly's house. They said Kelly made inconsistent statements about the number of intruders and whether they had guns or not. After about 2.5 days of considering the case, jurors convinced Judge Thomas Fink they could not agree on a verdict. He declared a mistrial. Defense attorney Kathy Lothorpe says when she talked to jurors afterwards, they told her the defense was close to winning a not guilty verdict.
There was one holdout for guilty. The rest were not guilty. So 7 not guilty, 1 guilty.
To help the Cuen Butamea family, representatives from the Mexican consulate were at the trial. They say they hope prosecutors will try again to convict George Allen Kelly.
Great?
Prosecutors may announce their decision in a hearing on Monday. Craig Smith, KGUN 9.
I know, isn't that great, y'all? Okay, that was live at noon. I'm having a hard time finding it, and they should be going live any minute. So they should already have the platform. Oh, I had to do that, and I hate it. I've got too many windows open. Nope, they did not open. I'm refreshing. I'm looking at the actual website for the courtroom to see if they have any live videos. Trying to see if they're going to have any live videos. Y'all, I'm working hard for you. Thank you for sticking with me. I'm about ready to call the court. Um, that's juvenile. I don't want juvenile court. Superior court. I don't know why it keeps wanting translate. Superior juvenile, no. A high interest court case. Um, I'm going to see if I can call them. See if they have a phone number for that court. Oh my gosh, there it is. I'm calling them. Y'all give me a 520. Yeah, and they use a curse word I don't like. They use impaired, and hearing impaired is not correct. Hard of hearing. They're transferring me. Sorry, you're muted. That's right. I thank you, Sparkles. No streaming today. So we're just going to have to wait and see what happens. What I can do is I can get the court's docket, kind of like their minutes, but I'm surprised they're not streaming this today. It is very disconcerting to me that they're not going to stream it. As important as this case was, they're not streaming. I am very disheartened. Okay, the status hearing, the order of the court declaring a mistrial. I'm going to read this. I'm going to have to kind of blow it up a little. It's hard for me to read. It's like micro size. Okay, there we go. It is ordered of the court declaring the mistrial. A status hearing is set for next week, 29th of April 2024 at 1:30. Post-trial motions are due within 10 days of that date, of today's date, which was the court date. The state has 2 pending motions and a request ruling on said motion to make a decision on further proceedings. There's being no further issue on the matter, this hearing is adjourned. So if they did, you need to find it. I can't find it. I'm gonna reboot. I'm rebooting my internet, and oh, how is he getting it? Where is this? Oh no, he doesn't. Oh man, Recovery Addict, how'd you get it? Where is this stream coming from for the George Kelly? I can't find it. Please help. Recovery Addict, how did you get it? Okay, y'all, I'm playing his feed. He said I could.
State having indicated that it's filing a motion to dismiss, the court's going to grant the dismissal. It's also going to exonerate any bond that's been posted. The defendant is free from any restriction.
Wait. We're going to go back. I don't know how he got this.
Hey, Cooper. Efficiency on counts because every said these guys had guns and they pointed it at us. There's your ag assaults.
Love you. I got to use you.
Causing your loss. And its attorney to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation with police scheduling and sentencing, and receive restitution from a person who has been convicted of causing your loss. If you have not already been provided with a full statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office.
Si usted es la víctima o representante de víctimas con un asunto pendiente ante
You're talking in Spanish. I have permission to interpret his, so I'm not going to get, I better not get on court for.
respeto y dignidad a un juicio sin demora, de estar presente durante los procesos judiciales, de elegir si se someterá a una entrevista por el acusado o su abogado, de ser escuchado antes de que el juez decida sobre las condiciones de libertad, la negociación de un convenio, la programación de las citas y la imposición de la pena, y de recibir restitución por parte de la persona condenada por haber causado sufrimiento.
Wow, I don't know who's doing that. It sure isn't me. Whoa, what happened?
You're kidding me. Hang on. Let's wait. They knocked the cable loose. Give them a minute. We have no feed.
I can't find the courtroom.
It just might come on with the bars and tone here, and I want to save your ears if I can.
I'm trying to find the courtroom.
George Allen Kelly. He is present out of custody. I believe on Zoom is co-counsel Ms. Lowe.
Sparkles, I need you to help me find this. I can't find it.
Welcome,
Very
Ms.
well.
Lefort.
This case was tried to a jury. The jury was not able to reach a verdict. The court declared a mistrial. I think it was on Friday, April 19th, 2024. We set a hearing for today's date to status hearing to determine what the plan is as far as the state's concerned. So Ms. Hunley's on her feet. And Ms. Hunley, what can you tell the court?
Your Honor, because of the unique circumstances and challenges surrounding this case, the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office has decided not to seek a retrial.
Yes!
Is that a motion to dismiss?
We can file one, Your Honor.
They can dismiss the
We don't
charges.
have
They're
any
dismissing.
All right. That's fine. So the state can file a motion to dismiss, but there's an issue about whether to, I assume the state's going to ask for a dismissal without prejudice. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to be heard on that?
I'm just going
Or
to
do you
leave
want
it
us to
here.
set a
He'll
hearing on
understand.
whether or not the court should dismiss with or without prejudice at a later date?
We can set a hearing at a later date, Your Honor.
That works for us, Your Honor.
All right, very well. So the state will file a written motion to dismiss. Then the court will set a hearing. The hearing will be regarding whether or not the court should dismiss with or without prejudice.
Okay, so
Is
there's
there
one more
anything further?
hearing. That's an important one.
Ms. Lothar?
Yes, sir.
Anything
So
from-
I'm on mute.
No, I can hear you. Anything else from
I'm not on mute.
anything else from you?
No, sir. It was a pleasure, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Then we're adjourned on that matter. Thank you. But I will, hold on a second. Mr. Kelly and Ms. Larkin.
Can
The
y'all
court is
hear
going to
this?
grant the motion to dismiss, obviously. The only issue remaining is whether or not the dismissal is with or without prejudice.
Which means
The state having indicated that it's filing a motion to dismiss, the court's going to grant the dismissal. It's also going to exonerate any bond that's been posted. The defendant is free from any restrictions or encumbrances associated with this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd also ask for the return of his property.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Any
Okay.
property that Mr. and Mrs.
They're
Kelly
not
have
gonna
seized
refile.
and taken into custody by the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office or the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office is ordered to be returned forthwith to the defendant.
You know
Thank
why?
Judge. And when the state files their motion, we'll ask that the dismissal be with prejudice.
We'll have a hearing on it.
Yes.
And they're going to
All
get
right, thanks. We're adjourned in that matter.
it. All right. Okay, so the return of the property, when the state does not object to the return of the property,
Diaz, CR 2023-27.
that's the evidence.
Can't shoot that.
They're giving back the evidence.
I need to go get
Okay,
Yes.
that's the end of that.
So let's let.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Matthew Canton.
Okay, now they've got another case that they're bringing.
Okay, y'all. I have permission to do what I just did. And I did that because, hold on. I couldn't get the link quick enough, so I went ahead and interpreted your live feed. Thank you. I know it's hard for him to answer me when he's in the middle, but by doing what I did, oh, I want to cry. I want to cry. I firmly believe, and you know what? You can disagree with me, and I'm not going to be mad at anybody for disagreeing with me, but I firmly do not believe that that man shot and killed that guy. Let me try and find the actual court feed. Now we're not in a rush. And then I'm going to go. Now I'm not panicking. Let me see if I can get Santa Cruz the thing and see if I can play it again. Santa Cruz County Courtroom 4 live feed. That's what I'm going to do. I hate that they said they weren't going to have it. That really upsets me that they that they did that. You didn't find it on their site? Courtroom 4. Case lookup. Let's see if I can do it this way. I did refresh many times Um, it's sometimes just really hard. No, I don't want that. I'm not paying for this. I know how to get to that part of it. Um, that is that is just. Oh, I hate this new search thing. Um, do you know that new? I don't even know what it's called, but it's a new search thing that really ticks me off. Oh, I would have been running. I think what I'm gonna do is go to the news station, which I'm sure is sitting outside, and they may have a live thing with him. Let's see. Unless it's that pre-recorded crap. Yeah, it's pre-recorded. Um, I'm sure they're gonna do the breaking news. Let's just go back. Why does that crap keep coming up? Why does that keep coming up? It's Capilot or whatever this new I get this weird search thing that keeps coming up. It's driving me crazy. I don't know how to get rid of it. Where did he find that freaking let me just go to George Kelly again. And see if it pops up. Nope. I think it is. It's just whether he's gonna be basically totally exonerated or if he's just gonna still have this charge hanging over him for the rest of his life. Oh, that's where that came up. I don't wanna see that. Arizona security states. I'm just looking for see if they have a breaking news. Yes, correct. With or without prejudice. I need to raise this so I'm not looking so far down. And that's what I'm looking. Oh, let me do this. See, every time this Microsoft Bling crap pisses me off. Oh, courtroom 4. I don't want that. I don't want that. Shit. Gosh, it keeps going. That bling thing is driving me crazy. Ugh. Law in motion. Okay. This is another court. Same judge. Different court. Okay. Thomas Flake. There is a live feed in that court, but I'm looking for the George Kelly. Joe Vasquez. Y'all, this is no much fun. This is so much fun. Wrong defendant. Latest popular. This is so frustrating. Yes, I'm so glad to share all of this with you. Oh, I don't. He has other hearings he's doing now. That's live. But nothing on the George Kelly. Oh, this is frustrating, y'all. I want to know how he found it and where he found it. I'm in the courtroom 4. He may not want to share it with me. Let's stay visiting judges and see about that. Oh, courtroom 4. Are you sure it was court? I'm just going to go to each courtroom and see if I see anything live. That it may have been in a different courtroom today. It may not have been in the original courtroom. I'm frustrated, y'all. You get to see me frustrated because I can't find it. 1 year ago, 1 year ago, 1 year ago, there's George Kelly in a different courtroom 1 year ago. Courtroom 4, 23 minutes ago, but it was a different person. Well, I think that they don't have it. This guy's his courtroom is packed, and it's not showing up in any of the courtrooms. I cannot find it, y'all. It's not there. There's nothing there. KVOA, I'm looking for them. I'm trying to see if they're posting an interview or anything. I would think they would. But I don't see anything popping up on them. So let me go to the K9, K-Gun, KG News Tucson. And let's see if they have anything reporting on it. They got a picture. Do they have a video? Okay, here it is, y'all. I found it. Woohoo! All right, let me get this smaller. It may not be super big, but here we go. I'm going to share it. Gosh almighty. Okay, gun. 9. Do you know what? Let me get rid of some of these windows that are open. I've got too many windows open. Okay. Play. I'm going to mute the commercial. This is as big as I can make it, y'all. What I'll do is go ahead and do this. I'll put it on a big like this without my picture. All right, guys, we're going to listen to it again. I found it you'll see it up here on the Tucson K-Gun 9. I went there, but it wasn't there. Okay, come on. Get rid of the dang commercial. There we go. Can you hear it? Okay, give me thumbs up. The best I can do.
We're on the record in the Santa Cruz County Criminal Law and Motion Calendar for Division 1 for Monday, April 29th, 2024. If you are the victim of a crime with a case pending before this court, you are advised that you have the right under Arizona law to justice and due process. This includes the right to be treated with fairness, respect, and dignity, to a speedy trial, to be present at the court proceedings, to a prompt and final conclusion of the case, to choose whether or not to be interviewed by the defendant's attorney, to be heard before the court makes a decision on release, negotiation of a plea, scheduling, and sentencing, and receive restitution from a person who has been convicted of causing your loss. If you have not already been provided with a full statement of all victims' rights, please contact the Victim Services Division of the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office.
Si usted es la víctima o representante de víctimas con un asunto pendiente ante este tribunal, Se le informa que tiene derechos bajo la ley de Arizona que incluyen, entre otros, el derecho de ser tratado con justicia, respeto y dignidad, a un juicio sin demora, de estar presente durante los procesos judiciales, de elegir si se someterá a una entrevista por el acusado o su abogado, de ser escuchado antes de que el juez decida sobre las condiciones de libertad, la negociación de un convenio, la programación de las citas y la imposición de la pena, y de recibir restitución por parte de la persona condenada por haber causado sufrimiento. Si aún no se le ha proporcionado una declaración escrita de todos los derechos que tienen.
Yeah, this is where they had a glitch. They had a glitch and they fixed it. I remember seeing that on
Zoom call. Very well. This case was tried to a jury. The jury was not able to reach a verdict. The court declared a mistrial. I think it was on Friday, April 19th, 2024. We set a hearing for today's date to status hearing to determine what the plan is as far as the state's concerned. So Ms. Hunley's on her feet. And Ms. Hunley, what can you tell the court?
Your Honor, because of the unique circumstances and challenges surrounding this case, the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office has decided not to seek a retrial.
Oh, look at Mr. Kelly. He's just,
Right,
it's,
is that a
look
motion
at
to
him.
dismiss?
We can file one, Your Honor.
We don't have any objections to that, Your Honor.
All right. That's fine. So the state can file a motion to dismiss, but there's an issue about whether this,
a
I assume the
release
state's
on
going to
him.
ask for a dismissal without prejudice. Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to be heard on that? Or do you want us to set a hearing on whether or not the court should dismiss with or without prejudice at a later date?
We can set a hearing at a later date, Your Honor.
That works for us, Your Honor.
I'm sure he
Very well.
wants to
So
try.
the state will file a written motion to dismiss. Then the court will set a hearing. The hearing will be regarding
Look at him.
whether or not the
Trying to
court
not
should
try.
dismiss with or without prejudice. Is there anything further?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Lothar?
Yes, sir.
Anything
So
from-
I am on mute.
No, I can hear you. Anything else from?
I'm not on mute.
Anything else from you?
No, sir. It was a pleasure, Your Honor.
All right, very well. Then we're adjourned on that matter. Thank you. And I will, hold on a second. Mr. Kelly and Ms. Larkin. The court is going to grant the motion to dismiss, obviously. The only issue remaining is whether or not the dismissal is with or without prejudice. The state having indicated that it's filing a motion to dismiss, the court's going to grant the dismissal. It's also going to exonerate any bond that's been posted. The defendant is free from any restrictions or encumbrances associated with this case.
Thank you, Your Honor. We'd also ask for the return of his property.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
Any property that Mr. and
That
Mrs.
is
Kelly that
rare.
is seized and taken into custody by the Santa Cruz County Attorney's Office or the Santa Cruz County Sheriff's Office is ordered to be returned forthwith to the defendant.
Thank you, Judge. And when the state files their motion, we'll ask that the dismissal be with prejudice.
We'll have a hearing on it.
Yes. Thank you.
All right, thanks. We're adjourned in that time.
Okay, y'all. I wonder if they have an interview. Demonstrators gathered outside the courtroom in Santa Cruz County stating support for the state to retry George Allen Kelly in the shooting death of Gabriel Kuhn Butania. I am okay. Let's watch this. I think this is going in.
Your heart will be safe and the family of Gabriel too. We are very worried that this trial has been a mock.
That poor
And you
guy.
have spoken things that are not true. And this family has been left brokenhearted. All of us want you to speak the truth. Ask for a retrial yourself.
Somebody did kill him, and I suspect it was the guy who testified. I mean, that's horrible, y'all. I mean, that is so difficult. I mean, y'all. Um, now that it is over, I didn't want to do that. Let me go back to here. Trying to X out of this advertisement. Let me go back this way. Okay, I absolutely. Why do we have trigger warning coming up all this and legal advice and making what the heck? Okay, let me get back to comment. Honey, I'd be praying. Well, look, y'all. If that's all they have to do, give him a as a trial just to decide that there's been far worse, y'all. Oh, far worse. He survived far worse. So I really I'm pleasantly surprised. I'm going to scroll down some more and see if they have. We'll be back in court this afternoon. Okay, that's original. Okay, that was April 22nd. So, yes, no retrial. They cannot retry him. They have dismissed and will not and cannot retry him now that the state has said that they've looked at everything and they have decided not to retry him. I think if the state would retry him, they look like total freaking idiots because they do not have enough evidence for a retrial. And on top of that, I can't imagine them sitting here and I couldn't imagine them in any way, shape, or form. I'm trying to see if anybody has any possible interviews with him. I'm kind of watching out on the news stations. But the prosecution has stated that they will not retry him. So they've dropped the case. They've dropped the charges. It's double jeopardy if they tried to come back, and you can't do that. So he's a free man. He's a free man. The only thing is you want to be able to have them say to drop all charges and not, and him not have a record. You want this expunged. And I guess that's what they're going to fight for because you want it expunged. You don't want this on your record. You don't want an arrest record to sit there and pop up and show that you've been arrested, even though this is all over the world and all over the place. But when you go for any kind of loan, you go for any kind of thing whatsoever, you don't want that because it shows up and it follows you for the rest of your life. Like this is going to follow him, but having it on paper on a record versus not is a huge deal. And getting him exonerated, which is what a not guilty would have done, is it would have totally exonerate him. This doesn't exonerate him. So now the next hearing is going to decide whether or not he's basically exonerated. The hearing is for with or without prejudice. The prejudice would mean they could not refile. Where's the interview? I guess I'm just slow today. Sparkles, where's the interview? Where is the interview? I'm trying to find the interview. Help a girl out. Just tell me where you found it. I'll follow it. But I'm not seeing it. Thanks, Justice Obsessed. I'm not finding the interview. Help a girl out. Maybe if I try this way. So, I can't imagine them retrying him in any way. Oh, the one I showed already. Yeah, I'm wanting the one where, after this trial. I want the interview after this trial. I don't have Twitter on here, I don't think. Let me see. I don't know if I'm in my Twitter account on this computer. Let me go to Twitter. Official site. Search. Sometimes Twitter has things more than George will not try Arizona for 75. Oh, that's I need to search name. I need to search people. I don't know. I don't find an Adam Kelp. It didn't show up. Mm-mm. I don't see an Adam Kelp. But I do George Kelly. So, latest. Wow, everybody's going nuts. I got to tell you, I feel sorry for this guy. Matthew. Who's here? Who's here? Kathy, come here. Kathy. George Kelly. They just had I Am Live still. I'm telling my good friend, y'all, George Kelly did not get, they're not retrying him. They have dropped the charges. Oh, okay, here it is, y'all. Hold on. Oh, this woman's driving me nuts. Let me get this down. Let me pause this. Let me share the page. But we did thank you so much. See, y'all are my rock stars. You got me. Thank you so very, very much. Okay, I'm gonna expand it and we're gonna play it. And let's see if they have captioning. I'll replay it for you. This is him coming out of the trial.
Hi, Mr. Kelly, Adam from Canton. You looked really relieved when the state said that they were going to be dropping the case. Oh, excuse me. When they said they're going to be dropping the case, just what was your reaction when they said that?
You saw
You
it.
hit it nail on the head, relief. Thank God.
He said nail on the head.
Was this
relief,
weekend
thank
been
God.
like waiting for this?
It's like the last 14 minutes. The nightmare's over. The nightmare's over.
You say something to Ultimas finally?
They have my sympathy, my sincere sympathy.
Do you worry about the next few months or years where you live, people showing up or anything like that with people protesting?
It'll
like this
calm down.
you?
God will look after me, like He always has.
I have that very same hat.
And they think that it's not justice.
Y'all, I have that very same cowboy hat. I kid you not. I have that same cowboy hat. Oh, you poor baby. I think that lady yelling back here, this one right here,
You can always read what is
she's
right.
driving me crazy.
Please, please. You can speak the
I understand they want the truth, but the truth doesn't mean that he's guilty.
Hi, Mr. Kelly, Adam from Canton. You looked relieved when the state said that they were.
Okay, guys. Oh, this is a good day. And I know some people are going to be mad at me and say that whatever they want, but guess what? This is my channel. And I have every right to have an opinion. And I firmly believe, after the evidence I saw, that it would have been foolish for them to retry. The truth is not putting the wrong person in jail to make you feel better. Exactly. The truth is, and this is what I believe, and you know what? Everybody has an opinion, and you know what? My belief is that whoever was with him, including the witness, Daniel, that he shot him. When you work for the cartel and you are trafficking people or drugs or whatever, you risk being killed. If you tick them off and you upset them or you do something like steal some of their clientele or steal some of their drugs or you get caught with drugs or whatever, they're going to kill you. I am so sorry for the victim, but I'm more sorry for Mr. Kelly. I'm sorry, nobody deserves to live their life before it's God's time for them to go. But our choices dictate what happens to us, and we all have free will. And when we put ourselves in bad situations and we put ourselves in a place that can get us harmed and something bad happens to us, that's on us. It's not on anybody else. I do believe the fear that Mr. Kelly has because I get it. I've been there. I've been on the border. I've gone through the training. I have seen some things that are so horrific, y'all. I've seen videos that were taken with people who were kidnapped and their arms cut off and fed to the lions and tigers while they watch. Women are forced upon in intimate ways, because I can't say certain words, and children and even men. I mean, nobody is above being hurt in the situation they were in. And there's no way that the victim was just coming across as an immigrant wanting a better life when he had the radio. There are pictures on his phone with him coming back and forth with binoculars. And if you're coming in for a better life, then you don't come back and forth across the border 10, 15 times. You come and you stay. The sheriff, I think, said the cartel is a miser. I don't know if I would, I got to be honest, I don't know if I would move because that property is something that, who knows? Whatever he does, it's going to be best for him and his wife. They do have a second home that they stay at for part of the year during the hottest time of the year here. And they're like snowbirds. So I'm pretty sure he's heading up north quick anyway because the weather's going to start getting hot. But I definitely would have somebody living on my land just to make sure it's safe. But this too will die down. And this is something I know from experience. As some of y'all know, my husband went to prison, but the media's that if we went through what we went through back in 2009 today, we would have had a lot of the same thing Mr. Kelly has. We were on certain national syndicate programs. We were on news from East Coast to West Coast. So I do know what it's like for them. my heart cries for her. But the good news is her husband is coming home with her. Mine did not. And they have a chance to try to rebuild what's left of their lives. They can go to victims advocacy to try to recover some of the damages. I would sue the county. I would do everything I could to recover my damages as much as possible. But if he put up a bond, it will be returned to him. And that's a good thing because it was a high bond. And I'm just so proud of you, Mr. and Mrs. Kelly. I know you will probably never see me say this, but I'm going to put it out there. I am so proud of you. Going through what you went through, I've been through it as hard as hell. And I commend you for fighting and I commend you for hanging in there. And Miss Kelly, my heart goes out to you because I've had to testify and I know what it's like. And I have to say, good job, Mama. Good job. Way good job, Mama. Okay, guys, I have been on live it'll be in 2 minutes, 7 hours. So I don't know what time the trial's going to start tomorrow. They didn't say. If anybody knows, please put it in the chat real quick. I will figure that out. But I will be live tomorrow for the Karen Reed trial. And we will continue going live for the Karen Reed trial. And if they have another feed for the hearing, we'll jump on it. Sorry, I got a little frantic. That was one I did not want to miss. I think it was great timing that they actually ended one trial just in time for the other one. So that was a blessing in disguise for us. Okay, y'all. My mods. Cheers. Thank you. Thank you so very, very, very much. You guys are awesome. Thanks for all the hard work. Oh, I couldn't do it without you. Well, I have done it without you. I like it so much better with you. I really do. Y'all make this funner. Y'all make this interesting, and I love the conversation. I do. I do. And in Texas, we have a thing called stand your ground. So if I firmly believe that my life is in danger, I don't have to turn around and run. I can defend right then and there. Arizona doesn't have that. But this also sets a big precedence for any other future trials like this because this has happened quite a bit. Now, there is going to be another trial. I don't know if it's going to be live streamed. I don't know if it was Texas or Arizona, but it was a bordering situation where a rancher, and I hope this doesn't give all ranchers a bad name because they're awesome people, including the Kellys. But a rancher did do a no-no, and he saw some immigrants on the side of the road filling up their water. Something happened, and he shot them. And I mean, that is horrific. That is not okay. And that is something that I would be interested in seeing that trial if and when it comes to full-blown trial. I don't know when it's going to be. I haven't heard any dates or anything. So, guys, bless you. Thank you so much. And I will see you tomorrow. And y'all get some rest. Enjoy the rest of your day. Hugs and kisses to the kiddos. And until then, have a great evening. All right. Thanks a bunch, guys. Bye.